Let's disappear without goodbyes and say we've gone mad and lost our minds. Oh, who cares? 'Cause it's true. I'm madly in love with you. So let's float away toward the moon and the stars and let them all talk about how hopeless we are. Oh, who cares? 'Cause it's true. Hopelessly in love with you. Who cares if they see you leaving with me? So what if they stare? Baby, who cares? Let's disappear without goodbyes and say we've gone mad and lost our minds. Oh, who cares? Oh, it's true. Madly in love with you. Madly in love with you. Let's disappear without goodbyes and say we've gone mad and lost our minds. Oh, who cares? 'Cause it's true. So let's float away toward the moon and the stars, and let them all talk about how hopeless we are. Oh, who cares? 'Cause it's true. Hopelessly in love with you. Who cares if they see you leaving with me? So what if they stare? Baby, who cares? Let's disappear without goodbyes and say we've gone mad and lost our minds. Oh, who cares? Oh, it's true. Madly in love with you. Madly in love with you.
Please stand by for air. The meeting is about to start. Please stand by for air. The meeting is about to start. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome to the City of Miami Beach Commission meeting of September 13th, 2023. For those of you who are just tuning in, it's been a very exciting day. Lots of people talking. We are in the Miami Beach Convention Center because there's renovation going on in our typical place. So if you want to come here, there's plenty of room, an entire 1 million square foot facility. If not, you can hear us here. And with that, I'm going to begin our Sutnick afternoon hour. And for 30 minutes, we will hear from the public on any issue they seem fit for. Is it 2 minutes? And Rafael Paz, Rafael Granado, our esteemed clerk, will manage this system. So please listen to him. He looks nice, but he can be very tough.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Elwood?
Good afternoon. Am I on? Yes, I am. I'm Mitch Novick, candidate for City Commission. Today I'm here to discuss item R5K regarding conditional use permits for rooftop alcohol establishments. I would urge you to reject this. Over the past decade, I've appeared at every planning board meeting allowing for conditional, or that'll be considering conditional use permits for these types of establishments, with exception to the Good Time Hotel, knowing that the residents across the street would be hugely impacted. Open air entertainment, which our planning board has always rubber stamped, is a major problem within my neighborhood, and now you're opening the door to impact other neighborhoods across the city. I would urge you, if anything, send a message to the planning board that open air entertainment is problematic. It always has been. And in order to bring some order to the city, that issue must be addressed. So again, I would urge you to not move forward with this item. Thank you.
Our first virtual speaker is Raquel Pacheco. Ms. Pacheco, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Raquel Pacheco, Miami Beach resident. I'm calling today to express my opposition to item R5AG, which essentially seeks to criminalize and deport the homeless from our city. I'd like to thank Mr. David Perry of MCARE and his board and colleagues for taking on this issue and speaking on behalf of the voiceless. And I want to start off by saying that I know most of you personally, and I know you're devoted public servants and you have compassionate hearts and good intentions. But this resolution just simply falls short of meeting the criteria, and frankly, it's inhumane. It'll cause more harm to the individual and make it even more difficult for them to get off the street. Plus, it floods our judicial system and it wastes taxpayer dollars. Obviously, combating homelessness is no easy task, but I'm not sure how arresting people for sleeping in public fixes this. Already, we spend about half of the budget we've allocated for homeless services on enforcement, but zero on actual housing solutions. And at the county level, we have far less beds than there are homeless people. And within our city, we have 0 beds. So if we're looking for real long-term solutions, then I implore you to evaluate what we can do better in terms of providing mental health and substance dependency services, as well as shelter and permanent housing within our city limits. Forcing people to leave our city simply because they are poor or ill is inhumane, unethical, and costly. Lastly, I just want to commend Commissioner Ariola and those of you who supported him on the penny tax, which is a great first step in the right direction. There's definitely more work to be done, but arresting people for not having a place to sleep is simply not the way to go. Nobody chooses to be homeless, so I urge you to be innovators in how you approach this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Gartrell. I represent Decrim 305 and Yaya Pravida, which are organizations that are harm reductionist organizations and actually go out and work with the people that these policies will directly target. So I just want to lay a little bit of context for you, right? According to the Miami-Dade Houseless Trust, in 2022, 60% of the houseless residents were Black, 40%, right, are usually about queer, and another 40% are disabled. So when we look at the people who are going to be targeted by this policy, we're seeing that it's inherently racist, it's it's homophobic, and it's ableist. So there is no one-size-fits-all panacea for fitting this, and I understand that people are looking for an immediate response, but it's not going to happen. American poverty didn't happen overnight, and it's not going to get fixed overnight. There needs to be a lot of destigmatization in the way that the community looks at this, and I implore all of the council members to come and talk to me and work with me and the expert team that we've put together to figure out solutions. We're hearing once and once again that this is about housing, right? There's not enough affordable housing. There's not enough affordable mental care, and there's not enough access to certain resources that these people need. Additionally, the second part that I want to bring in is that we are all human beings, and none of us like to do things that we are forced to. So we keep hearing, oh, we're doing it for their own good, we're helping them, we're helping them. If we all look inside of our own hearts, none of us are going to do something that someone tells us to do for our own good. So I implore you to look more deeply into this and to take a bigger thought into it. Thank you for your time. Have a lovely day.
Our next virtual speaker is Audrey Baums.
I'm a resident of Miami Beach and speaking on behalf of the National Lawyers Guild, the South Florida chapter. Some previous speakers have said it's well known that there's an acute shortage of adequate affordable housing in Miami, including Miami Beach, and maybe not so well known as my previous speaker said, that Miami's homeless population is 60% Black. In any case, shelters are not adequate housing. And as a community, we should consider the human right to housing. Well, the United States doesn't recognize this right to adequate housing. It's been enshrined in international human rights law since 1948. In the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and also in the 1966 International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which was signed but not ratified by the U.S. The National Lawyers Guild, of course, is aware of the decision, that the 11th Circuit decision, that the city is constitutionally allowed to regulate outdoor camping where shelter space is available. But beside the fact that there are no shelters in Miami Beach, shelters are not adequate housing, and jails are certainly not. Just on a personal note, as a former public defender, I know that locking up homeless people leads to either their quick release back into the same streets from which they came from, having lost
Thank you so much.
whatever job
Thank you.
or possession.
Please go ahead.
Hi, Commissioners. My name's Ariana Vannon. I'm here related to the motion RS5. I'm the owner of 1320 Flamingo Way, a property that's become a hot topic these days. And so I wanted to just come forward and straighten up a few facts about it. I know I've been here before laying out the timeline, but essentially I started this process in 2019, purchased the property when zoning allowed me to turn a home into a bed and breakfast in the West Avenue overlay. I spoke to city, the building department, had conversations about my plans. Everything was being built essentially as a commercial space, but first introduced as a single-family renovation. I work in healthcare. I've been passionate about preventative health and holistic health for the last 10 years, and this was a way that I saw that I could bring education on wellness in a very intimate and very coherent way. And so through the process, my construction started in 2020. COVID hit, I had major delays. And if it weren't for those delays, I would have already had applied for the change of use, and I wouldn't be here requesting that I be grandfathered in this process. And so there's a lot of rumors about what this is. It's not a short-term rental. It can never be a short-term rental. This is a home where I live in. I'm a resident of this community. I've been here for 4 years, and I want to stay here for many years. And the concept is to offer retreats where folks can learn about meditation, healthy practices, and really in a peaceful environment. It's only 6 bedrooms, very few people can fit there, but it's intentional. So some residents will say other rumors, but 7 out of the 13 homes around me support this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Cindy Esquivel.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. I didn't get to speak earlier this morning, but I just wanted to say a couple of thank yous. I know it's been a long day and I appreciate the hard work of the Commission, but I wanted to thank you on having common sense for the Hall of Fame and what happened in 2023 this year. And I'm glad that the Commission was able to see it from a different lens and see it with common sense and award the hardworking heroes that we have in the community. I'd also like to thank the Miami Beach Chamber for
Cindy, I think we've lost you, so I'm going to go to the next speaker. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tim Carr, West Ave Neighborhood Association. I wanted to continue on regarding item R5S and what Ariana was talking about. West Avenue Association stands for responsible development and helping to work and attract responsible businesses in our area. And I'm happy to say we've been involved in this process very early on, and why we stand behind and support the concept of wellness B&B and what she's doing. So 5 points that I really want to reinforce with you why you should vote for this today. Number one, this is a one-off scenario, and again, this happened when the zoning changes, she was already in process with that. So the fact that, again, nobody else can come in after the fact, because this is a one-off during that one period that came during this. So she kind of got caught up in the process and our very slow permit process that our new election team that are going to be voted in with the current team staying behind is going to help improve the permit process. Number two is, again, she agrees to stay on site, and that's very important in the covenant agreement, because unlike the bikini hostel that we deal with in our neighborhood, it does not have an owner that lives on site. We have the police, and the code is the only one that does the enforcement. And this is a totally different business model. And again, if she was ever to sell, number three, again, that would not convey with the property, the B&B. It would convert back to a single-use family property. Again, the planning board, many of those members have been there, and overwhelmingly, they voted 6-1 to support the product and the home. And then also lastly, again, and number 5 is, again, this will really help impact the character of our neighborhood. And these are the kind of things that we want to attract. So we appreciate your support on this important small business.
Thank you. PJ, can we call Cindy Esquivel again? She had 1 minute left. Cindy, go ahead, please. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I don't know where I would left off, but I just wanted to thank the Commission for all their hard work today on the Hall of Fame item, the Miami Beach Chamber for all they do every day and their hard work today to get the points across. And lastly, I wanted to thank the committee members of the Hall of Fame, particularly the chair, the vice chair, and the members that worked and scored honestly and with integrity. Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next, please. State your name.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to address this assembly regarding the proposed Miami Beach ordinance that criminalizes homelessness. My name is Kasser Greiner, and I'm a student at the University of Miami School of Law with the Human Rights Clinic. Today, we stand in opposition to this proposed ordinance because essentially it penalizes people for the very act of survival. Homelessness is not actually a choice. It's largely a consequence of the affordable housing crisis in Miami. And activities that are vital to human existence, such as sleeping, eating, and sitting, should never be penalized. What's more is Miami Beach doesn't have any homeless shelters. So in effect, the ordinance would give people a choice between exile and arrest. Criminalizing homelessness is costly, it's ineffective, and it violates basic human rights. The proposed ordinance won't actually solve anything, it'll just redistribute the problem. The repercussions of citations, fines, and arrests, which inevitably lead to incarceration and court fees, will only worsen poverty and impede access to vital resources for housing and employment opportunities. A single conviction can condemn someone to a perpetual life on the streets. Now, criminalizing homelessness is not just ineffective, it's also actually very expensive. Diverting resources to law enforcement costs 2 to 3 times more than it would to provide affordable housing. The bottom line is criminalization of homelessness is in fact an expensive way to make homelessness worse. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Jeffrey Agron.
Yes, good morning. I hope you can hear me, or good afternoon now. Honorable Commissioners and Mayor, my name is Jeff Agron. I'm the Social Justice Program Director at Temple Beth Shalom, 4144 Chase Avenue, a congregation of over 1,200 families. I'm also sitting here with Rabbi Jessica Jacobs at the synagogue. My Jewish values teach me that every human being is created, Tselem Elohim, in the image of God, and as such should be treated with the utmost dignity and respect. Indeed, every person, no matter their status, race, or position in society, is to be accorded this treatment. I'm here to speak out against the proposed ordinance regarding public places, the criminalization of homelessness. I do not refer to these individuals as homeless people, as homeless does not define who they as human beings are. Due to a variety of circumstances, these are people just like you and just like me, who for various reasons do not have a place to live. As we know, Miami-Dade County and especially Miami Beach are places where it is extremely expensive to live. People lose jobs, people lose their families, people have many reasons for not having a place to live. This proposal essentially makes criminals out of human beings who are experiencing very difficult times in their lives. Criminalizing these peoples will not solve the issue. There's virtually no resources in Miami Beach for the homeless and no shelters. This change in the law is an attempt to ship what is perceived as a problem to other municipalities and sweep it under the rug. Homelessness must be dealt with directly and with empathy. We should not look to stigmatize and criminalize people just like you and me who are going through a difficult time in their lives. Let's look for real responses and solutions. I know that with the brain power in this room, we can fashion a reasonable solution which treats people with respect and dignity and addresses the issues of those experiencing homelessness in our city. And I'll just add that Rabbi Jacobs sitting with me is a resident of Miami Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, please.
Good evening or afternoon. My name is Juliana Green, and I'm an intern with the Human Rights Clinic at the University of Miami School of Law, and I'm here advocating against the criminalization of homelessness in Miami Beach. First, punishing people with experiencing homelessness for engaging in life-sustaining activities violates multiple internationally recognized human rights, including rights to housing, life, and freedom from cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment, as well as our Constitution's prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment under the Eighth Amendment. And criminalization of homelessness perpetrates racial inequalities as well, which also violates the human rights to non-discrimination and equality. In fact, the UN has called upon the U.S. to abolish laws and policies making homelessness a crime. So we are here today to call on you to do the same. We cannot find and arrest our way out of homelessness. Punishing people does not solve anything. There's a lot we can do to address homelessness, but shelters are not the only answer. Shelters are a temporary solution, not a long-term one. Shelters only allow people to stay temporarily and often do not allow them to bring personal belongings. In addition, there's an unspoken pattern of violence that exists in shelters. Sexual and physical abuse in shelters is also common due to the competitive atmosphere. We should instead adopt a housing-first approach and focus on getting people into permanent housing that gives them stability. We need to invest in long-term solutions to ensure affordable housing. We need to turn our resources, time, energy, and money to addressing the root causes of homelessness and stop treating people like criminals simply for existing in public. This proposed ordinance only hurts Miami residents, and it is important that the needs of all residents, regardless of housing status, are met. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Ali Kliansky.
Hello. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm speaking against the ordinance that criminalizes homelessness. People are unhoused because their salaries, Social Security, and SSI benefits are not as high as their increasing cost of rent. This is a problem caused by policy and companies, not unhoused people themselves. I do not think people should be punished by having their agency to decide where they go and what services they use taken away. or punished by alternatively being criminalized. Since homelessness is a problem people are experiencing, but again, did not create. People have legitimate reasons for not wanting to stay in the shelter system or to accept certain services. We do not take away the agency of people to accept or refuse certain services if they have power and money in our society. If we want to solve homelessness, we should invest in affordable housing and support policies that lower rent instead of incarcerating people who are unhoused. Thank you all.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Morales, and I'm here with Florida Fresh Markets. We operate the farmers market, or excuse me, the artisanal market in Loomis Park. Our item was on the agenda for the last meeting in July, but unfortunately was pushed, which I think is a function of there being a big agenda. And we're asking for two things today. First, that you hear the item, and second, that you support it. We learned from the city, with whom we have an awesome working relationship, that there is a small and vocal contingent of residents who asked to remove the artisanal market. And in response, we had the opportunity to share with each of you by attachments and emails, and then physically, petitions signed by over 200 local residents and over 500 market attendees, vocalizing their support for the market. Our market has a lot of pantry items, as some of you know from having attended it, things like fresh breads and local honeys that you can't really take on an airplane with you, but that local residents love and participate in each weekend when they frequent the market. Beyond the fact that there's tremendous resident support from those that live around the area where the market takes place, there's also positive community externalities. Things like giving local artisans, like those behind me, a place to sell their wares where they cannot do so after having been priced out of retail spots in Lincoln Road. We also bring additional policing to Loomis Park, since the market itself subsidizes extra police presence each weekend on behalf of safety in the community. Ultimately, we think the market is not just an investment in local artisans and something beautiful for the residents in the area, but a symbol of Loomis Park being a family-friendly area, an opportunity for the city to showcase its support for small businesses doing beautiful things for the community, and we hope you'll have the opportunity to hear on and vote in support of the item today. Thank you. Please reinstate.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Manny M. Manny, state your name. You have 2 minutes. Manny, unmute yourself, please. Hey, PJ, let's go to the next virtual caller, David Suarez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling in regards to the bed and breakfast on Flamingo Way. I own a property on the other side on 15th Street. I have spoken to all the neighbors in the adjacent neighborhood to the property, and all of them are opposed to this project. We have neighbors there that have been in the area for the last 30 years who absolutely do not want a transient use in the neighborhood. And I think I feel sorry for the applicant that she got caught in the middle of a law change, but I think the commission has the responsibility to act for the residents. And the residents have been loud and clear that they do not want short-term rentals, bed and breakfast, or any sort of transient use in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, go ahead. You're next. Excuse me, sir.
They're going to stay with me while we
Okay.
speak.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fernando Marquez, and I'm with Coco Market. I'm the owner and director. We are vendors at the artisanal market at Ocean Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak up again here today. Item is R9U, as you know. For the past 5 weekends, we have been out of business at the park, and it has been really sad for us. And for our customers and supporters, we are hurting from this suspension at this point. We would love to be back at the Loomis Park. So I come here today with my staff and my family to ask you to reconsider your thoughts on this matter and grant us the benefit to be back on this market. Our market, I think, is a great addition to the weekends in Ocean Drive. We offer unique products that wouldn't be found easily somewhere else. We do it with passion, we do it responsibly, safely, and respectful of the environment as well. Ocean Drive will always be Ocean Drive. There will always be people walking and tourists coming all over the place anyways. But you have the chance to allow for us to offer a better experience for the local community as well. So please consider our insights on this. We are businesses, but also families that share a passion for the job that we do and rely on these activities as well to thrive. Hopefully, today we can gather your support and be back in Ocean Drive very soon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Our next virtual speaker is Bruce Beckman.
Hi, I'm back on R50, the ambient entertainment, but not to speak to the item itself, but to an abusive process. I would like to know if the mayor is actually going to call this item. It has been scheduled for May 17th, June 28th, July 26th, and now 9/13. And either the sponsor decides to defer it or the mayor decides not to call it, so it automatically gets rolled over. I believe it's an abusive process. It is at the best, at the very least, very unfair to the residents and those that concerned that want the item heard and voted on or permanently withdrawn. Stop playing this game. Either call the item or get rid of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Leon, and I'm a Miami Beach resident, a small business owner, and a fellow vendor at Loomis Park Farmers Markets. Ever since moving to Miami, Loomis Park was one of the first farmers markets that I was actually able to go in to find a community that I could talk to and be inspired by. I was able to connect with business owners, which then actually led me to become my own business owner. It gave me the space to actually present and offer my products to your community. The markets is not only a place where we can connect with our community, but it also provides a safe place for locals, families, and tourists. A place that even the local volleyball players can rely on their children and feel safe of them playing on the boardwalk, as they know each of us by name and trust us. And we take pride in developing long-lasting relationships like this. This is a rare thing to find in this day and age, especially in one of the most iconic beaches of the world. Since becoming a vendor, the amount of guidance I give locals, tourists, of places to go eat is not just a privilege, but it makes us feel that we are part of this community and your city. If you look at other states just like Los Angeles, New York, Colorado, farmers markets are all in the most iconic places and is a hub for growing businesses and bringing communities together. Loomis Park Farmers Markets vendors are all handpicked to ensure that they represent Florida Fresh Market and Miami Beach City in the best form. We take pride and oblige to all the aesthetic requirements and the guidelines that the city sets. Please don't take this away from our city. There are so many families, individuals, and including us that see this as the highlight of our week and an overall experience that Miami Beach provides. Thank you.
We have time for two more speakers. The next virtual speaker is Manny M. Manny, go ahead.
Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello? Okay, all right. Yes, I'm a resident. Hi, again, to all the commissioners, mayor. I'm speaking today with regards to RS5. Been a resident here on the beach for quite a while, as well as most of the other neighbors on that block. It's with heavy heart that myself and the rest of the neighbors on the street before this commission meeting, and we are all in strong opposition, just not me, not wanting this bread and breakfast on the residential street. I've gone across, personally toured the applicant's home, and I noted to her that, hey, you know, it's good what you did here with your home, but it's just not the area for it. You know, we don't want our street being commercialized. Apart from that, you know, there is evidence where the applicant, you know, on code enforcement review stating that the property will not be, and I quote, and I just quote this here, please advise that this project is not a change of classification or change of use, and corrected the zoning table, blah, blah, blah. This table incorrectly showed that the use changing from single family residential to bread and breakfast. We have corrected this to show that the existing single family residential shall remain as is. This was stated. This is not me, this is none of the neighbors are stating. This is what the applicant said. And she did this to get Durham approval because Durham needed to get, the city of Miami Beach needed the approval. Regardless what it is, the technicality in it is that none of the neighbors on that street, none of them, and most of us have lived more than 3 decades on that street. So, you know, I'm appealing to you guys here on this vote.
Thank you so much, sir.
You know, are they?
Thank you. You are the last speaker. Go ahead, ma'am.
This is the last speaker.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes, me llamo Susana García y soy residente de Miami Beach por 30 años. He trabajado aquí en los farm market, en los festivales en Miami Beach. Soy vendor de jugos naturales, la cual esta comunidad le gusta. Las personas de aquí de Miami Beach esperaban siempre que nosotros llegáramos. Nosotros somos un mercado que trae buena vibra, un mercado familiar, un mercado que nosotros no esperábamos que nos lo iban a cerrar porque nosotros dependemos de este trabajo, dependemos de este negocio y necesitamos que nos den el voto total y la aprobación de mantener el mercado abierto. En realidad lo necesitamos porque tenemos familias y tenemos hijos y tenemos padres, tenemos madres y nos hemos quedado prácticamente en la calle y necesitamos que continúe. Muchas gracias.
You want me to recap? So she stated that she's a 30-year resident of Miami Beach. She sells natural juices at a vendor at the market. The residents enjoy what her and her family sell. Her family, it's a family-oriented market, and her family depends on her income for a living.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob. All right. Thank you all. I'm sorry we couldn't get to everybody, but we appreciate your input. All right, so let's get to back to the agenda, and I'm going to try to, what I'm going to do is we have a couple items that we're going to try to deal with that are for public hearings. Then we're going to go to the homeless item because a lot of people are interested in that, and then we're going to go right through the agenda. So let's first pick up R7A.
R7A is a public hearing, established memorial plaque at History CH Harvey Rubin. Historic City Hall, got it.
Mr. Mayor, I move my item.
I'll second it. Any objection? Show it done.
It's a public hearing.
It's a public hearing.
Oh, anybody want to be heard about Harvey Rubin?
Ms. Pina, do you want to speak on item R7A, Harvey Rubin?
Okay.
Miss Piña, dije. Miss Piña soy yo.
Are you here to speak on Harvey Rubin?
This is Jaime Piña. I'm a resident of 1925 Washington Avenue.
Sir, is this on Harvey Rubin? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not,
Okay.
not on property Rubin.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Harvey Rubin?
Yes,
You're recognized.
if I may
Moj.
be recognized.
Moj?
Thank you.
Bring it.
Mr. Rubin has served this entire community,
Could you,
Miami-Dade
I'm sorry,
County.
Moj, pick a microphone.
Okay.
And state your
Mr.
name,
Rubin,
Moj.
what?
State your name for the record.
Moj Kagan, Miami Beach resident, Florida Bar member, and Harvey Rubin fan for many years. He has served this entire community, Miami-Dade County, with stellar commitment. His reputation precedes itself, and please go forward with the plaque. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to be heard? Let's bring it back. All right, it's been moved and seconded. It's a voice vote?
It is. Who seconded, I'm sorry?
I did.
You did? Okay.
Show it done without objection. Okay, we're going to move, let's show the next one open and continued.
Open and continued to October 18th.
Okay, let's now move to the Barclay, R9M.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear you.
R9M, as in
R9.
mum.
R9M is discuss action redevelopment of the Barclay, RFP number 2023-115KB, R9M.
Okay, was there also something from the?
On consent.
On the consent also? Or was that the-
C4E.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the consent?
C4E.
Pull up C4E also, thank you.
Companion item C4E.
You're a good vice mayor.
Well, here to help.
Is a referral to Planning Board and Finance Economic Resiliency Committee. Convey of Barclay Plaza, 1940 Park Avenue to MBHA.
Okay, so Tell us about it.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Elizabeth Muro, Interim Director for Facilities and Fleet Management, for the record. On November 16th, 2022, the City Commission instructed the administration to issue a request for proposal for the development of the Barclays at 1940 Park Avenue. We did receive one proposal from Barclay Partners LLC, and they have provided us with 3 options for the redevelopment of the Barclays. The first option provides for a ground level retail space with upper levels, second and third floors with market rents and with residential units. I'll delineate all the financial options as well. In that option, they will provide the city with an upfront payment of $300,000 as well as $50,000 annually, subject to CPI escalations every 5 years. In the second option, similar to the first option, they have provided also the same number of units, and in this case, they will provide the city with a $300,000 payment upfront, $100,000 annually, and a 5% escalations every 5 years. In this second option, they are allocating 80% of the units to workforce units, targeting residents at 120% EAMI. On the third option, they are proposing to redevelop completely a 5-story building, utilizing the area where the pool and the parking is, and this will account for 37 market rent units and 9 units allocated for workforce housing. In all instances for the workforce housing, this will be at 120% AMI. In this option, they will pay the city $300,000 and $200,000 annually, subject to CPI every 5 years. In considering all the options, the city may also want to consider redeveloping the Barclay. Although at this moment we don't have any funding earmarked for the Barclay, there are other funding opportunities that can be explored, including looking into partnering with Miami-Dade County through their request for applications for multifamily affordable housing. Secondly, we may also want to look into seeking proposals from state and federal grants through the State Housing Initiative Partnership. The city may also consider looking into funding from the RDA, as this is located in there. Lastly, there's also unallocated funding from the GEO Bond for Arts and Culture for $4 million. We're seeking policy direction on this item.
Okay, let's begin. First of all, do you guys have a recommendation?
We do now. We're looking for policy direction.
Okay, Commissioner Areola.
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in first because this was kind of my item. As you all know, the city bought the Barclay property, I think it was 2014. So it's been a while, and we've, in the grand tradition of government, just let it be dormant. And so, you know, I saw it, I guess it might be going on 2 years ago, sitting there like, when is something going to happen here? So I brought it, you know, for our discussion and consideration. It's a beautiful building. It's across the street from us right now, and it's in a real up-and-coming neighborhood of Collins Park. As you know, we finished the Convention Center Hotel. I mean, that area is going to become even more vibrant than it is. So I think it's imperative for us to do something sooner rather than later. We heard testimony throughout the day from area residents who, you know, consider this project currently dilapidated and a blight to the neighborhood. So I think it's incumbent upon us to move sooner rather than later. So my 2 cents, what I'd like to see happen is of any of these 3 options, and I'm sure we can talk about other options, but more workforce housing, more than anything else. So however we can get to more workforce housing, that's what would get my support, as opposed to you know, more retail or more office. If we could get more workforce housing, I think that would be a good thing.
Hey, I have a question. Is the Barclay a historic or What's its status?
It is not historic, it contributes to historic
It's a
district.
contributing.
It's a contributing structure, yeah.
Okay. And of the proposals, it was hard to hear, I'm sorry, and I'm old. Right now, to bring it out of disrepair is a substantial cost, right?
Yes, correct. If we were to contemplate this, this is about $23.2 million.
Okay. So anyone you're looking at, any suitor, would have to figure out how to accommodate the cost, that $23 million cost, before it even got to the point of renting an apartment at some percentage of area median income.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yes?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said, so whoever gets this is gonna have to decide whether they're simply gonna spend money, $23 million, to make it available for housing. Did you guys do an analysis of how the numbers work on that? In other words, if $23 million is a lot of money for that. What does that do to the, what does that do to the possibility of providing for housing at some percentage of area median income?
We have looked in comparison to what is being proposed here. We did some very basic analysis. If the city were to generate or create 9 units for workforce housing, it would generate roughly about $297,000. And for 14 units, which I think is one of the options as well, somewhere around $467,000. That is just for the workforce housing component. They would generate additional income just from the market rents. So we think that the financial options here could be stronger.
Okay,
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish.
No, I think that more revenue could be generated from what is being proposed here.
Okay, I want to complete any questions we have of this, and then I want to bring in C4E, because that seems it's another option. And so we ought to be considering them all, but I want to just first try to get through this one, and then we'll go through the two of them together. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah. Well, one thing I failed to mention, just sort of like as a starting point, for me, I want to see more workforce housing. And again, this is my policy preference, more workforce housing, which is something that we're way behind in providing and generating. So this is a drop in the bucket, but, lots of drops. Eventually, maybe the bucket gets filled. The other thing is the city should not be in the business unless there's compelling circumstances of doing development work of this nature. So I do think whatever we do, we should, look to a third party to be our partner in doing the rehab work that's necessary here. It's going to be done quicker and probably less expensively. But I am, interested to talk to the proposer about how the economics might work.
Anyone else before? Okay, let's bring up, I see Commissioner Arreola. Oh, I see, okay, or at least Commissioner Arreola pulled C4E. Let's pull C4E up, and then I'll hear.
I just have a couple of general questions.
Sure. You mind if I pull it up anyway?
Yeah, pull it up, yeah,
and then
fine.
because I don't know that there's any reason not to talk about all the different models side by side. I don't think anyone is focused on. They want the best. So pull up C4E.
So C4E is a referral to Planning Board and Finance Economic Resiliency Committee, conveying of the Barclay Plaza, 1940 Park Avenue, to the Miami Beach Housing Authority.
And I assume you guys pulled it because you wanted them all heard at the same time? Okay, all right, so Commissioner Arreola, then we're going to go to Commissioner Commissioner Richardson, then we're going to go to Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I'm on page 2486 with the 3 different options. So we're not conveying the property, right? So is this like a 99-year lease, or what?
That's correct.
What's the duration of it?
All 3 options require a 99-year ground lease.
Okay. And the last option of the 3 is the one involving a new structure, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
A 5-story building.
I'm sorry?
It's a 5-story building.
Yeah. So, and what is the zoning in that area? Would it allow for a building higher than 5 stories, or is that's the height limit in that area?
I believe that's a high limit. That area has an FAR of 2.0.
And all of the FAR is on the property now. You don't need any FAR from anywhere else, right? Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. That's my question.
Okay, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Okay. So it's a very sad day when the city pays $6 million for an asset and then gets offered $300,000 in return. Now, I'm not a finance expert, but I know that if the city paid $6 million, I don't think we should be negotiating for $300,000. The other day, I was driving around with the head of CIP, and he was telling me that in the last 12 years, Miami Beach has not built a new structure or building, but that he would love the opportunity to renovate a building like the Barclay, the city of Miami Beach renovate a building like the Barclay. This morning, I got a news alert from the South Florida Business, what is it called? The South Florida Business Journal, thank you. Saying that a retail building near Miami Beach Convention Center sold for $16 million, a much smaller building than we're considering at the Barclay. And what is the proposal that we have before us? $300,000. I repeat, we're being offered an entrance payment of $300,000. Now, the Housing Authority of Miami Beach, and I know that they are here, and I would love to hear what they have to say. The city can never repurchase this property. We're never going to have the funds to get a property near the convention center, a couple of blocks from the beach, where we could build workforce and affordable housing. We also, in this time and era, need to partner with people in which we have blind trust, because if we cede a building to somebody for 99 years and they follow the Florida state guidelines, they could build whatever they want there. They could build as high as the Setai. And how high is the Setai? I don't know if Tom Mooney's here. 32 stories. What? 32 stories next to the convention center. It's very important for me as a steward of the public trust to make sure that our assets stay in the public domain. I also understand the fact that the city has really been negligent here, and that the residents, and I see some of them sitting here in the audience, have really been suffering because for the past 10 years, the Barclay, under city control, has turned into a verifiable drug zone where drugs are literally being dealt out in the street. A dead person was found inside of the building. The property has not been secured, and it is a hotbed of crime, and it is a real nuisance property for the neighborhood. They are so upset that they're almost okay with losing $6 million. Okay, they're saying just do anything with the Barclay. We'll take anything that we possibly can. Now, we have this property and we have several options. I have faith right now in the Housing Authority that is in the process of constructing 2 beautiful historic structures. And when you see what they are building, they're absolutely gorgeous. I would like a renovation of said property. And I can guarantee you that if the number 23 million sounds extraordinary, over several years, that it might take a couple of years to do this renovation, we don't need to pay all of that up front. I mean, today, we're spending $600,000 for a water taxi. We gave Ron Book, everybody's buddy, a couple $1 million. So, I mean, I've seen when there's a will to fund something that we find the funding. There are federal funds for this. There are county funds for this. There are now state funds available for this. But I'm really not willing to cede the Barclay. I'm not willing to cede the Barclay for $300,000. Absolutely not. I would like this referral to go through, and I would like for us to give the Barclay to our housing authority, the Miami Beach Housing Authority, so that it stays in the public domain, so that we get the maximum amount of uses of workforce and workforce housing. We also know that our housing authority is not going to build something abominable that we cannot control, because we've been preempted at the state level within the historic district from regulating any type of structure that under the guise of affordable housing. What I would like us to do is to, first of all, consider the ceding of the property to the Housing Authority. I would like to hear from the Housing Authority what they plan to do with it, have the planning board weigh in on it, and then have it come back to us and see what we can possibly do. In the interim, the city really needs to secure this property. They need to put up a complete new fence. They need to put up lighting and possibly some land, whatever they need to do, because this is tens of millions of dollars in assets here. And these people, the surrounding neighbors, can no longer take the state of the Barclay. Now, there was this, so I'm asking my colleagues to help me save this asset that we can never repurchase again. Not only is there not buildable land on Miami Beach, but the cost is astronomical. I would question this $23 million assessment for renovation because the man who's proposing to renovate the Barclay is saying that it's going to cost him $16 million. So why would it cost somebody in the private sector $16 million and the city of Miami Beach, it's going to cost us $7 million more? That right there tells you that something is wrong with our assessment.
Okay.
I would love to hear from Moj Daniel, the chair of the Housing Authority, who's here to speak on this.
Well, let me get to
Mr. Mayor.
your colleagues. Commissioner Fernandez, do you have your hand up?
Listen, this is such a valuable asset that I think we're very fortunate that it's in the public's domain. I think it was good foresight to purchase it at a price that we would never be able to acquire it again in the future. Right now, at the moment, I think we haven't finished exploring all options. I think that there's, an entity, the Housing Authority, that we need to be engaging with and seeing what they could do with this property. I'm not impressed when I see 14 residential workforce housing units. That doesn't seem significant to me. I would almost be inclined to defer on anything having to do with the proposal received from the developer, to give us time to discuss at committee with the Housing Authority what could they potentially do in the public domain. And they've done great stuff. I know by Indian Creek, they built a new building that our seniors love, and around it, there's great development happening. They got a piece of property, they re-envisioned it years ago, and now it's some of the most valuable real estate in our city. And so they have a unique expertise in this that we can't ignore. And I think before we take any action, we should have this committee discussion as to what the Housing Authority could do.
Well,
Okay.
that's what my referral is
Yeah.
a referral to the planning board and committee to further this discussion about about coming up with an agreement with our Housing Authority.
Sure.
So I want to hear from you all, but I think, look, it seems pretty obvious that the commission wants some kind of workforce or affordable housing with the Barclay. I was looking at the resolution that was passed out, and it looked like it provided for the demolition of the structure, which I think we'd have to know about. But it also, essentially, one of the things is it's like it would give you an asset that if you sold, and it mentions it here, they would just take the proceeds of the sale for, it sounds like workforce or affordable housing somewhere else maybe. In other words, giving you an asset that you just monetize, so, which by the way, may be exactly what we want to do, but I think these are very different options, and I don't think this is at all cooked at this point, because would have no clue what I think is the best option until someone tells me the economics of this. I don't have a problem with the Housing Authority, but I'd like to hear, I'd like to get at some point a recommendation from the city as to what gets us to workforce and affordable housing in the most fastest, because this thing has been just in disrepair for so long, and obviously the fact that it is in disrepair and the fact that it's either $15, $20, or $23 million to bring up to a usable structure means that it changes the economics of anyone wanting to do something. So I think we need to get some very clear options from the administration, and one of those options can certainly be just going over to the Housing Authority, but I think we would have to know exactly what the Housing Authority wants to do. I wouldn't feel comfortable just saying demolish the property, sell the land, and use the money. I mean, that may be the option we end up with, but that's sort of what they're saying in this resolution. So I just think we need to know what it is, and Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, what would,
My referral is different from the resolution. My referral is to refer it to the planning board to start the discussion to see, and the housing authority would have to go before the planning board. I would also not like to see the sale of the property. If you sell that property, anybody could build whatever they want there. We could get a bizarre application. So I would not be in favor of selling the property, but I would be in favor of partnering with you, helping the housing authority with funding, having the housing authority use partly their funding, and, you know, have them also work toward finding the funding for the Barclay. But it would have to, we have to work with expediency, because the state that it's in is deplorable right now.
Mr.
And
Mayor.
nobody can argue with that.
Mr. Mayor, got a
Yeah.
question for you. And, you know, you bring up a good point, but I think in the benefit in referring this to committee is in the event of a sale, you know, we could engage in discussions. And usually, and I understand, Mr. Attorney, that all of our contracts, usually we have a reverter clause and when we do alienations of public property like this. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
We could certainly include
A reverter.
right of reverter, and as drafted, the item would propose conveying to the housing authority for the sole and restricted purpose of developing and operating the Barclay for affordable or workforce housing.
And in discussions with the housing authority, we could also discuss whether they would proffer any covenant that would require them that if there is a sale, that it, you know, maybe require approval of the city commission, or even that the dollars be reinvested in Miami Beach rather than in other areas. Could we not discuss that as part of any referral that we do?
You could discuss that, or you could discuss the way we normally do with other projects, a long-term lease so that the city retains
Exactly.
the ownership interest.
Okay, I just wanted to place that on the record, because we're not just handing over an asset and saying now that the housing authority can sell it and now get an asset that was purchased by Miami Beach and get those profits and now take it to somewhere else. No, we can put measures in place so that we achieve, through a public government entity, the objective of increasing our workforce housing stock, while at the same time protecting the taxpayer's asset, whether it be in its physical form or whether it be in its liquidated form as funds generated through any other future transfer. So those are all controls and measures we could put in place, Mr. Mayor, at a referral in committee, should it be necessary.
I don't have any objection to referral. In fact, you know, I think probably at this point, we don't know which route you're going on. And we would really want that cooked a little bit so we could say, yeah, that sounds right, or no. But it's going to have some public oversight, obviously, because we want it for workforce and affordable housing. So whether it's the housing authority or whether it's something else that we do, we need to iron that out. You guys want to be heard briefly? Because is there any objection to the referral that has been described?
I just have a question. Is it just a referral, or does the item include the conveyance of the property? And Moj is here. I'd love to hear from Moj. Does the housing authority have any money to develop this property, or what would you do? Mayor, can we hear from Moj?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm curious, if you have the funds to develop it, or would you do basically, good afternoon, welcome.
Hi.
Or would you do what we just did, and that is to
Moj
put out
Kagan.
an RFP?
I'm still Moj Kagan, and appearing before you as chair of the commission for the Housing Authority of the City of Miami Beach. And I'd like to respectfully invite Miguel Del Campillo, Executive Director, and Michael O'Hara, Chief Development Officer. We are uniquely situated to carry forward a project like this because we specialize in affordable and workforce housing. Our staff is relentless in pursuing dollars from different buckets, from HUD, the state, national loans and grants. We are currently developing 2 projects in the Normandy area, and I want to urge you to consider a public-public partnership, something between the Housing Authority and perhaps MBHA, Miami Beach Housing Authority, which is not us. Again, we are uniquely situated to carry forward a project like this. Whether it's going to be rehab, whether it's going to be a new build, remains to be determined. I think that would be putting the cart before the horse at this point. But there is an urgency in this matter. I think it's an incredible property. You're certainly preventing it from falling into hands of other potential developers or encumbering it for 99 years for small amounts of money. But, you don't want another Clevelander situation on your hands where a developer will come in and buy it and do whatever they want under the auspices of the state. So I urge you to consider working with us. The Housing Authority has an incredible track record and maintains thousands of units throughout Miami Beach, providing housing, which is one of the plagues of our community, unfortunately. And I just want to thank Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez for putting this resolution out there to call us to duty to serve with you.
So
Thank you.
Can I make a thank you motion? Can I
Sure.
make a suggestion?
Hold on,
My-
are you finished down there? Let me just see
No,
if he's.
no, I'm not.
Let him finish
So
and I'll come
I just
back
had
to
a
you.
couple of, specific questions, and
So
that is.
whether we have funding?
Yeah, if you have funding, or
We
what
have
would,
some
let me
funding.
finish
Oh,
my question.
sorry,
Thank you.
go
So,
ahead.
so I'm just curious if you have funding, or if you would do what the city just did, and that is to put out an RFP, or maybe because you're a housing authority, you have access to financing terms that others do not. I don't know. Somebody can answer that question for. But
The
do you
answer
have
is
money?
all
Do
of
you have
the
funds now?
above. The answer is all of the above. We do have some funds that we use for development. We do partner with others for tax credits and other, financing that's available to housing authorities, and we also apply for various buckets of funding. It's a very rigorous and daunting process, but funding comes from many, many different sources, and not very many individuals or agencies stand in the shoes of a housing authority that is under the auspices of HUD. So I don't know if that answers your questions, but it's all of the above.
Yeah, it's a really challenging property because I ask, when I say that, I ask if a model similar to what we just used in Collins Park could be used, and the numbers don't really work there. So it is a challenge. So the question, I go back, is Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, is your item, is it a referral, or does it also include the conveyance? Because I'm not ready to convey the property until I know what a plan would be.
So here is what I would suggest. The city is looking for direction from us, and my motion would be to authorize the administration and our legal department to sit down with the housing authority and come back to us with their plan, with a plan of what you'd like to do, how you're gonna do it, what you would need from us in order to do it, because I think we could provide some level of funding to help in the process, given that it's right next to our, and then come back to us. This is it's public, it's staying in the public domain. We know that the Housing Authority does such a good job. You've seen Rebecca Towers, you've seen Chaikin and the other buildings that they build. They're actually out there building, doing, and that's what we need. We need to take action, and we also want to keep it in our public domain.
Yeah, but if
So
you'll-
my motion would be to authorize the administration to enter into, to begin a negotiation with our Housing Authority.
Which we would gladly do on an expedited basis with you.
Let me hear from Commissioner Areola.
No, let me,
Oh,
if I could
And I'll
just
second your
finish.
motion.
So, is there, when this was put out for RFP, could the Housing Authority, could they have replied, or they would have been locked out of replying to the RFP?
I don't see any reason why they would have been prohibited from participating in the process.
Yeah, because I hear your point, Commissioner Rosinger, on cash flow, but giving the property to the Housing Authority would give us less than what's being offered of $300,000. We would get nothing, right? So, I mean, if you wanted maximum cash flow, probably the smartest thing to do, and I'm not advocating this because I really love having this property, the best thing to do on cash flow is to sell that property and take 100% of the funds and put into, give that funds to the housing authority so they can build the maximum number of units. That would be if you wanted the maximum return. But I'm not advocating because I very much like having that property. So,
Commissioner Richardson, June of 2022, the Housing Authority actually submitted a resolution for the Commission's consideration with 3 potential ideas. But the first was to transfer the Barclay to us to allow for demolition potentially of the current structure and to construct new affordable housing developments with restrictive covenants of a minimum of 50 years. I'm
familiar with that, but this commission rejected that plan because it wasn't specific. So, I have no objection to, as the mayor said, exploring other options. So if that, but I'm not, as much as I have great respect for the speaker, Moj, I don't want to give you the property until I know if you have a plan that would be acceptable to the city and the residents. Right now, we do have a proposal in front of us that gets us $300,000 more than we've been getting for the last, I think, 10 years as that property sits there, sadly. So,
Commissioner, and I hate to.
So, a couple things. So, one, I'll look to you, Madam Manager. When I heard that we only had one respondent to the RFP, I was very frustrated, disappointed, and shocked because, I thought real estate in Miami Beach would have had a lot of respondents. So, it goes to the, question I often raise is, is there something broken in our RFP process where, we're not getting more people answering? Because if I remember correctly, when we put this out, we put it out with pretty broad parameters. And I think we had a market appraisal of what the property was worth and all of that to satisfy you, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. So I'm just curious why we only had one. I don't know if you have insight into that, Madam Manager. And the other thing is as I'm hearing the word demolition of this, and as if that's okay, and I'm not okay with that. But had I proposed that, certain people here would have got ballistic. But all of a sudden, because they like the entity that is proposing that, demolition is okay. I don't think demolition is okay or warranted here. I think we've got a beautiful property that just needs to be renovated. And we just got to figure out what is our highest priority. If our highest priority is affordable housing, then that's what we should focus on. If our highest priority is, economic development in the area, then maybe we do a mixed-use project. But I think we ourselves need to figure out what is our priority and then pursue the best path towards achieving that priority. Among my concerns with the housing authority is, what funds do you have? If the only ability to get funds is to sell and or demolish this, or that's what a developer might do, we could do that ourselves. We could just go out and sell it ourselves and keep the money for ourselves and then do something else. We could even hand those proceeds over to the housing authority if we wanted to do that. Because I know what will happen is if we were to deed this over to them, they're just going to come back to us and ask for money to help finish the project. So, I think we need to listen to the proposal, see if we can make it better. Another option would be put it back out to RFP, see if we can get some more fresh ideas, especially with the Live Local Act now. I'm not sure, we haven't heard from the proposer yet, whether they took that into account. Could this be a different type project if a developer were to be working under those auspices? But I want us to articulate what is our highest priority here. Is it affordable housing or is it something else? Mine is affordable housing.
Okay, Commissioner Dominguez.
When I had my agenda review, when we were going over this item, I was surprised that there was only one RFP, and I also got the impression that the city was very cautious, and that's why there wasn't a recommendation, because it's not a good deal for the city. So I am interested in hearing more about the housing authority and making sure that the city keeps this asset, and if we can renovate it, I think that's also a good idea.
Okay, let me just say, for me, I'm happy to do a referral. I don't think anything's cooked yet, though, because I mean, I looked at this and it was, there seems to be, what's put in here are just simply two options. One is demolishing and building, and the other is demolishing or not demolishing, or selling to generate revenue. And by the way, I think the money and the site, that all of it should go to affordable and workforce housing. We all agree. So why don't we just refer, let them talk to the housing authority and anyone else, because I think I don't think we know what door we want to go through at this point, because we just don't have all the facts. It may be that they come back and the administration says, we hate to tell you this, but given the problems with the property, the only option is to demolish it, liquidate it, and if that's what you want to do, there may be an option to do something different than that, but I don't know what it is, because the economics of the property have become challenging even in the market that we have. And the reason, obviously, they're challenging is if you're doing workforce or affordable housing, you have a limited rent flow, so it's very hard to put together a deal that makes sense for the cost of the property. Now, we are giving the property, so we're taking that out of the juncture for a developer. But I just want to see the best and most highest use for affordable and workforce housing. I think the one thing that you're going to have to deal with us on is whether we demolish or whether we're prepared to approve something to be demolished. And what I don't want us to do, by the way, is I don't think it makes sense for us to give the property away not knowing what's going to happen to it. I think that would be an abdication. I think we have to know whether we have to hear from the community about the historical significance of the property. We have to know whether the cost of bringing it up is worth, the juice is worth the squeeze, basically, and we don't know any of that. So I'm happy to have them as a potential partner, but I also think we should be, that everybody should be a potential partner. They're an obvious, and maybe an obvious partner, but I just think we don't know where we're going right now, and it would be hard for us to jump out, I don't know what metaphor I want to use, for the plane to leave the ground without us knowing where we're landing. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. I'll tell you, we have 66 units there now. And, when I see 9 units and I see another option that's 14 units, this is an area of our city that has capacity for more than 9 or 14 units. And I think we should engage in this conversation with the housing authority, allow them to present a more detailed analysis or presentation of what they propose, even under a circumstance of keeping the building or elements of the building. I think that's part of what we need to allow them to present. If the scenario here of them demolishing the building, well, what does that yield in terms of affordable workforce housing? And the scenario of them preserving elements of the building and possibly adding on, what would that yield? Mr. Mayor, I trust them, and one of the key things is that the Housing Authority is not just an independent entity. You, Mr. Mayor, appoint all the members of the Housing Authority. So I have great trust in them over any other entity to come forward to us with the public's best interest in mind. And I'd encourage us to allow our administration, our professional staff, not necessarily, let's not say negotiate, but at least engage in more detailed conversations, allow them to elaborate in their presentation and present an option that would also contemplate the preservation of the existing building.
I don't disagree with any of that. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I would change my referral to make Commissioner Richardson more comfortable, to refer this instead to two committees, to the Housing Authority, to the Housing Authority to sit down and come back with a real proposal, and also my Affordable Housing Committee, of which I am chair. That would be my and for the city to participate in the discussion and to come up with something palpable. Do you still second that?
I'll second that, and I think we can defer R9M to come back with an updated analysis of what comes out from those conversations. Right now, we only have certain options here, but it'd be great to see what comes back from those referrals.
Okay, is that all right with everybody?
Yeah, so,
Commissioner
Mayor,
Richardson.
let me say, so you said that the economics
wanna
of this problem, the economics of the property are what are driving this, and the reason you only see the lower cash flow is because the developer's gonna have to put all this money into redeveloping a property, so the economics don't really work, and that's the problem. The issue with the property is that, you know, you've got space on the south west corner for a new development, but then you've got a FAR limitation, which only can take you up 5 stories, I think. So if you, I don't know what other buildings, the height of other buildings in the area, but that's what's causing the economics to be limited for this property. So I'm happy to have it amended and have the administration have an expedited conversation with the Housing Authority. What you should take off the table, though, is the option that the Housing Authority would sell the property, because if we want to do that, we could do that. We could do that. So I don't want to do that, because if you really want the best return for that property, the best return would be to sell it and let a commercial development, and then take 100% of the funds and put into workforce housing, or to give it to all of the funds to the Housing Authority. That would be the best return for that particular property.
Okay, so
But I would just, Moj, the chair of the Housing Authority, you were just mentioning something, and we weren't able to pick it up.
We're not divesting, we're actually looking to pick up what little is left on Miami Beach that represents value, because we are uniquely situated to be able to develop more affordable housing throughout the beach. So right now, we are nowhere near the business of divesting of anything. We actually are trying to acquire development possibilities.
So you're not looking to sell. On the record, you're
Not
stating
at
that the Housing Authority, part of the conversations, will not agree in any way selling or divesting.
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez, to clarify, neither are we. And, you know, to be fair,
State your
I
name,
think.
please. Your name?
Oh, I apologize. Donahue Peebles III. I'm the founder and chairman of Legacy Real Estate Development, the sole proposer. I think it's a pleasure to be in front of you all again when we agree on so many more things than we disagree on. The site is dilapidated. It is a bastion for crime and homelessness, and it is not reflective of the city of Miami Beach that we hope to live in. You know, I think where we differ is how we get there. Legacy provides certainty. What we commit to do is moving as fast as the regulatory bodies allow us to put a shovel in the ground and ultimately end up with a completed project. We agree that the building is architecturally significant, and as a consequence, we'll fight to put it on the National Registry of Historic Places so that it is preserved in perpetuity, so that what's happening at the Clevelander never happens here. We're paying the city and we're putting it back on the tax rolls, which inure to the city of Miami Beach's economic advantage in perpetuity. We're committing to a meaningful portion of the ground floor to be arts and culture focused in honor of the Collins Park Arts and Culture District. And 100% of the units in the historic Barclay can be workforce housing as we continue to refine our plan. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez has a different alternative. She proposes giving the historic Barclay away to the Housing Authority, a group of unelected political insiders who are not developers and to date have not posted any meeting minutes or videos. They're not developers.
We are developers, and all of our minutes and everything is publicly available.
So what they'll do is they'll issue another RFP like they did with those 2 sites. They'll award them first to Housing Partners Group and subsequently to Atlantic Pacific, RFPs that will not be subject to the same transparency that we have here, in development agreements that are not subject to your oversight. And even then, we'd say thank you. At least the Barclay is getting redeveloped. But the truth of the matter is that the Housing Authority hasn't been able to accomplish even that. As recently as 2019, the City of Miami Beach disposed of multiple properties to the Housing Authority, and two, or all but one, have not commenced construction. If we really do agree, Commissioner, that the historic Barclay should be preserved, that it should be redeveloped and revitalized, the responsible choice is clear.
Can I say something?
Okay, yeah, Commissioner,
Okay.
you're recognized, and let's bring this in.
Thank you, Donahue. First and foremost, I think you're confusing the Housing Authority with the Miami Beach Community Development Corporation. Those are two separate entities. The Housing Authority actually manages and builds housing. They're building several projects right now in the city of Miami Beach. So I think you meant something else. Anyway, I have a motion on the floor, and my motion is to refer this item to the Housing Authority and the Affordable Housing Committee in conjunction with the city to come up with a joint public partnership and a plan, and finalize a plan. And in the interim, so that's my motion.
Which is the Affordable Housing Committee?
That's the one that you appointed me to. I am the
Okay.
Affordable Housing
All right, that's what I-
Advisory Committee Chair.
Okay.
I will make sure that the item's heard. We have city staff there. I would hope that the Housing Authority will be present at the meeting, and we can begin to, and we will come back, let's say in a couple of months. How long do we need to do this? 2 months?
Certainly.
Okay, so we can come back, let's
60
see,
days.
not at the October meeting, probably the December meeting. We would have to come back at the December meeting with some options.
On your
Or we
motion.
can try to come back in October.
On your motion,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
After it goes to the Housing Authority, and then it goes to the Affordable Housing Committee, it might be good if whatever comes out of these two bodies goes back to the Finance Committee together with the proposal that we have before us from Barclays Partners LLC, and then come back to the City Commission. That way we can see everything together. You know, what comes out of the Housing Authority and the Affordable Housing Committee together with the option that was presented to us in the RFP.
Okay, but is the city, here's my question. Alina, if we ask you to sit down with the Housing Authority and come up with a plan, a partnership, I think that's kind of the clear direction to begin, to not negotiate, not necessarily negotiate, but to work in conjunction, to refer this to the Housing Authority, have the city present at that meeting, and come back to us with a plan.
We'd be happy to work with the Housing Finance Authority. Moja and I have known each other for many, many years, extremely competent leader, and I look forward to the opportunity to working with her. I also, want to offer, there's no reason why we couldn't be on parallel paths. The reason that this item was here listed as a discussion item is because we felt pretty strongly that we had to close out a process. We had policy direction from this commission to go through an RFP process. We did that. To answer your question, Commissioner Arriola, specifically, we had 107 prospective bidders interested in this advertisement and this solicitation, and yet we only received one bidder. There's obviously an issue, and I believe, and somebody can correct me, this is possibly the second time we've gone through this process since I've been here, and I've only been here 4 years, almost 4 years. But clearly, in our memo, we were very specific in saying the administration deems that the city could benefit from a projected revenue stream higher than what is proposed by the developer. So we had our concerns about the options, but we had an obligation to come back to you and report on that process that you directed us. So, I think the developer understands that what's been proposed is not acceptable. We have a legal process that we have to close out. We either reject it or we negotiate, and we negotiate a better option and a combination of, a culmination of these, and we can, on a parallel path, be negotiating and having conversations with the Housing Finance Authority so that there's something that can be compared, can be comparable.
We have leverage.
It's up to all of you. Obviously,
mind
we
doing
stand
that. I don't think it hurts
ready
to
and
have more
prepared to
options.
do
Of
that.
course.
And I would like to, before we
Else you want
close
us to
out
do?
this conversation, I really need Liz and Chief Jones to put on the record all that we've done to protect that property, because obviously we are very concerned. We've always been very concerned, and all the residents that are here know me well at this point. They communicate with me pretty regularly, and we respond at all times, and we've made sure that that property is protected. So I want to make sure that record gets clarified.
Commissioner Areola.
Absolutely. So
Well,
in terms of facilities, just to clarify the
You
maintenance
need
of
to
the
speak
property.
up. I'm sorry, you need to speak up.
In terms of the maintenance of the property, the facilities department collaborates with other city departments, including sanitation and obviously with police. And we secure the facility on a regular basis. We have staff program there once or twice a week to make sure that it's consistently secured, that the fences are always in good order, and we are constantly maintaining the area. I'll let
Good afternoon, Wayne Jones, Chief of Police. On a daily basis, 3 shifts, at least an hour once an hour each shift. We check the property, make sure there are no break-ins into the property. We have had an ongoing issue of homeless people breaking into it, squatting in the building, and so twice this month alone, we've actually sent officers inside the premises to clear it of homeless folks. So it has been an ongoing issue for us. We continue to address this daily. We'll continue to address this as long as reasonably possible.
Thank you,
can I-
Chief. Hold on, go to Commissioner Areola, then Commissioner Rosenthal.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd take you up on what you said about going parallel paths. It doesn't hurt us to do that, and it might put us in the best spot at the end of the day, because 2 sort of competing ideas going at it may put us in the best spot. So that's what I would advocate. So maybe amend your motion, Commissioner Rose Gonzalez. I'm not done. And then I saw Alex Dennis pop your head up there. Just for a quick 30 seconds, and I'm not criticizing your department at all. Do you have any insight into how this procurement could have gotten more responses? What did we miss? What didn't we do?
So what we've heard, we've done 2 RFPs and 1 industry review. We invited the industry to come in and talk to us about this property. And what they all said across the board was that the historic designation was an impediment. That if the historic designation did not exist, they could do a lot more and the property would be much more viable. But because we were insisting in both RFPs that it be redeveloped as a historic property, that really created problems for developers.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Here's the thing.
I'm not asking for the response from my colleagues, but take that under advisement, whether that's something we might want to revisit, having that removed so we get better responses. Because, I mean, one of the proposals from the Housing Authority was to demolish it. So, it's kind of weird. Look, a comment was made that, this developer, their opening bid would have been a $300,000 down payment, depending on which option we chose, and then $100,000 a year in rent, blah, blah, blah. Under the Housing Authority proposal, it's 0. So if we're criticizing the developer's proposal for not being sufficient, something is better than 0. So, I mean, I just find it hard to reconcile some of the statements that are made up here because they're wildly inconsistent. But anyway, that's just editorializing. Mayor, I would advocate for your approach, which is a dual-track negotiation.
Well, I don't know, Commissioner, you're recognized.
Okay, I'm not going to put the Housing Authority through the time and the energy and the effort to go on a dual track. My motion is to refer, the bid that we have in front of us today that we have to vote on, I don't think that $300,000 with what we're getting is a good deal for the city. So maybe we need to vote on that right now, because I want to give the administration clear and direct, and I want them to have clear direction. And what we've just done right now is what we keep doing. We just keep going around in circles. So if we have to,
No, hold on for a second.
so if we have to negotiate this today, I would, vote on the $300,000 proposal. I'm a no on $300,000 and giving the Barclay away, an asset that we paid $6 million for. So it's on the agenda. Let's vote on it.
I have a question for Ms.
We have a
Siva.
motion and a second. By
Doesn't mean-
the way, my motion, what? You didn't second it?
We're still discussing it. We'll get a chance to vote.
There was an item that I seconded that had to do with engaging in negotiation. I'm not seconding an item to do away with a proposal because I think it gives us leverage in negotiation. It gives the administration that leverage, whether it be from the private applicant or from the public applicant. And there are two very different proposals. You know, one talks about demolishing a historic asset. A historic asset has value to our community. And the other one is, you know, provides very little return in the workforce housing count, and quite frankly, you know, putting in private hands public property, but with very little money up front and a pretty low yearly ground lease payment. I mean, a $50,000 ground lease, it's very low. So I think what we should be doing is we should be asking our professionals to be in conversations, negotiating with both parties, and come back to us the best that they can get from both sides, so that we can consider that. And I think we should be working with both right now. I think it would be premature, and we lose our leverage when we do away with the competition.
I agree with that, but Commissioner Richardson wanted to speak.
Thank you. And I agree with Commissioner Fernandez that we should be exploring all options right now. Let me just say that if we continue with the current limitations on the property, we're not going to get a fantastic return on the investment for the property because of the limitations on the property. So what I would say in this direction to the staff in exploring options with both the Housing Authority and with this developer is let them tell us what they would need, not on the existing property, but on the southwest corner where there's space for a new building. What could they give us if we, this commission, gave them the additional FAR? Because remember, that's not a referendum. The commission, whatever commission is sitting, could say, we'll let you go to 8 stories or 9. I don't know what the number is. The professionals can work that out. But if you're limited to going to 5 floors on the new structure, then the cash flow is going to be limited because it's basic finance, it's economics. But I think as part of the conversation, let the Housing Authority come in and say, hey, we would put a new building on the southwest corner, and what do you think if we went to 8 stories or 7? I don't know what the number is, but give them that flexibility and proposal, and give the developer the same flexibility to say, hey, if you'll let us go instead of 5 stories, let us go 6 stories, let us go 7 stories, let us go 8 stories. Something that would be consistent with that neighborhood. Because if you leave it the way it is, I'm telling you, the returns are never going to be there. And to Commissioner Ariola's point, that is the reason we got one response, is because the numbers don't make any sense. And that's why you're seeing a $300,000 payment, because there is no more juice to squeeze out of the deal unless you give more options. And so I would say as part of that, and I want to continue having conversations with both entities to get the maximum that we could out of the property, but I would encourage to have a little bit more flexibility.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, let's get this done,
Okay.
because by the way, I don't
okay.
think we disagree a whole lot, honestly. I don't. I feel like we don't know the critical sort of ways in which this could be realized, and so we're sort of running around each other on this without, if someone said we could add FAR, or we're willing to demolish, or we're doing this, then we would all have a different, we could look at the same thing, but now it's not orange and apples, it's orange, apples, mangoes, and Hyundais. So I agree with Commissioner Fernandez's approach. Let's just see what.
But in order to have and I'm sorry to my colleague, in order for that to be successful, the negotiation, a fair negotiation with both sides, they need to be on equal footing on what are the development rights that they are considering to put together a proposal that makes sense and that they're that the FAR is the same, that the height is the same, so that they know what they can do. In terms of a proposal, because if one is thinking, preserve the building and dealing with a lower FAR and height, their proposal is going to be very different than the other person's if they're considering demolishing the building, increasing FAR, and getting more height. So I think us as a city commission first we need to come to an agreement of what are the development rights that this parcel is going to have for affordable and workforce housing before we sit down and we utilize our staff time and the industry time in putting together proposals. I think we first need to come together on that policy. What is the development rights we want to have here for this purpose?
Can I say
Yeah, you're
something?
recognized.
Okay, the reason why I don't want to engage with both parties is because it's been exhausting for me to undo the political campaign that the developer has been running with different neighborhood activists, telling all the, promising the neighborhood that he's going to do X. So, we flippantly say, oh, let's negotiate with both parties. In the interim, this is a lot of work for me to try to keep this in the public domain. Commissioner Fernandez, I was talking to you, mostly to you. It's a lot of work. I've had to, send an email now. I have, I have to deal with, we have Ray Breslin from Collins Park, and we have different residents here. So it's been exhausting for me behind the scenes. It's a tremendous amount of work that I've had to do to kind of convince people that we can keep this property in the public domain, and I just don't have the energy. So it's very easy to say, let's negotiate with both, but really I want to negotiate with the Housing Authority. I want this to be a public offer, and I want them to take it seriously. And obviously, now you've just told the developer, hey, you can demolish it, and you can pretty much, we haven't given it. So I think that what we want to do is to preserve this property. We want to preserve this property, but this is two very different things, because in one negotiation, it would not be in the public domain, so I wouldn't want to give any funding. In the other situation, if the property does remain in the public domain, I would want the city of Miami Beach to contribute. So, we need to make a decision. I would like, and so if you continue this, it's really torture for me. I just want you to understand that. Because it's been a relentless behind the scenes political shenanigans, with, going and seeking out the surrounding residents, making them promises, calling community, calling a neighborhood association presidents. So if this happens, it's just going to be 10 times more work for me. So my motion is to negotiate with our public entity, and to provide them some funding and to move forward seriously with the renovation of the Barclay for workforce and affordable housing under the auspices of the Housing Authority, and to start that process. And really, the administration needs clear direction, because now what we've done is given them a palaba of we don't know what. And this is what we continually do. So my motion would be to refer this to the to the Housing Authority of the City of Miami Beach and the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and for the City of Miami Beach to work with the Housing Authority to come up with a funding plan to renovate the Barclay properties and keep it in the public domain.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, you had made a motion too. What's your motion?
Well, let me just go back for a moment, because public domain, non-public domain, the domain that I wanted in is housing for people who need it. What the deal that yields the most amount of units for affordable and workforce that presents the best finance schedule for the city is the domain I wanted. If it's the public sector, wonderful. I want it to be the public sector. If it's the private sector that yields the best number of units, then it's the public sector. But I don't think we're in a position yet to say which one or the other is going to be. I think we should be negotiating with both sides, but we need to tell them, even negotiating just with the Housing Authority, what are they going to be negotiating with the housing authority? A demolition of a historic structure, preservation of a structure, adding preservation of elements and adding FAR? We haven't determined that.
Commissioner, look, the problem is we don't have that done yet, so we're debating two different things. For instance, when I looked at the housing authority's resolution, it has obviously either sale or demolition, and I certainly would want to know if those are the only two options. And I think Commissioner Fernandez is right. Until we settle on what it is, or we tell them these are the things you can look at, then that's fine. So can we send this somewhere to make that happen? Because I think you're right, Commissioner Fernandez. It doesn't make sense to throw it all out there and say, okay, you can give us an idea. Even the housing authority can't do it, because if they don't know what the FAR is, if they don't know that we're totally opposed to the sale or the demolition, then how do they come back to us with an idea that's a non-starter? So I think somebody has to tell them what the constraints of this are and what the options are, so that we can get a bid. And I'm happy for it to be multiple parties. I would prefer them, but that doesn't mean they would have the best thing. Might be the private sector is a better option.
So then I need to know with the city attorney, because
Wait,
I want to respect all my colleagues, and I want to find the best position here for the city. If we go forward, let's say, and we say, let's negotiate exclusively and work exclusively with the housing authority, would that be considered a bid waiver?
It would require the waiver of competitive bidding, and then it would require planning board approval, and then a 6/7 commission vote.
But to proceed today in giving direction to our administration, that would require 5 votes, because if we did not receive a bid, we only got a sole proponent.
Well, it depends on the motion, Commissioner. I think if the motion was just to authorize discussions without making the decision to waive anything or to take any concrete action, then you wouldn't need to waive bids.
But what I'm
today.
hearing from my colleague is direct and negotiation. We can only negotiate by then waiving bids.
If you want to authorize negotiations, then yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
please?
but
This
yeah,
is
go ahead.
important. Is Michael O'Hara from the Housing Authority here? Where is he? Michael, can you come up, please? Because I'd like to get a little bit of information on what you guys need, because I really want to finally give some definitive direction to the administration and the Housing Authority. And right now, it's very nebulous. Michael.
Good afternoon, Michael O'Hara, Director of Housing Development Programs for the Housing Authority, City of Miami Beach. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. So we've been following this from afar, and when we're talking about the demolition idea in the Housing Authority's resolution, that came after that a sale idea was proposed by some of the commissioners, that if the property was to be sold, that the proceeds would be used for affordable housing. So that's where the Housing Authority was coming in with the idea of sale and proceeds. It wouldn't be for the Housing Authority to sell the property if the city decided to sell the property, to use those proceeds for affordable housing. So I just wanted to clarify that. So on the number of units in the Barclay, there are 60 some odd units there now, according to the staff memo. According to the current zoning code, those 60 units would have to be converted to 32 units. So you're lowering the number of units at the Barclay. The Housing Authority would be applying for funds from the state, from the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. There's something called the total development cost per unit. And if you're at 32 units, you're at pretty much $350,000 total development cost. So the most money that anybody would be able to acquire from state resources to develop 32 units of affordable housing would be in and around $11 million. So if you're talking a total development cost, what I'm hearing of plus $11 million, an affordable housing project using state funds would not be a viable option because of the reduction of units from 60 to 32. So that's an important you know, that's an important clarification here. If you're going from 60 to 32, you're up against that total development cost, and that's not a housing authority rule. That's a state legislature rule, and it's an important thing. And you know, the rents, when you're talking at 120% of area median income, you're talking about a single person making $70,000 plus, and you're talking about a rent between maybe in around $2,500 to $3,500. The housing authority is providing housing for people that are earning up to maybe $18,000, and rent would be maybe $250 to $350. So the economics of a purely affordable housing deal by the housing authority at less than 80% the area median income, it's a true public benefit. It's not an economic benefit to the city. So there's two different. The approaches are totally different things here. So if you're looking for economic benefit to the city, I can't tell you that the housing authority's deal is that. But if you're looking for public benefit and the provision of affordable housing in perpetuity, because that's what the housing authority does and that's their mission, then the better deal is with the housing authority. So that I can't give you, but I just wanted to bring those clarifications to you.
Yeah, okay, listen, guys, we're sort of wound up. This thing has got us all wound up. Look, here's the point. We don't know what route we're taking right now. We don't know. Because, by the way, even if we went the route that a few folks have recommended of selling the property, we don't know what we would do to constrain what the new owner could do, which would control how much money is raised. So we've got to send this somewhere where these options can be decided so that whether it's a private group or the housing authority, that at least we're all on the same page as to what the options are. And this thing is not close to cooked at this point, because all we're doing is debating different shifting sands of different options which aren't before us. I think, Commissioner Fernandez, you said it correctly. We're not doing it right now. So can we send this somewhere where that discussion can happen and staff can prepare us, and the housing authority, anyone else can say this is what you should do? Because this is not going to get us to an end point.
Alina, where do you recommend that we send this so that you get the best benefit of this? If you send it to my committee, then they can tell me what they can raise, and I can tell you what the city needs to put in to redevelop it and renovate it and have a beautiful historic property that is 100% public benefit, okay, and not privately owned. So, I mean, so then we're gonna do, Alina, what do you suggest?
Again, I mean, this is all catching us a little bit off guard, and we haven't really had time to even think about it. But I think that the process that you were describing may make sense as long as it ends in Finance Committee, because at the end of the day, there has to be some analysis of what the financial implications are for the city. We don't have currently $16 or $23 million identified as a capital project or as an investment. So I think in order to be able to analyze it properly, all of that can be vetted through the process that you described, but ultimately end up, and we would be participating along the way. At the end of the day, whatever it manifests itself to be, it's going to require a bid waiver. It basically becomes an unsolicited proposal, for lack of a better description.
Yeah.
And then I think the question for me is, what do we do with this other process that we've been engaged in? And how do we bring that process either to closure or continue it, or put it in abeyance? That's my question.
Yeah, and Commissioner Richardson.
Yeah, so I want to continue.
this.
I want to continue having both conversations, as Commissioner Fernandez said earlier. But this was really enlightening what you just said, because it just, you know, I'm a finance person, so it just makes my mind just want to, you know, you could have 32 units, you could go state, I want to keep that building. You could have a new structure on the southwest corner. You could have partially at Market. You could, there's a way to do this. Gosh, I'm so sorry I'm going to be leaving in November. I know you all are too. So there is $4 million that's sitting in workforce housing for the cultural. That could be added to this formula. That money could be given to as a contribution as well. There's so many ways to do this, but it requires flexibility. I'm not looking to demolish the existing structure. I want to keep it. I don't want to sell the land. If you want to sell the land, if you want the best return on the investment, sell the land, take the 100% of the money, give it to the housing authority, and let them build workforce housing. But get the existing structure and renovate it as it is. But you've got to have the flexibility on that vacant corner to have another economic opportunity. Otherwise, the numbers just don't make sense. And so I would like for the administration to talk to both the housing authority and the current developer to explore what those options are. And I don't think we have to say to both of them right now, you can have a 10-story building on the corner. Let them come back and have a conversation with the administration, and let Alina come back and say, hey, we talked to both of them. One of them says, if you let me have a building that's 10 stories high and is a commercial building, commercial in terms of market rates, then I can do 30 units in the existing building at workforce housing. And then, oh, by the way, can I have the $4 million from the cultural bond for ArtForce housing? There's a way to put that all together, but we lock ourselves out if we don't listen to and let both parties tell us what they can give us.
Okay, I need someone to tell me what they want to do right now, because we could discuss all the different possibilities forever. So do you want to send this to a couple places and then have administration come back and tell us what their thoughts are?
I agree with Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. It should go to the Affordable Housing Committee. It should go to the Housing Authority to see what it is that the Housing Authority comes up with. We need to get them to speak a little bit with the private developer and come back with to finance with something a little bit more baked, so that then we can send back to commission.
I didn't understand that. So you want our housing authority to talk to which private developer?
Not a private developer.
You're saying us. You're
Yes.
saying negotiate.
Yeah.
On-
Yeah. Let's.
So you're accepting that
I don't want to say
proposal
negotiate. No. I'm saying let's see. We don't have a real proposal from the housing authority. We have an idea that they
Couple
want
ideas,
to they want to offer us something. But Rafael, I mean, here you're hearing this discussion. Maybe you can frame a motion for me that captures the intent more appropriately.
What I'm hearing, Commissioner, is to authorize discussions with the housing authority and to refer the matter and have the administration and the housing authority meet and refer it to the Affordable Housing Committee of the city. And then once the housing authority develops a proposal, we could also refer this now to the finance and to the FERC to review that proposal. When it comes back to the commission, then at that time you can decide what you want to do with it and if you want to waive bidding at that
Okay,
time.
so this would return to the commission in December then, I'm assuming, because we don't meet in November. So, all right, I guess is that your motion?
And as the manager mentioned, we do need some direction on the pending RFP and what you want to
Can
do
we hold
with
that in abeyance? Can we percolate it around?
Why not allow them the same
Yeah,
opportunity
that's fine.
to have this conversations with the city
With the administration.
Yeah.
Amend or whatever, to say, hey, if you let me put a 10-story building on the corner, if you let me do a partial market rate versus, let them have the same opportunity, and let's see what the best deal is.
And then both can come to finance and then to
Finance,
commission.
exactly.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
in that
showtime.
regard, you could award the RFP to close out the cone of silence and authorize the negotiations with the developer.
And if you'd like, you can invite me to come
Yes,
back
you are.
and chair that meeting.
But you're saying that by doing this, we're awarding the RFP,
No.
correct?
No.
Well, it is an option. You can award, you award for the purpose of authorizing negotiations.
No.
We're not
Otherwise,
negotiating.
No,
we,
we don't want to do that. We do
We're
not
just
want to,
engaging in
we
Saying
do
we
discussion.
want
not
to
want to
continue
award
the
this.
conversation. We'll
Okay.
let the developer, is that legally allowed, or
so
are we
it
close?
is. There is an exception.
No,
so-
wait just a minute. Rick.
There is an exception in the cone of silence for contract discussions at publicly noticed meetings. So we would just have to notice the meetings with the developer to have those conversations.
All right.
And just to clarify, Rafael, any conversation with the developer would have to be within the parameters of the RFP scope. And I just want to be clear that the Live Local Act had not passed when the RFP scope was developed.
Yes, and I don't know, I mean, you can have the conversations and come back to commission, but I
Right,
don't know
anything
that Live
outside of that
Local
would require a bid
change.
waiver also.
I don't know that Live Local is that relevant when the RFP was contemplating a lease that the city maintains the ownership interest and makes the decisions in terms of what is gonna be built there.
Okay, I just want alleviation because I'm trying so hard to keep this in the public domain. Now I've got this whole thing where I'm gonna have to keep lobbying for the next 2 months, which is exhausting for me, like I said, and the residents that live in the surrounding area continue with no resolution whatsoever. And if you change the parameters of the RFP, then we're really rejecting this RFP. It's a totally different RFP now. So in essence, what you wanna do is issue a new RFP. Commissioner Richardson, what you're talking about is issue an entirely new RFP.
No,
Because to enter into negotiations and change the parameters of what they bid on is a completely different deal. So now you've got to issue a new RFP and say, you know, we're like, and so we don't know what kind of proposals that we're going to get. So,
you don't have to issue a new
Hold on, your microphone's not on. Is your mic?
Yeah, you don't have to issue a new RFP. There was only one responsive offer or. If the deal changes substantially, which it may, then you may need a bid waiver, but you're going to need that with the housing authority anyway. So you can't do a deal with the housing authority without doing a bid waiver because you're having exclusive conversations with them. So if the deal with the developer substantially changes to the extent that it's no longer within the general parameters of what they have responded with, then they too would have the same 5/7 vote. So it would be the same situation.
okay, but you're talking about private sector versus public sector. Obviously, the private sector is going to offer something, you know, they're doing this for profit. So, you know, one is all 100% public benefit, the property stays in the public domain. Now we're you know, now you have also a private developer. I mean, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't see the competition because obviously the housing authority is not going to offer us the same amount of money that a developer in the private sector is going to offer us. So you're setting up the housing authority for some sort of failure. Do you understand what I'm advocating? I haven't heard from Commissioner Minor on this. I would love, because I heard from everyone else. How do you feel about this, Commissioner Minor?
What's the current motion on the table? Is there competing motions? Because there's two competing ideologies here.
I'm saying I would like this property to remain in the public sector, and we have the housing authority that has now stepped forward, and I would like to begin discussions, but we can't do that because we have to really vote on this RFP today, which was the $300,000 offer with not so many units and $50,000 per month rent. To elongate this and to have to fight the political campaign that's going on in the background is exhausting. Commissioner Fernandez, I understand the idea of both, but you're not going to get from the housing authority the same kind of deal that you're going to get from the private sector. But what is on the table right now is $300,000 down. The administration says that it's not a good deal. So what we're doing is we're staying in nebulous territory, and I feel that in the interim, the neighborhood is just going to continue to suffer. I just want to come to some sort of resolution, which means we might have to vote today on that RFP or put out a new RFP. If you guys say we want a new RFP, fine. But, I mean, you know.
This thing isn't cooked enough to vote.
Commissioner, if you'll yield for a moment.
Yeah, go ahead,
Actually,
Commissioner.
the truth is, we might get a better deal from the housing authority because they won't have profit built into it. The private sector has to have profit built into their deal because they have bonds to pay and they have investors. So we might get a better deal. The other thing is, it sounds to me like there are financing options that may be available to the housing authority that would not, the same terms would not be available. So we may get a better deal. And I think we should just explore both options. And that's, we do not have to vote on the offer that has been put before us today. We don't have to do that. We can say continue conversations. And again, if the administration comes back and says, look, I think that the developer that has presented something to us has the best deal, and if that's the road that a future commission wants to go down, then that, if it's a substantial change, then it would require 5/7 vote. But anything you do with the housing authority is going to require 5/7 vote because it's source directed. So we're in the same situation. So, and I think let's just let this conversation go. Let's just let the manager talk to both parties. Let's see what the best thing is. Let's expedite it and get it back here, and let's get this property cleaned up and a jewel in our community.
Do you have that motion?
So, yeah, Commissioner Fernandez had that. I
Okay.
think that's what he said, and
An hour ago.
I will second that. I just want to continue both tracks.
do you have
I would
Mr.
just like to point out that during the cone of silence on this entire thing, I had this developer, and he's been talking to the neighborhood association president. He has been talking to all of the, he has violated the cone of silence like 50 different times.
No,
And, what?
The cone
Is
of
he-
silence doesn't apply to neighborhood
No, but
associations.
I know for a fact that, he's been lobbying this across the board. So, it's exhausting to try to fight this just to keep this in the public domain.
Know of,
Okay,
of a
let's-
violation of
let's-
law, I suggest you refer to the IG, because that's a violation of a law. Otherwise, you just defame this person.
Guys, yeah, you have the motion we need. I think there are 4 votes for it.
I just want to make this clear. I am not looking for, what I'm looking for is who is going to yield for us the highest amount of units
Yeah.
that are either affordable or workforce. I don't want micro units. I want to see, units that people can actually live in comfortably. And which entity is going to yield that for us. That's what I want our administration negotiating for. If that means that we're not necessarily looking as much as what is the yearly ground lease or anything. And I think that ultimately, probably the advantage on that, the housing authority has. So I think right now we maintain our leverage by negotiating with both. And I'm fine, engaging in those discussions.
Okay, you made the motion. Is there a date that this is coming back? Is it December?
Well, first it would go to the Affordable Housing Committee. We would present whatever proposal to the FERC. There will be a referral to the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee as well, and then it could come back to the Commission.
I just would
Probably
value
December.
the input from Commissioner Minor. You were in the middle of sharing your thoughts about this when the motion was being stated. I'd value your input on this. And Commissioner Dominguez, I don't know if you have any thoughts about this. And just,
Anybody wants to speak can speak. If they haven't,
Okay,
I'd like
all
to
right.
get this thing done. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want to, or?
Yeah, I mean, look, I
Okay.
think the majority of us are comfortable with a dual path. To help my colleague Commissioner Minor, and I know how sensitive you are and opposed you are, as am I, to bid waivers. What's being advocated by one of our colleagues is essentially a bid waiver, what I would call an insider deal to folks that they like. That's exactly what it is. I mean, this developer spent a lot of time and money actually putting together a proposal. She's willing to dismiss it and just hand it over to the housing authority. That's an insider deal. That's a bid waiver. That's pretty clear. So in order to inoculate ourselves, we should have a dual track where we're talking to both. I think Mike had some really good ideas, and I like the way he approached the math. We should look at both so we can make an informed decision. Look, going to the housing authority, I'm not opposed to it, but people need to know it's going to cost us money versus the private developer, which is not going to cost us money, but we might end up in the same position where we're actually creating workforce housing for our community. And then it's legal mechanics as to who owns the property. We would always own the property in the case of the private developer, just be a 99-year lease, the same way we have all over the city. Everyone from Smith and Walensky to the Penrod site to all over the city. Like this stuff we do all the time. But it provides a public benefit. So it's semantics. What we try to do here is get the best deal possible for our city in furtherance of a public policy goal, which we've all stated in this case is going to be for workforce affordable housing. So it behooves us to talk to both and let them come up with their best proposals, and then we can evaluate.
I agree to remain open-minded to see what happens with both proposals, and we will discuss this at the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, of which I'm chair, and I will also attend the Housing Authority meeting, along with hopefully the city.
Okay,
And
let's,
I'm just going to put this out there, my strong preference, because I just want everyone to be clear on this, especially as they engage. I want to see this property. My preference is to see this today stay in public domain. That's what I'm ultimately going to be looking for. So to the industry that is listening to this, you're going to have to present something that's very appetizing to for the workforce, for our community, in order to ultimately earn my vote, because you're going to have to earn my vote by demonstrating what is the absolute very best you can do for our community that is in desperate need of workforce and affordable housing.
okay, we've spent a lot of time on this. Let's go ahead. I think we have, you have it? It's been moved and seconded. Anybody objecting? Okay, a lot of conversation for unanimous vote. Okay, let's move to something less controversial. R5AG, camping prohibited. This is not a public hearing, right? Raphael, this is not a public hearing? Okay. All right, there will be on the second reading if it passes. All right,
R5AG is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 70 of the City Code entitled Miscellaneous Offenses by amending Article 2 entitled Public Places by amending Section 70-45 entitled Camping Prohibited by amending the city's existing prohibition on camping to ensure that the prohibition and enforcement measures contained herein comply with constitutional requirements for such ordinances as set forth by the United States Court of Appeal for the 11th Circuit, Joel versus City of Orlando, 232, Federal Third District Court, 1353, 11th Circuit, 2000, providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires 4/7 vote.
okay, got our lawyer here. Mr. Fernandez, you want to move the item?
I moved the item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you want to speak to it, or you want to hear from our lawyers? We're going to all get a chance.
Why don't we start with our attorneys to present this item to us, Mr. Attorney, and the merits of it.
And Mayor, before we continue, this item is being sponsored also by Commissioner Minor, who was left out.
Okay, so it's Gelber, Fernandez, Rosen, Gonzalez, and Minor. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Rob Rosenwald, City of Miami Beach City Attorney's Office. I guess just to back up and see how we got here. Last month, there were 3 ordinances placed on the agenda by Mayor Gelber, Commissioner Fernandez, and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez that in 3 different ways provided options to the city on dealing with various problems related to people using our public spaces as living spaces. In analyzing those 3 proposed ordinances, the City Attorney's Office came upon an Orlando camping ordinance that accomplished basically what all 3 of those ordinances wanted to do, and had also the benefit of being also approved by the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. And so what this new ordinance does is sort of packages our previous camping ordinance in a slightly different way that's been analyzed by the courts and does accomplish much of what those 3 ordinances last month were intended to do.
Okay, any questions? Anybody want to be heard?
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank the City Attorney's Office on working on this, because when we're talking about this ordinance, we have individuals that are living in our streets unhoused. It is an issue of their safety. It is an issue of public safety. They are unhoused, exposed to crime, exposed to illnesses, exposed to everything we would not want to be exposed to ourselves. And our community has been very compassionate in investing in services for homeless individuals, in investing in housing, in medical services, investing in job training, investing in education. And oftentimes, it goes unused because the population rejects the services. In fact, in this very same agenda today, we're considering even further funding for housing, because we realize that housing is the path towards getting the unhoused population off our streets. But we need to encourage the population to accept these services that we so compassionately invest in. And we do so because our community is compassionate. Our own voters said that they want to invest from their own pockets through their tax dollars, additional taxes, to fund homeless services with a homeless trust. And traditionally, year after year, we've augmented and continued investing in more beds, and we've continued investing in expanding the schedule, the individuals who go out to our streets and compassionately engage with the homeless with an open heart, with warmth, to try to get them into safer places, cleaner places, places where they can get medical services, where they deserve to be. Because where they do not deserve to be is the streets of Miami Beach. Where they don't deserve to be is where they are exposed to becoming a victim of a crime, a victim of a robbery, a victim of an assault, as what has happened in other places in the past. Where they don't deserve to be is in a place where they're not getting medical treatment, and perhaps they're even exposed to illnesses. And it's why this ordinance is so important, because the services are there, but they're not always being used, and they're being declined. And we need to give the opportunity for our law enforcement to be able to engage with these individuals, because they're out there every single day. Our law enforcement is out there in the most compassionate, in the most caring way possible. Anyone who knows Sergeant Berrien knows the love that he has for this mission. And he's out there 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, engaging with homeless individuals and trying to offer them the best services that exist. But when they go unaccepted, they need to be able to have the ability to say, if you don't accept these services, we're going to have to arrest you. And it's nothing that we want to do. It's not the intent. The intent is not to criminalize, but the goal is to get individuals off the streets in a safer place, in a cleaner place, in a healthier place. And that's the purpose of this ordinance today, Mr. Mayor. Our community is doing its part, investing compassionately for the homeless, but we need the homeless to be a part of the solution themselves. And I proudly move this item, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to second it. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Moore, you can second it. Can we also pull up R9H, and I would ask Commissioner Fernandez to just briefly describe it.
Yes, sir. R9H is discuss, take action, criteria for MOU with Miami-Dade County Homeless Trust.
It's your item, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
and frankly, it's Commissioner Arriola's item. Commissioner Arriola had initiated it because, again, it's our community investing in homeless services, making sure that we get existing buildings, that inventory that exists right now, and provide it to the homeless trust so that they can quickly be converted into inventory, into housing, into a safe place for the homeless population, and specifically prioritizing the placement of homeless individuals in Miami Beach, because that's our commitment. We believe in a housing first model, and we are investing in it as we have, and this is yet another step to provide a safe place for homeless individuals in our streets, so that when our teams, whether it be through the Homeless Outreach Office or whether it be through the Homeless Outreach Unit in the police department, so that when they engage with our homeless population, they can offer these people, these people who deserve to be in a safe place, they can offer them a true place to be in, not just tell them that we're going to arrest you. No, tell them we're going to take you to a place that is a place of shelter, a place of compassion, a place where you can get a shower, a meal, medical services, job placement, and the opportunity to be on your own 2 feet, reinvent your life, and move forward and get a future that is a better future than the streets of our city.
Commissioner, how much is in the MOU? What is it?
It's $1 million, and what it does is that it establishes thresholds for retention In other words, this MOU not only gives to the Homeless Trust an allocation of $1 million for dedicated housing for homeless individuals coming from Miami Beach, but it establishes thresholds, a 90% aspirational threshold for retention that the homeless individuals that go to these housing that we're investing in will stay in housing and will stay in services, and affirm, besides the aspirational 90%, affirm 60% rate as well. And that firm rate, what it means is a guarantee to our community that the investment that we're going to be making in the Homeless Trust is not just a blind investment, but checks and balances in place to make sure that the homeless population, the homeless individuals that go to these facilities, stay in these facilities. And if they don't, if the Homeless Trust fails us in that promise, that then we have accountability, that we can come in and say, what is wrong here? How do we correct it? And how do we offer to our homeless population the services that they need so that they don't keep on coming out of these facilities that we're sending them to? And that's one of the key parts of this, that we're not just giving $1 million, but we're setting checks and balances, the accountability, that the taxpayers know that the investment that they are making is for the betterment, the good results of these homeless individuals that they're our neighbors. It's not just a population. Right now, they're our neighbors. We care about them. We know them by name. We engage with them every single day. And the way that they're living right now is inhumane, and they deserve better. And this gets us there.
Commissioner Minor.
Thank you. Happy to, I seconded the homeless encampment item. This is a test case. You really can look around the country at different municipalities, different cities, how they approach it, how they enforce it, and you can see the real world results. Now, people may have a difference of opinion, and I'm hearing it just now, and we're going to differ in opinion. I'm going to guarantee you that. I'm one of the co-sponsors. But I do want to address the issues, and we're not going to agree, but I want to at least tell you where I'm coming from, why I think this is very good law. And I think it actually, well, here's an example. So someone who doesn't like this encampment law will say, well, they have a right to be there. Okay. But, our residents have a right, and you and me and anybody who wants to go down the street has a right to walk down the street in public property and feel safe and not have to be subject to certain things that may or may not, and I'm not saying every homeless person is doing anything wrong even, but in large quantity it is. I mean, I'm sorry, I want to address some of the points. And again, not to refute. I'm not trying to refute anybody. I actually try to listen very carefully to what people say, but I'll tell you why I have such literally the opposite reaction. We heard that life-sustaining activities should not be enforced. Well, what are we talking about life-saving activities? Should a person be able to defecate in the middle of public property and that is not an enforceable action? I don't agree with that. It's actually against the law, and I think there's a good reason. There are places to go, even for someone who's not housed, not in the middle of the street. That to me is completely unacceptable. And then we go, I actually drove down to an area of Miami recently, and there was literally tents lined up. I was actually surprised. I keep seeing pictures in New York and other places, LA, but it was right here in Miami. I personally, as an elected official, will never, ever accept that is okay in our city. It's not fair to anybody. It's not fair to our residents. My job, our job, is to keep everyone safe and feeling safe wherever they go. I heard arguments that, it's affordable housing. Okay, that's an opinion. I, based on my research and talking to our administration and our homeless outreach team, that is actually the rarity. That is actually the rarity. There's a lot of mental health issues and addiction, and they do need the help. I'm going to agree with my colleague, Commissioner Fernandez. And by the way, I'm proud. I had a lot of items relating to our prosecution team and our municipal prosecution teams in the past couple of years, but a couple of them actually were to try to help people. One of them is, one of the initiatives I brought was to have employment opportunities for individuals who are homeless. One of the items I brought was to have pre-diversionary programs where a person would have the prosecution either not prosecuted or expunged if they completed an addiction program, a mental health program, whatever it may be. And by the way, we've had people tell us that they've been drug-free for the first time in decades because they went through the program. They didn't want to have that prosecution, and they did it, and they went 6 months testing drug-free. I think that's helping people. It's tough love. It's tough love. I also heard the argument that they don't want to go to the shelters. They don't want to, person should be free. And also there's crime there, and they could, and then I'm thinking, well, if they're going to the shelters and there's crime there, well, what about if they're on the street? That crime could be happening on the street, and then our residents are subject to that. So I just find that there's, I'm gonna look at and weigh the abilities of and look at the rights. You have the homeless individuals. People are arguing, well, they should be able to pretty much do what they want. And then I'm looking, well, our residents have rights as well. And we're not just going around arresting people. We're actually offering them the help. We're saying to them, you have an option. You have an option. You can accept this, and we are not going to arrest you. I feel like that is a pretty reasonable offer that we're making. A person could easily accept it. Now, what they do afterwards when they go to the shelter, obviously that's someone unknown. But they have the ability right then and there not to be arrested. So to say that we're just going around and indiscriminately arresting people, I don't believe is accurate. But at the same time, we did see our numbers spike. We did see the numbers spike, and it's not healthy for our city. It's not healthy for the individuals who are on the street. We're offering the services, and I'm going to err. I don't think we're erring, but I'm going to err on the side of enforcement and offering every possible help we can give them. And I've said this story so many times, my colleagues are probably sick of hearing it. But in case somebody's new here for the first time, a friend of mine who was a shop owner, and I know this is only one example, but it resonated with me. And he said there was a homeless individual in front of his store for years, for 4 years it was. He says, I cleaned after him every morning. I won't get specific what that means. He says, but what I saw before my eyes, and he goes, and I used to feed him. I used to give him food. He goes, I'm sorry if he says I'm sounding like a righteous person. He says, but you know what? I feel guilty now because this person deteriorated before my eyes. He goes, I literally saw an individual that I think maybe I hurt him. I hurt him by enabling him to do this. So it's a tough balance, but ultimately this is the right law. This is a good law. And we're gonna keep our city safe. By the way, our police department has told us, and we didn't have this law. We don't have this law yet. Our police department tells us that about a quarter are committed by individuals who are characterized as homeless. And I hate saying that word because homeless can mean so many things. Could be a criminal who just doesn't have a home, and then you call him homeless or her homeless, and that's not really fair. It's a criminal. It's someone who's got bad intent. But either way, those are the statistics. And if we're going to keep our city safe and our residents have the ability to walk out in the street anytime, any day, this is something that we need to address, and this is good law to do that.
Anyone else? Commissioner Ariola.
Yeah, just a couple things. So, I mean, tackling homelessness has been one of my priorities since I got elected. So I've been trying for 8 years, and I remember my first 2 attempts to pass the 1 cent penny tax, I lost 6-1. I couldn't even get a second to my motion. And some of my former colleagues and some of my colleagues here, and people talk about wanting to solve homelessness, but they don't want to put up the money. And it wasn't until I think my 3rd attempt when I passed a motion, and it wasn't but for you, Mayor Gelber, who seconded the motion, that almost died on the vine. So everyone talks about it, but nobody wants to do anything about it. So, and I remember, because it was a seconded motion, we had to vote on it. And the only reason it went to the voters for a straw ballot initiative is because some colleagues at that time had on record said many times, well, let's take it to the voters. Let's let the voters vote on this. And we had to do a straw ballot so we could at least get a public feeling for the item. But they were actually unwilling to actually vote in favor of sending it to the voters. But they had to, and it was a 4-3 vote if I remember, only because they had previously pushed to send it to voters. And when we had those public hearings, it was overwhelming public outcry to do the 1 cent penny tax. Some businesses opposed it, but a lot of the residents know that we need to have money to help solve this problem. So, you know, if for this law even to work, is we have to have shelters to provide to them that they then need to turn down, but we don't have the money yet. So next year, we're going to actually vote formally and bind ourselves to the 1 cent tax. So I think it's really important that next year voters turn out and support it, because without having adequate funding, we're never going to be able to tackle and hopefully once and for all fix this problem. Another problem, and this has now, I think, been pretty well documented at a national level, you know, the homeless crisis really has been building for, you know, going on, you know, more than 40 years. When our country at a federal level stopped building and basically decommissioned a lot of mental health facilities, if you look at the incarceration rate in this country and the number of folks that used to be in mental health institutions, I mean, they literally crisscrossed. Like as we closed hospitals and mental health facilities, the population that got incarcerated went up. It's almost a 1-for-1 correlation. So, you know, hopefully at the federal level we'll start seeing reinvestment in those type of facilities, because a lot of people who belong getting mental care and other social services and not in jail and in prison. You know, look, we do need to get aggressive in, you know, in enforcing our laws when they're violated, but creating a new category of criminality is not something I'm going to support today. There are a lot of laws, and a lot of our homeless people are frequent lawbreakers. So let's arrest them for the laws they actually break, whether it's open container laws, public urination, vandalism, you know, disobeying a direct order from police. I mean, there's so many laws on our books. If we wanted to arrest someone, we could do that. I think we're just creating a new category of crime that isn't criminal. Being homeless is not a criminal activity, and we shouldn't make it a crime. So I encourage my colleagues to work next year to get voters to pass the 1 penny tax, continue providing the housing and services these folks need. And for the folks that are homeless, that are criminals, they actually do need to just be taken off the streets and put in jail. But for folks who are suffering from mental health situations or even addiction, putting them in jail makes that condition potentially worse for many of them.
Okay, anybody else want to speak? Okay, Commissioner Rose-Gonzalez.
I'm not, oh, I went to the bathroom, which was a long way away, when you initially called the item, which is our ordinance about camping, correct?
Yes.
And that is the item that we're on right now. We're not on the criteria for MOU.
The MOU is also up, but we're about to vote on the camping ordinance, but we've already pulled up the MOU.
Okay. Okay, I'm one of the sponsors of the camping ordinance. And the reason why we've created this ordinance at this point in time is that we have a certain population that is just living in the parks, and we get the violent crime reports every day. And when you see that another woman is raped or somebody is stabbed, tourists harassed, and these people have been offered services. They're offered a bed. We wake them up and tell them that they, you know, and it just doesn't seem to work. There's some people that we've arrested 200 and 300 times. These aren't people who are down and out on, this isn't designed for families who are down and out on their luck, because I guarantee you that any family that comes to the city of Miami Beach and is down and out and needs, not only do we have rental assistance to help those people through the hard times, but if you need a bed and a shelter, we will find you a bed and a shelter. These people aren't being offered. They're being offered every service that we possibly can. And there is a certain criminal that's living on the street that unfortunately kind of falls into a gap. I mean, there's not enough federal funding. There's not enough state funding. There is no institution to send them to that they would like to. We have, issues of Baker acting people. I see a lot of the homeless coming out of Mount Sinai. I live on 47th Street, and I have a bus stop near my house, so I see a lot of the homeless that are being let out of the hospital after a detox. I had somebody, passed out there. We offer all types of services, but that person shouldn't probably just be going to Mount Sinai and getting out 24 hours later. There really needs to be another place to send them, and there isn't. So at this point in time, we have to do something to protect the residents and to protect the homeless who are out there that aren't causing any trouble. And that's what this is designed to do. It's not designed to be inhumane. It's designed to have a tool so that people who refuse services and people who have serious issues are going to be arrested under this ordinance and hopefully prosecuted, and at least a few days in county jail will, for many of them who are drunk or high, at least they have a chance to sober up. And I think that this will, give us some sort of a tool. Is it the ideal? No, it's not. But it's not. But we have to have, we have to send a strong message that if you're not going to accept services, so you're going to have an option. You can accept our services, and you can let us help you, or if you refuse that and you're going to stay in the park and we are going to continue to see the stabbings and the rapes and the sex out in the open in a park, in front of children, in front of anybody who's there, harassment. There's one janitor at the Bass Museum, and every single morning there's a lady who goes to the bathroom at night, and then she takes her feces with toilet paper and she shoves it into this hole in a tree. And that janitor, okay, who's making, $12 an hour, has to go out there every single day and clean that up, okay? And we don't think about these things, but it's not fair. And so these people do need to accept services. And if they don't want to accept the mental health services, and if they don't want to accept a bed in a shelter, then the other option is going to be that, that we're going to arrest you because you're not going to be able to sleep in the park and do that anymore. And I'm doing this on behalf of that woman, okay? And in front of and those children who were at a summer camp in Collins Park, in South Beach, and we're watching a couple in the middle of the day having sex in the middle of the park. It just, there has to be some sort of maintenance of decency and law and order. And that's why we're doing this. I don't think that, I think that when I speak to our staff that works in community outreach, that they are some of the most humane people that I know, and so is our police department. And as a matter of fact, they have relationships with a lot of the homeless that are out there. But we are going to react. And that's why I'm one of the sponsors of this ordinance. And I'm not going to feel guilty for somebody that we have arrested just because we have to follow the law. I have to follow the law. Commissioner Fernandez has to follow the law. Our city manager has to follow the law, or we get arrested. Okay? So I don't understand why there have to be exceptions to our laws. Unfortunately, and this is how it has to be.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, hold on, I'm going to go down. Do you want to speak again, or you?
Yeah, I just want to mention something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
And I'll get to you, Commissioner.
And it's so important because, a lot of these things, there are things that we can already enforce, sex in public. We can already enforce sex in public and public nudity and so many other issues of violence. And by the way, violence towards our residents and visitors, and violence towards the homeless as well. And that's why this law is so important, because it's not about just about the public sex. We can address things like that, and we can address public nudity. But how do we promote public health? How do we make sure that our community stays clean and feeling safe, not just for our residents, but for our homeless as well? It's about the balance. It needs to serve everyone. It needs to serve both our residents as well as the needs of our homeless individuals. And that's the important thing that this law establishes. Because if there's no homeless shelter available, there's no arrest. It is about getting individuals to a healthier, a safer, a cleaner place. And that is so important here, that there is a bigger public purpose here than just arresting individuals. It's making sure that illnesses are not being spread, that individuals are safe and not exposed to being victims of assaults and other crimes. And of course, yes, as elected officials, we have to be compassionate towards the homeless, but we also have to protect the dignity of our residents, because they're the ones that elect us, and they're our priority, and we will always fight for the dignity of our residents. And it's true, right now I feel that we're weakening, that we're losing on the dignity of our residents because of what they're exposed to. But this law seeks to address it in a compassionate way towards our homeless population as well. And that is the fine balance that we are doing here in a law that's been upheld in the courts as being constitutional. And I have to say, even in Miami Beach, I want to give a shout out to our office here, because even when we've had to house individuals in Miami Beach, individuals that have either been at risk of homelessness or who have even been homeless, including families, we've housed them in our city. And I'm not sure how many other communities like ours have been as compassionate as Miami Beach. And so I just wanted to, just as a follow-up, put that on the record as a follow-up to the comments that my colleagues have made.
Okay, we're going to let everybody speak before we go to doubles or triples. You're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of questions, and I apologize if this was covered. I had to step out for a moment. I'm on R9H, the MOU. This is for the total of $2 million. I'm looking at the financial information just above the conclusion on page 2439. This still has to go to the Miami-Dade County Board of Commissioners. Do I understand that, or I don't know if somebody...
Yes, I believe it's a committee right now, and the county commission would need to approve, but we would like to close out what the terms are that we're approving so that we could present that to the county.
Right.
So
The county always expects municipalities to sign first.
So we would sign, and this was based on the terms that we previously discussed, right? Are there any substantive changes from when we discussed this publicly last time?
There is a discrepancy in terms of an aspirational goal versus a goal that was asked for as a policy matter, which is, I think, what Alba would probably highlight for you as being different.
Just that whatever the change was from our last public meeting?
Absolutely. Alba Tarre, Office of Housing and Community Services. The change is the 60% housing retention to contractual. We will continue the 90%, but as aspirational.
Okay. And so if this is approved today, then this then would be forwarded to the Miami-Dade Board of County Commissioners for their approval. Is that the next step? And if they accept it, is then it's done? Or is there another step or process?
It would go to the Miami-Dade County Homeless Trust Board, then any subsequent committees, and finally the full commission.
That would happen after the board, the county commissioners approve it?
No, first it would be the Homeless Trust Board.
Okay.
Then any subsequent committees that they need to send it to, and then finally the full board of the Miami-Dade County Board of Commissioners.
And if the homeless trust wanted changes, they would have
Then
to
it would
bring
come
it
back.
back here, right?
Mhm,
Or
just-
they could take it as we're passing it. And then if they accept it, then they would send it to the county board, right? And then they would accept it, and is that would be it then?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then when would we've already got the money set aside, but when would we provide the funds?
Once it is executed.
The final execution at the...
Correct.
Okay, that's the only question I had. Thank you.
Okay. So let me just say a couple quick things. You know, you can't criminalize homelessness. You shouldn't criminalize homelessness. And I've listened to this debate, and the one thing about this that I think is important is that everybody sees this issue differently. Some people see it through extreme behavior that they've, and for a moment. Some people see it in a way that is not like that at all. Because there's obviously, this is one of the most complex, multifaceted challenges facing our society. And how you do it is really important. And I appreciate all the advocates who have reached out and said you shouldn't do this, because I think their voices are very important. Let me tell you why I think we should do it, because I do think we should. First of all, I don't know that there is another city, maybe not a city our size, that has done as much as we have done on addressing the homelessness. Because a lot of folks say, you need to do the resort tax. Well, we have done it, by the way. We voted for it twice, I think, and we gave it to the voters. So our city's done everything we can to add a penny to our resort tax to fund the County Homeless Trust. We were exempted from it many years ago, and credit Commissioner Areola. It was an important crusade for him, and we've gone to the voters, and they've said, hey, take care of this. Spend the money if you need to. Go ahead and tax the restaurants the way it provides. So we've done that. So anyone who says you need to do that first, we've done that. Some folks say, well, you shouldn't just move people against their will or arrest them even if they don't do something. And I want to tell you what our city does, because I don't think anybody does what we do. We this year spent $7.6 million. Next year we're scheduled to spend $8.7. The MOU we're talking about is $2 million. We provide all sorts of services that are very balanced in an attempt to try to deal with the homeless population in the most humane and smart way. We purchase shelter beds in Miami with care. We have 53 shelter beds at the Salvation Army, at the Miami Rescue Mission, Camilla's House, at Lotus House. We do family reunification assistance anywhere in the contiguous U.S. with confirmation of a family or friend. We have ID replacement services, on-site temporary employment through its programming and referrals for employment assistance. We do on-site legal services through the State Attorney's Office. We provide homeless prevention services through Legal Services of Greater Miami. We coordinate voluntary treatment services. We have funds that specialize for outreach for mental health services 5 days a week from Camilla's House and the Lazarus Project. Provide transportation to day treatment services at Camilla's House. We do outreach engagement interactions directly in the community for mental health and recurring and co-occurring disorders. We coordinate unified missions with police, HRO, and sanitation departments for both the city and the county. We manage the contract for after-hours specialized outreach services through New Hope. We purchase pre-treatment beds through our New Hope contract. We purchase our own residential level 2 beds for treatments at New Hope. We coordinate housing placements with involuntary treatment through the PD Marchment program. We offer rent assistance for clients with stable incomes. We work with the Community Services Division to assist elderly individuals in identifying assisted living facilities and group elderly homes when needed. We offer food stamps applications and recertifications to the clients. We call our homeless clients. That's what we do in this city. We provide referrals for rent assistance to families and individuals at risk of homelessness. We coordinate services for homeless veterans, and we work with Mount Sinai in a variety of ways for substance abuse and co-occurring disorders. Recently, we took our folks that work on homeless outreach, and we, instead of just having them during the day, we have them now all night long. And the reason I bring all this up is that whenever I read criticisms of this, it's always, well, you should do this, 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 and that. And I think to myself, you should spend more money. We are doing this, and that, and we are spending an enormous amount of money. And by the way, as we should, because this problem doesn't go away by hoping it goes away. It goes away with the hard work of the mosaic of the different faces of this problem. But the one thing about this measure that I support is that I think it is balanced. It's not criminalizing and arresting people because they're homeless. We cannot move somebody under this. We cannot stop somebody from encamping in our public spaces unless we have housing for them. That's what we must do. And that made sense to me. And because here's the thing, I walk around our city. We have beautiful parks. We have beautiful vistas. And it's not just aesthetics. It's not just sanitation. It's not just public health and safety. It's not just maintaining the economic viability of what our economy is based on, which is tourists coming here. It's all of that stuff. So to me, the question just is as simple as, can you endure encampments? And if you can't endure encampments, then you've got to do whatever you need to do to provide services, shelter, mental health counseling, all of the things that I just listed. And I would not support this if we weren't doing all of those things. Because everybody who's here is a resident. We use that term, but everybody here is a resident. But you've got to, if you're going to do this, you need to pay for those resources. You need to treat the various facets of this problem, and that's the only fair and humane way to do it. And I believe we are. I have supported every single effort this city has asked us to do, or anyone's asked us to do, to provide more services for the homeless. More services. Anything we can do. And every time the question comes up, I say we will pay it. We should pay the penny. We should give the million. We should give the other million. We should purchase more shelter beds. Whatever we need to do, we should do. Because whenever I read these criticisms, when they say you have to do all these other things, I think to myself, well, we've done all those other things, so the question is just, can we endure encampments in our city that not simply make it the aesthetics, not simply damage the aesthetics, but our sanitation, health, and safety issues, and really diminish the economic viability. So those are the things we're concerned about, but if we're taking measures in order to address that. So I feel comfortable supporting this based on that. I want to thank all the voices in this discussion, because I don't think anybody approaches this in a callous way. I think we're all trying to get it right. I've read articles about what's happening in other places. We're not going to be raiding people. That's not going to happen in this city. This city has a history of treating its homeless population in a balanced way. That's not going to change. We just have something else in the toolkit right now. And I hope people will take us up on our housing and our mental health services and all the other things that we're paying for. Because if we're going to do this, we need to pay for it. And I feel comfortable that we are, and that's the reason I called up the MOU at the same time, because I think it's important that this be a balanced approach, and I believe that it is. Okay, anyone else want to be heard? Commissioner, hold on. You get a second, and you get another one. Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I just want to add that, I think we, as elected officials, try as hard as we can to be as compassionate as we can, and to villainize elected officials who are trying to protect their communities from people that are breaking the laws is wrong. And I don't understand when it became a horrible thing to want to have law and order. And you can do that compassionately, and I think that that's what this ordinance does. And like Commissioner Fernandez says, it provides every single option possible. So I am not apologetic about creating this ordinance in any way, and I think that if it's going to help to secure our parks and to secure parts of our community that have become dangerous because there's an element that is threatening and raping and stabbing, that we need to do whatever we can at our disposition and use every tool in the kit to make sure that our laws are enforced.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And, no one should be forced to the inhumanity of digging through a trash can for food, or urinating in public, or defecating in public, or showering naked in public when we're investing in units. I mean, earlier today, we were talking about the Barclay, and how we were going to need if we went with a housing agency, $11 million for just a handful of units. For 32 units, we needed $11.2 million from the state, and here we're investing $2 million, and we're getting 45 single occupancy units to help create capacity in shelters, and these units prioritized homeless individuals that are living in the streets of Miami Beach. And that is a good investment of our taxpayers' dollars, because now we're able to transition individuals out of shelter into housing and create capacity in the shelter so that individuals don't have to be doing their life-sustaining activities in the streets. In addition to that, we're getting dedicated beds, more than what we already have, for the homeless individuals who are living in our streets. And so we truly are going above and beyond everything that we can do in offering love. Is it tough love? It is tough love. I'm not going to deny it, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But we're offering love to people so that they're not exposed to the inhumanities that they get exposed to living on the streets. And we also protect the dignity that our residents, that our visitors, that our businesses, that our own employees deserve. And I believe it's a very fair and balanced approach in which we're moving forward in.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson, let's bring it home.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for you, Rob, please. I'm not speaking about R9H now, I'm speaking about the other item. The question I have is, I know this was modeled after something that Orlando did, and then a question has been raised about the fact that we in Miami Beach don't have housing units inside our city limits. So how does that affect the legality of this? Have there been other municipalities that have taken this approach that don't have housing units within their city limits? Or can you comment on that?
There haven't been any direct challenges on that basis alone. I can tell you that the shelters and the treatment facilities that we almost exclusively use are very close. Camilla's house I just measured today and is within 2 miles of the city limit of the city of Miami Beach. The other ones are also near downtown. There's one drug treatment facility that we use that's further south in Dade County, but most of them are in downtown Miami. In answer to your question, could a party challenge us on that basis? I mean, my former colleagues at the ACLU could bring that up. The 11th Circuit has approved this ordinance for Orlando, which had their own homeless shelter, but they never conditioned approval of the ordinance on the homeless shelter being in the city of Orlando. So we feel comfortable that if you want to make the policy decision to go in this direction, this is the most defensible route.
And we do have over, 56 beds available that we've contracted for within proximity to the city.
Okay, thanks. And then just a question for the staff. I had an opportunity over the August break to travel a little bit, and one of the things I've observed is the level of homelessness varies in different communities. We know from news reports that, for example, there's a large population in San Francisco, Portland, in other areas. I was in Boston for a few days in August. I was kind of struck with the fact that I saw very few homeless people, and it's not because of the winter. And I'm just wondering, and the mayor listed all of the things we do to address our community. And I'm just wondering have there been any reports of best practices or things that other communities are doing? Because to me, it's really remarkable that some communities have a very, very high population. When you look at the numbers in Miami-Dade County, they're actually very low for a county this size compared to others. And I don't know if have there been any studies about why homelessness, the rate of homelessness varies so much? Does anybody know from staff? And I don't know the answer to that, but I'm curious. Why is there a greater population? We know that when it gets cold outside, people may look for a warmer climate, but do you know if there have been any scientific studies?
For Miami Beach, we have a very transient homeless community, as we've said before. I believe Victoria Millette from the Homeless Trust is on the line. And as the Homeless Trust, Miami-Dade County Homeless Trust, maybe they have additional studies. I know that whenever there's different best practices and different ideas, we always talk about them, and we are a part of the continuum of care, so, and
So
we're
what is,
constantly
what,
engaging.
have we done any research on best practices? And I'm just really curious, why is it that in a large city like Boston, in August, I saw, literally in 3 days, I saw three people in a large tourist area. So there was very few people that were in the category of being homeless, at least in the area, in that area. Maybe they're in another area. But I'm just curious why that is, and if we don't know, I think somebody should study that and look at it. So, and Mayor, that's all. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. No, it's not questions. All right, we're at this point. Commissioner Minor, you want to be heard very briefly?
Just briefly. So picture the scene. So the person, the individual, the homeless individual, is I don't even know if they're homeless. They're in camping on our streets. They're offered an opportunity, the shelter. If they deny that, they can be arrested. And once they're arrested, they have to appear in court, and there's a prosecution team. And even then, under our prosecution program, we have a relationship with court options at no cost to Miami Beach, where they're eligible for rehabilitation programs, pre-diversionary programs, potentially to mitigate the prosecution. So they could be offered mental health, addiction, rehabilitation programs. So there's a lot of steps. And we have a program offering employment opportunities for the homeless individuals. So even through the step of that police interaction through prosecution, there's so many levels that we are offering that olive branch to try to help people. In addition, obviously, to the aspect that they are subject now to the rule of law and appearing before a judge and potential prosecution and jail time.
Okay, we've heard it. It's been moved and seconded. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Which item are we?
Oh, I'm sorry. We are on the camping item first,
Yes,
and then we will do the MOU.
We're doing R5AG at the moment.
R5AG.
So
The
just-
camping item.
Okay.
So just to be on the record, Commissioner Fernandez on R5AG.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
No.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Minor.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
No.
Commissioner Ariola.
No.
Mayor Gelber.
Yes.
Motion passes. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for October 18th.
Okay, let's move to the next item that's up, R9H. It's been moved by Fernandez, seconded by Ariola? Yes. Okay, can we go ahead and, is that a resolution?
It's a discussion item, but the motion would be to approve the MOU with the 90% aspirational housing retention incentive and a 60% hard requirement with a cure period.
And just to
Items
clarify
are moved
that,
and seconded. Any objection?
just to clarify, that motion is 90% housing retention aspirational goal that the clients will not return to homelessness after 1 year. And the 60% housing retention goal, which is not aspirational, is for 60% of clients who will not return to homelessness after 1 year.
Which would be a requirement with a cure period of 120 days.
And,
Okay, any other, let's go ahead and call it without objection. Thank you.
Well, for the reasons I've stated at prior meetings, I'm a no.
Okay, 6-1. I'm a no. Oops, 5-2. We're losing traction here. 5-2, show it done. All right, now let's move to, let's get back to, let's do the fourth item for the day. We've moved very fast. Is R7C and R7W. Michelle, you gave me two items.
R7C is adopt amendment to fiscal year 2023 capital budget. This is a public hearing.
And R7W, what is that?
R7W is execute GMP amendment, second new fire station number 1 project from CIP.
So these are linked? Okay, I can barely see you guys. It's so far away. Tamika, it's nice for you to come and bring a friend. Okay, somebody explain to us these two items?
Sure, thank you. Mayor and members of the commission, I'll be speaking on the budget amendment, which is related to the fire station number 1. So the specifics of this capital budget amendment related to the bids that came in for the fire station 1 construction. The short of it is, the bids came in, they were analyzed and reviewed, and after the analysis that came in, that it was ended up being about $5 million short of what was originally appropriated. There are three components to that. One is the fire station itself. There is the modular facility being built for the childcare, and then the structural upgrades having to be done to the building to facilitate the Apollo sculpture being put on. So again, it came in requiring $5 million, more than was originally budgeted, which in this environment with the high levels of inflation that we've been experiencing over the past couple of years, especially related to labor, construction materials, it's probably not out of the realm of possibility. So then comes in how we fund this without touching the 24 budget process, which we've gone through a lot of that, and not upending that. So one of the things I did was being new to the city, is I looked at a couple of different elements. And one thing I realized was when the original Series 2019 GEO bonds were issued, and they're issued, of course, in three different structures. One is related to public safety, we have the neighborhoods and infrastructure, and we have the park section. When we got those monies were invested and they earned interest income. All the original dollars have been appropriated and were allocated to projects and we're moving along. But as those monies were gaining interest, that earned interest had never been appropriated for any purpose. So I realized that. Now, with interest rates being so low from 2019 to about 21, it was really not a substantial amount of money. But with interest rates going up from basically 0 to over 5%, we really started to accumulate a lot of dollars over the past 12 to 18 months. So that being said, some good news. Now the good news is in the public safety area, we have about $1.75 million in earned interest that we're able to apply towards that $5 million. That's great. The other area that we're able to appropriate is in the parks area, actually almost $4.5 million had been earned in interest. So what we're recommending here is that we take that money and we swap it on the Bayshore project, which had been topped off on its funding with PAYGO capital reserve dollars. So we just switched that out. No change to the Bayshore project at all. And what that does is we take about $3.3 million of that savings that was in the parks area, apply it. That gets us the $5 million to get that project get done. Left over is about $1.1 million that we get a PAYGO reserve, which would be set aside for future capital projects. We know we got the police station renovation and the real-time crime center out there that's out for bid, and we know, unfortunately, if that comes in over bid, we know we at least have some money available for that future one to come in. And that's the gist of our budget.
You basically took money that was available in that category, so you're not in any way running afoul of the covenants of the bonds?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Commissioner Richardson?
No, I reviewed the item, and I'm in full support, and I appreciate the creative use of the interest and so forth. And so this change does not mess up the budget that we have been working on for the last several months. So I'm very happy about it, and I'm happy to move the item.
Okay, so we've got, go ahead. You've moved both items, R7C and R7W. I'll second both, and
Yes.
I'll recognize Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So this is an item to, number one, take the funds from Bayshore, which is their resiliency funds, and apply it to a park. No?
No, it's just a funding swap. They're both eligible uses of it. So instead of using PAYGO dollars, we're using the original GeoBot dollars that could be eligible for Bayshore. So this doesn't have any effect at all on the actual project itself. Doesn't increase the budget, doesn't impact any covenants, any of the grants, or anything like that.
Which covenants and grants you're talking about for?
With Bayshore, I'm saying this has no impact on the Bayshore project. It's just a funding source swap.
I don't have a problem with the funding for the park, but I do have a problem taking this funding and building the fire station room that was there out of that building to build the fire station, when we could just build the fire station where it currently is right now. This is the only community center that South Beach really had, apart from the Scott Raycal. We have not been able to find a place to put the daycare, so we're going to now put it in a modular trailer inside of a park, which to me makes no sense. What are we really taking care of our weakest when we kick out the seniors? Those seniors that live in the area, they now have no place to go and have lunch. When I first started in politics, that was such a thriving community center right in the middle of 6th Street. And awarding this contract and these funds today is the destruction of a daycare and the destruction of a historic building, okay? And kicking out the seniors and all those nonprofits. I would love to live in a world where our elected officials would take money and renovate this and ensure that a daycare had a proper playground and that the working individuals and the moms that rely on this daycare have a place to go. But that's not what's going on here. I want to live in a world where our elected officials and our community really care about our seniors so that they have a place to go and have lunch every day. And that's not what's happening here. It is so frustrating to fight these battles, meeting after meeting, and my only hope is that we elect people in this next election cycle who are going to care and who are going to reverse this decision. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that we fight this and that we save this community center, that we renovate it for different nonprofits that want a reduced rent, that our daycare is returned and not in a modular trailer, and that our seniors have a lunchroom once again in that neighborhood. And to the firemen, I understand that you need a new fire station, and I will pledge to get you the funding to rebuild it where it is. But I do think that awarding this contract today, knowing that we're having elections coming up and that we have candidates who agree to save this community center, is just negligent on the administration's behalf, because I will fight to reverse this, and what will happen is that we will have to pay $1 million to get out of this contract. But I am pledging right now that with everything that I have, over the next 2 years, I am going to fight for this community center to be saved, because that's what I was elected to do.
Okay. Anyone else? Anybody else need to be heard? Commissioner Ariola.
Yeah, not shockingly, I have the exact opposite view of my colleague. You know, this station was promised to our voters. They voted overwhelmingly for it. It's been in the public domain forever.
No, they did not.
Stop, please.
Yeah,
Nobody,
did not.
Stop. Nobody interrupted you.
Yeah.
Nobody interrupted you.
But they didn't.
Nobody interrupted you.
Yeah, no one interrupted you when you were just lying through your teeth. But
Come on, please do your stuff.
no, but look, I mean,
No.
yeah, but the fact is, all of the public discussions going back to 2019 to 18, where we were going to build a new Fire Station 1, where it was going to be located, and all of this, and voters voted overwhelmingly for it. And then, like, you know, we talk about, you know, daycare center. You know, daycare centers are a lot easier to find and build than a fire station. There's not that many optimal places. Many neighborhoods don't want it in their neighborhood. You know, we need geographically to have stations in certain parts of our community, and in South Beach, Fire Station 1 can only be in a certain area. You know, this has been something that voters have supported. You're on this mission to derail it for whatever reason. You've got you know, an axe to grind with the fire department, but it's not fair to voters. It's not fair to the men and women of our fire department who, you know, are working in a third world building at Station 1. And you know, I think it's well past time that we get this thing done for them, because it's not a good look for Miami Beach to have one of our stations basically sandwiched into next to a water treatment sewage plant. You know, I mean, it's just not right. We have to do this, and it's going to be good for the neighborhood, good for our fire department, good for our residents to know that, you know, within a matter of minutes, a service call to Station 1 will arrive. I don't know why we're fighting this so hard. We'll find another place for daycare. That's a very doable thing to do. It's very hard to find a suitable place for a fire station.
Okay, is anyone else want to be heard? Because we should be voting on this.
And it's a public hearing.
Commissioner, I'll get to that. Commissioner Fernandez, but you had your hand up.
Yes. I'm going to be supportive of the funding of R7C, of the budget amendment. You know, because we do need this funding. But I'm going to say this on R7W. My first meeting on this day is 2 years ago, almost two years ago. It was one of the first issues that was presented to us on this city commission. And the commitment that my colleague just made, as to finding a location, a permanent location for the daycare, is the commitment that was made to me 2 years ago when I gave my vote for the fire station. And I was told that we would find a permanent home for that daycare. Has a permanent home been found for that daycare?
We continue to look for a permanent home for that daycare, and I would like to show
And
the
so,
pictures.
and that was my
of-
question. I have the floor, Madam Manager.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's the issue that I have. That's the issue that I have. I gave my vote, and I was told, my first meeting as a Miami Beach City Commissioner, I was told we will find a home, and I've had to come back, and after that, I'm sure someone from staff has a legislative history that can, list out every single time we've voted on this, and because staff maintains that, and they'll tell us, the very long list of everything that's happened and everything that's been done, and every single time that this been brought before us for yet another vote, another approval, and every time I've asked, do we have a permanent home for the daycare? And I've been promised and promised and promised and promised. And I've been good. I've said, yes, I'll vote for it. Yes, or I'll vote for it. Today, I'm not going to vote for it. Today, I'm not going to vote for it because it's been 2 years, and I cooperate, and I cooperate, and I cooperate. I'll vote for it when I am shown where are we going to put the daycare. I've been waiting for 2 years. And so I'm sorry. I get that this is a need, but the other is a need as well. And I've been very cooperative, and I want to support it. I do, because I have. That's been my consistent vote. But now when I'm told that we're going to find the location, then that's not found. So I'm going to support the funding, because I realize we do need this. The firefighters need their better facility, but there is a social need, a social-economic need in our community, and it relates directly to the workforce that keeps our economy thriving. And the children who go to that daycare are the children of our workforce, and we have not found a permanent home. And let's not even talk about the fact that I'm not thrilled. Actually, I don't like the fact of where we're even putting them temporarily, because I think it's a very slippery slope of us putting it at Flamingo Park. I don't like that temporary solution. But that's our temporary solution, and we made that decision, and we're responsible for that. But today, you've had my vote time after time for the past 2 years. And I've said it very clearly, always publicly, I need to see where is the home, and it has not been delivered yet. Today, I can't deliver my vote then.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, can I respond?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to both Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez and Commissioner Fernandez. I think they both know that in good faith, this is a project that started way before my arrival here. All the decisions about the site were decided way before then, and through what I consider to be a pretty elaborate process in terms of looking for siting for the fire station. As a result of that, processes were begun, and I think Commissioner Rosen's words were that it was negligent to award this GMP today, but in reality, the contracts have been awarded for quite some time. The design contract has been awarded for quite some time. The construction contract has been awarded for quite some time, and I would like for David and I would like for facilities to perhaps walk everybody through the history of how we got to the point that we're at. We are at a critical juncture. This is the award of the GMP that actually allows for the process of construction to begin. We've been through multiple reviews of every multiple land use and design review board. The design review board has actually reviewed and approved the improvements to Flamingo Park that are related to the daycare center. The representatives of the daycare center are here and prepared to speak as well. We have worked in good faith and spent quite some time looking for alternatives and for options for the daycare, and we'll continue to do that. I think all of you will remember that we had what we thought was a negotiated deal with a property immediately adjacent across the street, and that deal at the 11th hour fell through at the request of those owners. So please know that we are committed to continuing to do anything and everything we have to do to finalize that, and we have time. The project and the timing of the project gives us probably anywhere between a year to 2 years to find that final home for the daycare facility, and I would ask David and Liz that you walk everyone through where we stand today.
But, Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
That deal fell through with a private property owner on 6th Street, fell through 2 years ago, when I cast my first vote on this item. And vote after vote after vote, I've been promised that we're gonna have that permanent home. Have we spoken? Listen, we have, somehow, we have this project over on Alton Road, the Galbit project on Alton Road. Have we spoken with Galbit to see if this can be incorporated there? Somehow we were able to incorporate a clinic. Somehow we were able to incorporate or discuss the possibility of putting a library there. Has anyone spoken with them to see if a child care center can be placed there?
Why don't we, let's hear what they have to say about we'll come back to you. Go ahead, David.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioner. David Martinez, Director of Capital Improvements, for the record. I began working on this project in 2015 when we were asked to look and assess the conditions of the current fire station number 1. At the time, it was determined that the fire station number 1 was in dire need of a major renovation, if it was possible, or replacement. So that process began in middle of 2015. By the end of 2016, after being in committee for many months, the project was halted for many reasons, one of them being that funding was not allocated, among other pushback from the community related to where potential sites could have been. Project remained dormant for 2017 until such time as the 2018 GeoBond effort began, and the project was resuscitated at that time, and resulted in November of 2018 with the first action that was taken, which was by the voters voting to move forward with a fire station project at the time for $10 million. Fast forward into 2019, Commission authorizes us in July to proceed with a design contract. At the time, also, the Commission authorizes us to proceed with a construction manager at risk a few months later. I'm going to jump through some of these because there's quite a few of them. In September 2021, the HPB rejects the reclassification of the South Shore Community Center as a historically contributing building. In December of 2021, the Commission approves waivers of development regulations to proceed with the design of the fire station. The HPB in March of 22 approves a certificate of appropriateness for the fire station, as well as recommends the demolition. Fast forward June 2022, the Commission approves a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of the South Shore Community Center. And so on and so forth, including a recent Commission directive to enter into agreement with franchise utility companies to be able to relocate some of their facilities. That's kind of, in essence, been the history of this. There were intensive exercises done to try to find a home for the fire station. As the manager mentioned, a fire station is not just, you don't just plop it on any particular piece of property. It has to meet certain requirements in order to work, and I know that the chief can certainly attest to that. Today, we're prepared to commence the construction process. The time frame associated with that, if this is awarded today, we would begin the construction first with the daycare in December of this year, and we would complete the facility by May, at which time we would begin the moving over the tenants into the building and having it ready to go in June. At that time is when we would mobilize to the fire station site to begin the demolition. We're projecting that the move-in of firefighters into Fire Station 1 would be sometime at the very end of 2025. So that would be the time frame. I do want to mention a few things about the South Shore Community Center, and I totally understand how everybody feels about the facility, but it does have certain challenges associated with the facility. The current facility is almost 3.5 feet below finished floor elevations as desired. So I would think that a facility of such nature, based on the projections and the sea level projections that we all have accepted, would be in peril over the next few years at that elevation. The current parking lot floods during king tides and rain events. Believe it or not, there are FP&L and AT&T facilities that run underneath the building that service the rest of the neighborhood. How that happened, we don't know, but this happened decades ago, and that creates an issue. There are security concerns regarding the configuration of the entrances with blind spots, things of that nature. And needless to say, we have been working extremely closely with the folks at the Rainbow Intergenerational Learning Center in terms of fitting out the temporary daycare in Flamingo Park such that it meets all of their requirements. And as the manager stated, they're available if you would like to ask them any questions on that. With that, if you want to add anything, Liz?
David, can you show the picture of what the temporary facility would look like?
Certainly. I have a few slides. Yeah, start there. Right. Which one was it? Okay.
Mr.
All right,
Vice
so
Mayor, Mr. Vice
this-
Mayor, point of order. The business that we have behind us is a budget amendment and a new facility for Fire Station 1. We don't have, the matter that's procedurally before this body right now is not the temporary facility. And I understand all the work that staff has done and you, Madam Manager, have done. And I understand the importance of this project. It's why time and after again, I have voted for this. I have voted for this. And I want to support this. But a commitment was made to me on this dais by this city administration when I gave my vote for this project, that a facility, a permanent home would be found for this. When they asked me, when I brought forward an ordinance to say, I want a social equity statement when we bring forward projects, and we didn't do it, but they asked me why. It's specific for things like this, because we're replacing a facility, a use that serves the most underprivileged in our community, and replacing it with something that we need, but we still haven't found a new home for it. And so there's the social equity impact in our community that it still has not been permanently addressed. And so I would move, I don't want to have to vote against this. I really don't want to have to vote against this. And I would move to defer our R7W because I want to give this administration the opportunity to live up to its commitment that it made to me to find a permanent home for this child care facility. As it was the first public commitment that was made to me when I became a city commissioner on this day is when I gave my vote, and it's been made to me every single time we've acted on this, every vote that we've done on this. And I voted yes, and yes, and yes, and I've been told yes, we'll find it, and we have not found it. So I would move to defer this, because I really don't want to have to vote against this, but I'm not going to continue giving my vote when the solution to the daycare facility has not been identified.
Let me give the gavel back to the mayor since he's returned, but the item has been moved and it's been seconded, so that's the item on the floor right now. Mayor, the next person that wanted to speak was Commissioner Dominguez.
Commissioner, you recognized.
Thank you. So I've had a tour of that fire station earlier this year, and it is in dire, dire need, so there's no question there. One thing that concerns me about the portables in Flamingo Park for the daycare is I attend the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association meetings, and in past meetings, they've made it very clear they don't want that in the park. Has anybody contacted the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association to let them know that this is even a plan? Because their fear is that this is not temporary, it's going to be something permanent.
David, can you speak to how many
Sure.
times we've been before the association and the public meetings that were held before design review?
As a matter of fact, yes, Madam Manager, we actually had back in February of 2020, the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association at the time had passed a motion supporting moving the daycare to Flamingo Park temporarily. Since then, I guess there has been a change of heart, but we have always been transparent, and we have always continued working and showing them what this looks like. As a matter of fact, the way it looks like today includes feedback and opinions that they have given us of what they prefer this facility to look. They even agreed, or at least pointed to where, if it had to be in the park, what general location it would probably be best. So we have been totally transparent in terms of this facility, where it would be. It was discussed at the HPB twice. The feedback was given to the HPB. The HPB made concessions and made us make changes to the facility as based on feedback that they were hearing from the general public. So it has always been a transparent process where it has been shown several times in the last 2 years.
Okay, anyone else? Oh, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's my, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that the operator of this daycare is supportive and satisfied with, this temporary location. And I'm going to call it a temporary location because I don't think any of us want that to be in our public park for the rest of time. It is temporary. And by the way, I don't like when people call it a trailer because it's a very nice, it's going to be very nice. I had classrooms and portables, if you will, when I was in high school. But it's my understanding that the operator is satisfied with this. Is there any, Madam Manager, do you have any knowledge otherwise? Or I think they may be here, or they may be online, they could tell us.
I believe that they are here, and they have been very much a part of the equation and been a part of the solution, the temporary solution. Are they here? Yes.
Okay, if you're here, can you come forward and just, it's my understanding that you're supportive of this temporary solution. So I want to make sure that if could tell us who you are and go ahead.
Hello, I'm Anna Benedetti, and I work for Little Havana Activities and Nutrition Center. I am the program director for Rainbow Intergenerational Learning Center. I thank you all for calling it a child care, not a daycare, because it is a child care and a learning center. Our program has been in operation since 1992 in the South Shore Community Center. So it's been a long time. We've partnered with the City of Miami Beach. We have served over 2,000 students since commencement. We serve economically challenged families. 50% of our staff are seniors from ARP or Urban League. Another 50% live in the beach. 85% of our families are for free or low or reduced meals. So there is a need. We do serve. Our parents are the backbone of the city. I call them the mechanics because they're the ones who make things work. And we are blessed to have them and to try to help them. We are also a participant of the pre-K the scholarship through the City of Miami Beach that has helped a lot of families, as well as we do school readiness funding, and obviously we have private pay. The city has been extremely transparent with us on what is going on. They have also partnered with us and have been elbow to elbow telling us whatever our needs are and trying to accommodate us as much as they can. And for that, we are very grateful. The fact that it's going to be temporary in Flamingo Park, for me, at least I see it as it's still within the neighborhood, because that's who we serve. There's not a lot of childcare centers in our neighborhood. And to top it off, we are probably one of the only ones who actually offer a sliding scale fee for families. So depending on their income, we help them out as well. So to your question, we have been working with them side by side, they've been very accommodating, trying to help us to make sure that all our needs are met in this temporary location.
Thank you. And I'm really grateful that you mentioned the economic circumstances of your community, because when this first came up, my first question is, why is the city subsidizing what do you want me to call it? A
child care center.
Thank you.
I call it a child care learning center.
And the reason is because of the special relationship we have and the good work that the Little Havana Activity and Nutrition Center does in our city, and also because of this particular community that they serve. I think it is the only child care facility that the city provides some assistance to in the city, because most of the times they're commercial ventures. But thank you. I'm glad that the city has been cooperative in working with you. Commissioner Fernandez, I would say to your comment, and I understand where you're coming from. One of the things that we should look at is what we will do with the old fire station, which is another reason why we can't build a new station where the existing one is because the existing one has to be operational until such time as it can move to a new facility. But we have not yet decided what we will do with the prior facility, whether, that could be a community center, that it may be large enough for a child care center. I don't know, but we should start looking at that. But I'm very supportive of this. I don't want to see any delays in this fire station. We've been working on this for years now, and we need to move forward. The item's been moved and seconded, so I'm hoping that we can move forward on both of these items.
Okay, can I say something? I'm sorry.
Sure.
We have the operating officer is on the call, so I don't know if she can chime in.
I think that's probably Ms. Serrano. If she'd like to add any comments, Mayor, but I think you answered the question. So I
Okay.
just want to make sure that we've done everything we needed to do as a city to partner with you to provide the child care services that are needed
Yes, they
in
have
this
been,
community.
I can tell you, they have been very helpful. And again, they have come and we've had numerous meetings, and they've been trying to accommodate us and trying to find all our needs and make sure that all our needs are met.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll get to everybody.
I think
sorry.
I
I'd
haven't-
like to,
had a question.
Sorry.
so, wait,
Hold on for a second. I'm sorry, Commissioners.
Commissioner Dominguez wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a real quick comment. I did reach out to the president of the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, and they had initially agreed to temporary, because their idea of temporary was less than 1 year, and they've since come to learn that the city's idea of temporary is about 7 years. And so that's why they're having a tough time with that.
yeah.
It's not 7
Okay.
years. No one has anybody said 7 years?
No one has
David?
said that.
Facilities, anybody?
No one has said 7 years.
Can I say something?
I'm going to get to you. I
It's
just
not going to
think
be, I
Laura
don't
had
think it's going to be 7
Commissioner
years.
Dominguez
I
had
think
a
it's going to
question.
be, the new fire station is going to be completed at, David,
end of
when you say at the end of 25? In the interim, the commission can figure out what they're going to do with the old fire station so that that could be renovated if need be, so.
Can I?
Okay, Commissioner Rosen is also referenced.
So Commissioner Richardson, you're saying that the fire station where they are right now, next to the sanitary thing, you want to remove the firefighters there, but you're okay putting the kids there and the seniors?
not in its current condition, absolutely not. The
Well,
whole
I mean, that's what you're
facility-
saying, you're saying we can't.
One at a time.
Initially,
He's not
I
saying
have a
that.
little bit more history on this, and I remember when this was first proposed, we proposed to build the fire station in the same spot where it is right now. We had a plan, we had financing, we were gonna rebuild it there. Then what happened is they were gonna put the fire station in Flamingo Park. Flamingo Park said, we don't want the fire station there, so they took it out of Flamingo Park. And you know who's getting the fire station? The people who aren't here at this meeting because they're working, okay? Are most vulnerable. Now those seniors have no place to go. We're talking about no permanent place for the daycare. But you know, we're not even talking about the fact that we took the senior lunchroom away. You know, we can use a sea level rise, we can use any excuse we want, but we need to help our most vulnerable. And if that site isn't good enough for the fire, I mean, if the firefighters don't want it, I can't believe that we would even suggest putting the kids on that site. So I don't think that that's an option, Commissioner Richardson, because if it's not good enough for the firefighters, then it shouldn't be good enough for our seniors and our kids either. I do believe that that station can be built exactly where it is without upsetting the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. And I'm gonna tell you, I walk past, my yoga studio's there on 6th Street, and I walk past that daycare every single day when I go to yoga. And I see those kids playing under the shade trees in that playground. And it breaks my heart that this body is kicking them out into a temporary situation that, you know, because that's not what we're supposed to do. It's not. And I would vote, there was a second motion made too by Commissioner Fernandez to defer this item until we find a permanent home for the daycare. And I would like to second that motion, and I would like to hear my colleagues speak on that motion too, because I want to find a permanent home. And you know why they haven't been able to find a permanent home? Because there is no land for a community center. And we're not supposed to take our community center away from our most vulnerable. This community center should be renovated. This community center is a jewel. This community center is necessary. We can put nonprofits in the community center. We have no more land. And it really pains me that we sit here and that I have to fight the administration that I voted even to make decisions, and then I have to fight them constantly. It is so exhausting. It is so exhausting. And it's not just the 6th Street Community Center. It's giving away the affordable housing, building the Barclay, demolition by neglect. I had the same lip service over the Byron Carlisle Community Theater in North Beach. One by one, I'm watching our city assets go to private interest or fall to demolition by neglect. And I have to say to our administration, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of fighting to do the right thing.
Mr. Mayor, I need to
Commissioner,
respond.
we get to Commissioner Fernandez,
But
and
I
then I'll
just
come
want to
back.
respond to the comment. I never suggested that we would put a child care center in the existing fire station in its present condition. I never said that. What I said is that we should start exploring how we want to renovate that property and what would be the best use for it. So
Well, if we can renovate it, why can't we just put the fire station there? If you put the fire station there, you would solve so many problems. Why can't we just, look, we made a design, whatever. But you know what? We'll save the money from the design because we won't have to build that temporary daycare in the park that the Flamingo neighborhood doesn't want there. My big worry is that, it's just going to get bounced around. And the people, those parents, those moms that are there right now, they are working. They are probably cleaning rooms in hotels and serving at restaurants and in bars, and they had no voice. Every other neighborhood association said, we don't want it there, but we have to be their voice. It's our responsibility to be their voice. It's our responsibility to have compassion in all action. So to bring that picture and to fight this, when you see that how upset Commissioner Fernandez is that we haven't found a permanent location, how Commissioner Dominguez says, the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association doesn't really want it there. I would like to hear from all of my colleagues before we move over on this. Today's a pivotal vote because today we really vote for the compassionate way and stop and possibly save this community center and reopen it to the public like it should be.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you. And the reason why the timing for this is important for me now is because when I have brought this up, the need to find a new location, a permanent location for the child care, every time we have voted on this project, this city commission, the current city commission, has agreed on that necessity. We've all agreed on that, and we've all agreed that this should only move forward as long as we find a new home. And so, to me, this is a very pivotal moment as it relates to this, because I don't know where a new city commission will be. A new city commission could possibly not care at all about the child care facility, because they haven't had to vote on it at all. But this commission has all along agreed on the necessity of this child care facility, of what it contributes to our workforce that sustains our economy, and our social responsibility to assist those children by partnering with the Little Havana Activities and Nutrition Center and providing this space for the children of our community. I don't want to have to vote against this fire station, but I would like to see us defer this item and give the administration to reach out to every single stakeholder that they can think of, including those seeking to develop in our city, and see if we can accommodate this child care facility in the vicinity where it belongs, which is in South Beach, so that the commitment that was made to me is lived up to. Because I can't vote for it one more time after for 2 years I've been voting for it time after time after time with that commitment made to me. And this is the commission that has supported me in that has agreed, we've all agreed on that. And I don't know, I don't know if a new commission will. And so that's why right now it's so important with this body.
Mayor, if I could.
Commissioner Minor hasn't spoken.
I never yielded when I was interrupted previously.
Commissioner, go ahead.
No, Commissioner Rosie
I didn't
Gonzalez
know
has
that-
raised this question about the location and why can't it just be there? And, you know, we've had that question and we've answered the question numerous times, and it's a public safety issue, and that the response time for the islands cannot be accommodated in its current location, which is why it's moving closer to Fifth Street. That's been asked and answered numerous times, why we can't keep the location where it is presently asked. And with all due respect, Commissioner Fernet, I don't want to defer the item because, as you rightfully said, this body has moved on this. We've acted on it, and we're not going to find a permanent solution in the next month. And so we've spent years now working on this, and we need to move forward with it. We need a new fire station, and we've got a solution on the daycare, the child care, excuse me. And it's an acceptable solution. The operator's happy with it, and we need to move forward.
Commissioner Minor.
I have a question for Ms. Benettini. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your views, which actually, to me, were very compelling. Can you give a synopsis or a summary of how the parents view this temporary situation? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, were you speaking from yourself, from sort of, from the management?
No, I mean, we had some parents who came here, and one with their child, but the meeting was too long, so they had to leave. They were here for 2 hours. So, but yes, they are very supportive of us, and since it remains within the community, everybody, after they're with us, or after they're in public school, they go directly, where do they go? To Flamingo Park. So for them, they feel like it's like a one-stop shop type thing. So they'll be with us, and then if they have other children that do after-school activities, they're inside the Flamingo Park as well. So for them, it's a little bit, I mean, I guess it's more seamless for them. So I don't see them, or they have not voiced that it's a hardship for them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's get this in. We've got two items, R7C and R7W. I will support both of them, especially with what I just heard. It does make some level of sense. So why don't we go ahead and vote first on R7C? And is that a roll call vote?
It's not, but it's a public hearing that we need to.
Oh, anyone from the public?
We have members via Zoom. So the first virtual caller is Chris Pina. Mr. Pena, are you here to talk about the budget amendment?
Soccer.
PJ, let's go to the next caller, which I believe it's the representative from the Little Havana, Betty Ruano Bond.
Yes, hello, I'm on. Hello?
Go ahead, please.
So I love how impassioned everybody continues to be about this issue of the relocation of the child care center and the fire station. They are both absolutely needed in our community. But one thing that hasn't come up recently is the fact that despite the fact that the location at Flamingo Park is temporary, it is a significant improvement on the space that the child care is located at now. That site is in significant disrepair. The space is very, very limited. And so much so that recently we had to replace the refrigerator and we had to special order one because the space is so tight and so small that we couldn't even just go to the store and buy a refrigerator to repair it. So the temporary solution to this long-term problem is a significant improvement over where the facility is now. And we appreciate the time and commitment of the city staff, the manager's office, and everybody that has been involved in making sure that we find a location that satisfies everybody's requirements and continues to serve our community.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Johan Moore.
Yes, good afternoon again. I hope it's quite all right for me to speak again on this subject. I wanted to point out a few possibly relevant details. First of all, as a resident of Flamingo Park neighborhood, I'm very reassured by the parents' feedback that in fact the location is not to their detriment. I want to remind us, as Commissioner Fernandez office itself, and he himself and his aide have taken on some interest in this issue. If we can get answers on the sewage pumping station, we will unlock possibilities for the site of the current fire station, be that for a future childcare facility or for a senior facility in conjunction with the pursued inclusion in the POW facility of a new child care center. Those options then are open. And I'm hoping that the commission or the new commission will pursue some basic answers to some basic questions concerning that sewage pumping station so as to avoid a long-term white elephant. I think an outstanding question about the community center that is fair to ask is how much would it cost to elevate it, or much less desirably to replicate it at the appropriate flood elevation, because the function cannot easily be replaced. Finally, without revealing anything that I believe is not in the public realm, how recently have the Estefans been approached in case that site were in fact to prove preferable or to consider in place of the temporary facility in the park? There may be reason to reapproach them. I think I reveal nothing that I shouldn't.
Thank you so much,
by
sir.
saying that.
Thank you. Our next caller is Mike Kravilski.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Check. Yes. Relocated from San Francisco, Stanford Stardex, named Mr. Silicon Valley, came to the pickleball community. Everybody here welcomed me with open arms. Got very deep into it. Noticed there was a serious supply issue here.
Excuse me, sir. Are you talking on the budget amendment?
Sure.
Are you speaking on the budget amendment?
Yes, sir.
You are? Okay, go ahead.
All right. Yes, sir. Yes. And so Miami Beach, as well as Miami, desperately need more pickleball courts. You have people waiting 30, 45 minutes. Right now, the courts are packed. They're always packed. It hinders the experience for everyone. It hinders the ability to gain fitness. It hinders people's spirits and moods. And we're seeing 40 million people in America. That's over 1 in 10 playing pickleball now. It's the fastest growing sport. And I'm also an investor in a Major League Pickleball team, the Texas Ranchers. And we're doing a lot of stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Every other city across the country has some.
Thank you. Our next caller is Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I wanted to address the fire station and the daycare center and the expenses associated with that. Miami Beach has this infatuation with buildings. I have an infatuation with people. And firemen and children and the elderly are important to me. Not so much buildings. Buildings come and go, also to people, but they're replaced through genetics of God. And we're building a future. And our kids don't belong in trailers inside the park. The selling element during this process by the administration was that the daycare center would be equally, if not better, provided to the children. And they had a contract in place. And that gentleman that spoke earlier was presenting that, I believe. And that he said he had a contract in place, the Estefan family, or that restaurant that existed on nearby, I think was the location, and that it was all done. And it was a sales job, unfortunately, by the administration, which is typical. Instead of getting things done effectively and appropriately, there's a sales job every time on this commission and in the administration. And it's not factual. And we always wind up in this position where somebody's getting hurt, and people are getting hurt, and kids are getting hurt, and the elderly is getting hurt, in the benefit of city employees. And I love the fire department, but it shouldn't come, and I don't think they would appreciate, the men and women that work for us, that kids are going to be impacted negatively.
Is there anyone else from the public?
Anyone else from the public? All right, close the public hearing, let's vote. Got looks like a lot of good soccer players out there. R7C is roll call?
It is. It's a voice vote, sir.
All right, we all love Messi. Go ahead.
Voice?
It's a voice vote.
Yes.
Okay, R7C's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, well, all those, let's just raise our hands. All those in favor, please, for R7C, raise your hand. Minor?
R7, this is the budget amendment, right?
Yeah, where's
Yeah,
Minor?
The fire station needs money, I mean, it's.
Four, okay, all right, that's everybody. All right, I'm gonna wait for Minor on the other one.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, you were a,
I'm a no.
Okay, on the budget. Okay, we're gonna wait for Minor to come back before I pick it up. What is the,
Wait a second. Because, why are we waiting?
because one of our colleagues is not
Calling
in
the
the
vote.
room. One of our, I don't have to call
I
the
think that
vote.
was purposeful.
Well, it's
I
not
mean,
purposeful.
we can wait.
We're gonna wait.
All right, well, then
We're
we'll
gonna
just wait.
We wait.
Okay, Commissioner
People-
Minor, we're waiting for you, if you're out there.
All right, let's go to the next thing. R7F, R7V.
R7F is a public hearing, support Bayshore Traffic Calming Project. R7V is approved design Chase Avenue and 34th Street Shared Youth Path Project.
Okay. R7F, R7V.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jose Gonzalez, Transportation and Mobility Director. We've been working for some time with the Bayshore neighborhood to design and soon implement traffic calming improvements in that neighborhood. We're currently at 90% design development, so we're close to the finish line. As part of the traffic calming process, both the cities and the county's traffic calming manual requires 100% concurrence from property owners directly affected by proposed traffic calming devices. So we went through that process of balloting, of surveying the directly affected property owners, and as an outcome of that process, there were 4 devices that are proposed as part of the project, but not supported by the directly affected property owners. in speaking with Miami-Dade County, they advised that a local municipality can adopt a resolution supporting the traffic calming project, and specifically those devices that were not supported by the directly affected property owners in the interest of public safety. What we try to do is we always try to look for alternative accommodations when a directly affected property owner does not support a traffic calming device in front of their home. Unfortunately, the devices that we are proposing are strategically located, and the locations that we're proposing are the only locations viable for those devices. And if the project were to move forward without those devices, then it would not be an effective traffic calming project. So the item before you today is a resolution after a noticed public hearing to approve the 4 traffic calming devices and be able to move forward with the completion of the project.
Okay, let's go. Commissioner Dominguez, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I received many complaints on R7V by people in that neighborhood, and the request is for the shared bike path to end at the start of the golf course.
What is the picture on that?
Oh, I thought he called them both together.
I did, I called them both.
Yeah.
So is the first one controversial at all?
So I'm fine with the first, I'm fine with supporting the R7F, but for R7V, like Victor, I don't think that one's ready, because there was a lot of community complaints about eliminating the sidewalk and all that.
You guys want to address that, David?
I can address that, Mr. Mayor. At the July 12th Neighborhoods Committee meeting, the committee asked us to come back to the commission after we evaluated several options for the shared use path between Alton Road and Prairie. So we're back here after reviewing 5 different options, one of them being the original option that was designed, and the administration is prepared to recommend approval once again of option 1. There were 5 options that were part of the item. We're recommending option 1, which is the original alignment of the shared use path as the preferred choice. Option 3, we are prepared to offer as the second preferred choice, and we're willing to accommodate a version of option 3 that we would call a hybrid that resembles a little more what option 5. So that is what we're asking for. I can go through what each one of the options looks like. If you'd like me to.
Which option is closest to what the residents asked for?
The option that's there's 2 options closest to what the resident is asking for. One of them is option 4. That option stops the shared use path right at the property line and routes it through the east side of Miami Beach Golf Course behind all the homes and brings it and connects it at 31st Street and continues at that point connecting to Prairie. The other option that accomplishes that we are not recommending completely is option 5. Option 5 stops it at the property line, sends the bicyclist to the street, and leaves the 5-foot sidewalk in place. So the ones we were recommending are, of course, the first one, which is what we designed originally, which we prefer. That's a continuous 10-foot shared use path from Alton to Prairie.
And that eliminates the sidewalk?
It's in place of the sidewalk.
You know, there's a huge community of Orthodox people that use that sidewalk.
It becomes a shared use path. So it would be a 10-foot wide path versus a 5-foot sidewalk for the shared use of bicyclists and pedestrians.
What number is that?
Option 3, that is our second recommendation behind that one, would be the same exact path, except it narrows to 8 feet wide in front of the residential property at Prairie and 34th. The hybrid that we could consider would be that same last option where it drops to an 8-foot path, sidewalk in front of the property. However, it directs bicyclists to exit onto the street approaching the property. And the reason for that being that because of the traffic calming project, which includes a traffic circle at Prairie and 34th, it allows for bicyclists to maneuver through the traffic circle when they're on the street. And anything, if Jose, if you want to touch on that,
Mayor,
feel free.
Yeah.
Let me,
Can we
this is the
bring
first
this
I'm
in?
hearing all these details on this, and I'm just wondering, have you met with that particular neighborhood on these very detailed recommendations?
Commissioner, we have not. We have met with them in the past.
Okay, so
And-
here's what I would recommend on this, Mayor. I don't have any objection. I think we have probably unanimous support for R7F. With respect to this item, and I know we've had our break, and so we haven't been available maybe to get a briefing, but this is a lot of information and it's new, and so I really feel like this, I need time with staff to study this, and so I would like to see if we could do that particular item next month, and in the meantime, ask staff to reach out to the community, that particular neighborhood who had because this is very, very detailed, and we could spend an hour on this item, and I don't think we want to do that
Yeah,
tonight.
I'll second that.
So can we go ahead and, can we pass R7F, and then is R7V the item we're talking about?
Yeah, the
Yes,
R7V
Mr.
is
Mayor.
what I'd like to do
All
next
right,
month
so does
after
it
we've
work
had.
out if can we go ahead and show R7F passed, and we'll continue R7V till
Well,
next meeting?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, yes. However, I just want to make sure I put on the record to remind all that there's a Florida Department of Transportation grant that's associated with this that has a shelf life that we have to be cognizant for.
When
so
does
that
that
we don't
expire?
It expires June 30th
So
of next year.
not before next month, right?
Right, and they ideally want, no, not next month.
All right, we're
However,
on it.
We're good, we're good.
All right, R7F, is it a public hearing?
It is a public hearing.
Anybody want to be heard on the Support Bayshore Traffic Calming project?
There's no one on Zoom.
Okay, hold on.
So this is R7F
R7F, we're gonna continue R7V, Matt.
to October 18th is being continued.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These two are very much connected. There was a resolution last fall, or last winter, by Commissioner Fernandez on this that was reconsidered because he stated very clearly that he wanted these to go on parallel paths and he didn't want to delay one part for the other. I do have just something I want to read that's written, just real briefly. Sorry, I was gone, and of course, this is the item that was heard as soon as I was halfway across town. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Matthew Goltanoff. I'm a resident of Miami Beach. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I want to focus my comments on the shared use path element of the traffic calming project. Mayor, you frequently mention that in matters regarding specialized knowledge, you often follow the advice, the expert advice of your professional staff. This project serves as a great example, having undergone careful and expert analysis. Importantly, per the directive of the Neighborhoods Committee, an external consultant was brought in to evaluate both the previously approved plan and potential alternatives. I'd like to note that this project has gained the support of two advisory committees. As chair of the Transportation Committee last fall, after deliberate consideration, we transmitted an LTC in support of this path to the Commission. Additionally, earlier this summer, the GeoBond Oversight Committee also gave its endorsement through a passed motion. Given the level of extensive vetting and public participation in meetings over the years this project has received, and the consensus of both professional staff and expert consultants, moving forward with the permitted and approved option for procurement is the most responsible step for public safety, mobility, and efficient use of taxpayer funds. I urge the Mayor and Commission to support the path and allow it to proceed. That has been over half a decade in making. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, anyone else? Okay, let's go ahead and bring it up. Oh, I'm sorry, come on.
Good evening.
This is on R7F.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Shared use path. I am Brian Sereni, homeowner of 3186 Prairie Ave. My family and I, including our two children aged 8 and 10, call this neighborhood our home. This matter concerns not only me, but also over 45 homeowners in our Bayshore community. We've taken the step of expressing our concerns through signed letters, all in objection to the plan to replace the current sidewalk on 34th Street between Chase and Prairie Ave with a shared use path. Our collective sentiment is that this proposal raises safety concerns and could pose significant hardship for some of the most vulnerable members of our community. The proposed shared use path terminates at the intersection of 34th and Prairie. This, we believe, is where much of the problem lies. It is not a safe solution, and we are deeply concerned about the potential risks it may pose, particularly for our children, elderly, and other residents who rely on this area for their daily activities. This corner is heavily trafficked by pedestrians, especially during the Sabbath. We have a simple request. We ask our elected officials to reconsider the current approach and involve stakeholders within our neighborhood in the design process. Up until now, this essential step has been missing from the discussion, with the vast majority of neighbors completely unaware of the project and plan. We believe it is our elected officials' duty to hear from the neighborhood and hope you do what is right for the neighbors. We trust that by working together and including the voices of all those who call this neighborhood home, we can arrive at a solution that ensures the safety and prosperity of our Bayshore community. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just for the record, we're not voting on the item.
Okay.
We're doing exactly what you just asked.
Thank you.
And that is to allow you to have more input, okay?
I appreciate that.
That
Thank
item's
you.
not being voted on, it's been deferred.
Thank you.
Okay, so we haven't voted yet on R7F, or did we?
We have not.
Oh, no, we didn't. It was a public hearing. Is the public hearing over? Bring it back.
Public hearing's over.
It's been moved?
No.
Move it.
I'll second it. Is this a,
Voice vote.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign, show it approved. Okay, R7V show continue to the next meeting.
Yes, sir.
You need to give a time or anything?
It's October 18th. We don't have a time.
All right, R7D and R7E are show deferred to September 27th. Okay, we got a bunch of people back there, I assume on the soccer.
We don't want to do that.
I haven't had, you guys don't listen. This comes in under the operating, which,
So, Mayor.
yeah, help me out here.
So, we're gonna be adopting the budget, both the operating and the capital, and so this is on my list of items to address with the board.
Talk in the microphone a little bit,
I'm
it's
sorry?
hard to hear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So this is an operating budget issue, I've been told, and I've got it on my list of items to discuss with the board to see if we want to provide some funding in addition to what's already, we're already providing for the program. So when
Okay.
we get to that budget.
Yeah, I want to first I left R7W out there when Commissioner Minor went.
Yep,
The
you need-
restroom's like
right.
2 hours away.
Yeah.
So let's just pull that back. It's been moved and seconded, and I know it's a divided vote. All those in favor, Commissioner
Okay, hold on.
Fernandez, we're about, Ralph?
We have to do, we needed to vote on 2 items. So the first one that we're going to vote on is the amendment to the Ninth Amendment to the capital budget.
We did vote on that.
We did
Well,
that.
Commissioner Minor wasn't here, if he wants.
Okay.
But it still passed.
It passed,
Okay,
yeah.
Commissioner Minor's
Okay.
for that. R7W was the ancillary item. All those in favor, just let's raise your hand.
What's the exact motion, please?
It's approving the GMP amendment for the fire station project.
Okay, it's not the deferral item.
There was a motion to defer, but it has not been seconded.
Right.
Wait,
Point of information. I made a motion to defer. It was moved, and my colleagues seconded.
I think this was
And-
made first.
But, I'm sorry?
I thought we had moved together these items before you made your motion.
I
But
don't think
regardless,
so.
under Robert's Rules of Order, a motion to defer takes precedence over any other motion that's on the table.
A motion to defer does take precedence. It requires a second. I hadn't heard the second.
I was the second.
Okay. So they need four votes to defer. Are there 4 votes to defer?
I'll vote to defer.
I'll vote to defer.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez votes for. There's only 3 votes for defer.
Are you,
What
but
happens
Commissioner
when-
Minor hasn't voted yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What happens if we defer? What's the,
We're deferring until we
Understand.
find a permanent solution for the daycare.
Which doesn't have it.
And by the way, there are possibilities. I mean, you have this development project coming up right now. That could be negotiated into the development agreement for Sixth and Alton. You also have the Nikki Beach site, which is beachfront, and maybe that could be incorporated somehow into that site. I don't know exactly, no.
That's not what's
No,
going
but
on.
there are options. If we defer, all we're doing is just giving it one last chance to find a home for the kids.
Right.
All right.
It was
No, well-
compelling, but then I hear from Ms. Benatendi, I hear from Betty Roano. I have not heard from any parents complaining about it, so I just haven't heard that, and I've actually.
Because they're all at work. I mean, you know, they're.
No, but they could, I mean, I guess they could, but we also heard from Ms. Benatendi that at least her representation is that the parents actually prefer this. They think it's actually a better option. So it puts me in a tough position. I hear what you're saying, but I'm hearing that they actually like it. So, and we heard from the head administrators.
All we're asking for is one more chance. That's it. Another opportunity to find a
Look.
permanent solution. And that's a possibility. We just need your vote, Commissioner Minor.
Let me just say, since you've got, look, there are folks who've not wanted this project at all, and they'll find something to keep kicking this project down the road till it doesn't happen. And by the way, this is necessary for it to happen. We heard unequivocally that the people who run this program think this is, one of them even said this is even better than the program they have, the place they have right now. We have our fire chief is watching this very carefully because we need a fire station there. This is intended to stop this project. Let's not call it anything else. So if you don't want to vote for it, we'll kick the project down the road indefinitely. And that's the way it'll be. But we've got to vote on this.
It is not indefinite, Mayor. It is an
Okay.
opportunity, it is a chance to try to find a permanent solution. And we have not exhausted all the possibilities. And it's important that we do. And, I mean, I'm so, listen, the people from Little Havana who came forward today, they get funding from the city. They work from the city. They were called by someone to come forward. Okay, let's just vote.
Hold on. Commissioner, are you going to vote for it, or are you?
I'm going to support the going forward.
Okay, so the deferral does not have the votes. Now let's go to the underlying motion.
Which has been
Moved
moved
and
and
seconded.
seconded.
And show it passes 4-3. You have the vote allocation. All right, let's move to,
And Mr. Mayor, just for the record, I just want the record to reflect that the representative of Little Havana Community and Nutrition Center was speaking as to the appropriateness of the temporary facility. But they were not speaking about the appropriateness of the permanent facility because we have not found a permanent facility. And I'm sorry that I've been placed in this position to have to vote against this today, because since day one, I have been so consistent about this, voting for the fire station because I've seen the sewer flies that our firefighters are being exposed to. And the only thing I asked of this administration was, let's find the permanent
Let's not
place
talk
for
about
this.
it.
And that's all. Thank you so much.
okay, thank you, Commissioner. All right, let's get to the budget items. I'd like to address the issues that have these folks here. Commissioner Richardson, you want to,
Sure.
and who do we have
Do we
from
want to
the?
call, can we call all the budget items together?
Yes, sir.
Just call them up.
So R7G, I'm going to read these titles. R7G is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting, one, the tentative ad valorem millage of 5.8155 mils for fiscal year 2024 for general operating purposes, which is 12 5/10%, more than the rollback rate of 5.1681 mils, and two, the debt service millage rate of 0.3326 mils, subject to a second public hearing to consider the millage rate for fiscal year 2024 on Wednesday, September 27th, 2023 at 5:01. That is R7G. It is a first reading public hearing. R7H is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the tentative budget for general geo debt service RDA ad valorem taxes, North Beach CRA ad valorem taxes, enterprise internal service and special revenue funds for fiscal year 2024, subject to a second public hearing scheduled on Wednesday, September 27th at 5:01. R7H is a first reading public hearing. R7I, you want me to go to the neighborhood also?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Well, I'll
R7
tell you what, hold on, Commissioner. Well, I'm going to have a public hearing on everything. and then I'm going to let you commandeer it, but I'm going to first have the public hearing. So do you want to call the Normandy Shores one with it? So
Yeah,
what are you going to go to? Just, I want everybody.
If it's okay with you, Mayor, let's call all five. That way you can have a public hearing and do
Yeah.
all five at
Okay,
one
call
time.
all five, then we'll have a public hearing. And that'll be where anyone who wants to talk on your items or on the soccer item as well can come in. Don't clap because I said the word soccer, please. Go ahead.
So the next item is R7I, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District adopting the tentative ad valorem millage rate of 0.8468 mils for fiscal year 2024 for the Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District, which is 11 3/10% more than the rollback rate of 0.7610 mils, subject to a second reading public hearing scheduled on Wednesday, September 27, 2023. This is a first reading public hearing. R7J is a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Normandy Shores Local Government Neighborhood Improvement District adopting the tentative operating budget for fiscal year 2024, subject to a second public hearing scheduled on Wednesday, September 27, 2023 at 5:02 p.m. This is a first reading public hearing. R7K is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the tentative capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2024 through 2028, and adopting the City of Miami Beach tentative capital budget for fiscal year 2024, subject to a second public hearing scheduled on Wednesday, September 27th at 5:03 p.m. R7K is a first reading public hearing. R7L is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, acting in its capacity as the governing body of the Allison Island Security Guard Special Taxing District, adopting the non-ad valorem assessment rule for annual assessments against real property located within the Allison Island Security Guard Special Taxing District, commencing in fiscal year 2024. This is a public hearing. The companion item is R7M, which is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, acting in its capacity as the governing body of the Allison Island Security Guard Special Taxing District, adopting the operating budget for the Allison Island Security Guard Special Taxing District for fiscal year 2024. R7N is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, acting in its capacity as the governing body of the Biscayne Beach Security Guard Special Taxing District, adopting non-ad valorem assessment role for annual assessment against real property located within this Biscayne Beach Security Guard Special Taxing District, commencing fiscal year 2024. This is a public hearing. Its companion item is R7O, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, acting in its capacity as the governing body of the Biscayne Beach Security Guard Special Taxing District, adopting the operating budget for the Biscayne Beach Security Guard Special Taxing District for fiscal year 2024. R7P is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, acting in its capacity as the governing body of the Biscayne Point Security Guard Special Taxing District, adopting non-ad valorem assessment rule for annual assessments against real property located within the Biscayne Point Security Guard Special Taxing District, commencing in fiscal year 2024. R7P is a public hearing, and its companion item is a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, acting in its capacity as the governing body of the Biscayne Point Security Guard Special Taxing District, adopting the operating budget for the Biscayne Point Security Guard Special Taxing District for fiscal year 2024.
Okay, could you repeat that?
No, sir.
All right, what I'd like you to also call before I ask Commissioner, the Vice Mayor also happens to be the chair of our Finance Committee, so what I'm going to do is let's call up the items that were on consent, C7AE, C7AF, C7AG, C7AH. Are those the ones that we moved from consent? So pull those up also, because they're part of the budget discussion, right?
Yes.
So C7AE is purchase outdoor musical instruments, Free Notes Harmony Park. C7AF, purchase and install Lincoln Road welcome sign.
Hold on, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, I just want you to know, we're pulling up some of the items from consent into the budget. You had a couple of those items, I just want you to know that. Go ahead.
So I've already called C7AE. C7AF is purchase and install Lincoln Road welcome sign. C7AG is approve additional fiscal year 24 sponsorship for Black Film Festival. And C7AH is increased fiscal year 24 sponsorship Miami Beach Pride Festival.
Okay, so let me put this in the right posture before I ask the chairman of our Finance Committee to sort of manage this part of the meeting. We're in the finance part where we decide our millage rate and we decide our budget. It's very important. A lot of work has been done up to this point. The items I just pulled up were items that at the last minute have come up for some of the members wanted some items funded. I know there are folks from the soccer community and the pickleball community that are going to have it out at some point. But we're going to have these discussion right now, and we will have a public hearing for all of the items that were called at some point. And I would just ask this for everybody who speaks on some of these items. If there's a lot of people here for one thing, public hearing is a public hearing, which means if you're from the public, you're going to be given a period of time to speak. No matter how many of you want to speak, we will sit and listen. It's important the public have it. I would recommend, though, that sometimes if you have a couple representatives, if you're a big group, then maybe you have them come up and speak. Everybody gets how long, Raphael?
2 minutes?
2 minutes. So if you want to do that, that works also. But we'll listen to everybody. Everybody's voice matters. And at this point, before you open up, Mr. Vice Mayor, do you want to first go over these items, then open up the public hearing so people know what it is? Okay, so you've got the gavel figuratively.
Thank you, Mayor. So we will go through all these items together. We'll present them all. We'll have one public hearing where anybody can speak on any item that we've called up, and we've called up several items, all related to the annual budget. So with that, I want to recognize our CFO on R7G, and let's get through the operating budget. We'll let you present. I think you have briefed the commission. Have you have you briefed everybody or almost everybody?
Yes, everyone
Okay,
that was
so
available.
give us your brief presentation so we know what we're doing, and then I want to bring up several additional items that have been introduced that we'll deal with on the floor, and then hopefully we'll be able to move to the next item. You're recognized.
Thank you. If we can bring up the presentation. Great, thank you. So we're here to talk about the 2024 proposed budget. It was distributed on September 1st in hard
Just pull
copy.
the microphone a little bit closer to your mouth.
Sure.
Thanks.
The budget was presented to the commission on September 1st electronically and by hard copy. So the 2024 budget is $942.4 million. $828.6 million of it is related to the operating budget, and $113.8 million are capital expenditures. So the main component of our operating budget is our general fund. Our general fund will total on the proposed $427 million. That's an increase of $44.4 million. And then by bullet points here, the budget department did, I think, a real good job of kind of going into those elements and identifying the reasons for that. 19.3 million of it was just related to inflationary costs, contractual increases, that such. 8.5 million was converting from debt financing of vehicle purchases in our general fund to cash funding, which I know we've talked about several times. Increasing capital expenditures through the operating budget of $8 million. The enhancements, which we're going to get through and talk about a little bit later today, is only actually $6.5 million. And then $2.1 million are items that this commission approved during FY23, such as the park rangers and the public service aides, the community, the homeless outreach team, things of that nature. So here we are again. As of July 1st, we have a 10.8% increase in property values across the city of Miami Beach, noting that those are lower than countywide, which came in at 12.7%, and the school board, which actually showed countywide theirs at 18.8%. So the proposed millage rate has been the same consistent as we've discussed through this budget process over the past few months. The budget in which the commission has control over here today, the operating millage is a flat rate. It doesn't increase at all. The debt service millage, which the voters ourselves voted on to impose on ourselves, has a small increase of 0.0966 mils, and that is primarily attributable to the arts and culture GO bond, which we issued just about 2 months ago. And this just shows a long-term history of the millage. You can see it's very relatively flat over the years, especially if you take out that green bump at the top, which is the GO debt related, but the operating part, which is blue, it's been very flat or lower over the longer term, which is good news. And then I'll let Tamika take you through the general fund balancing.
All right, good afternoon. So we wanted to just go back to when we met back in July, just to refresh everybody's memory of where we were. So in July, we had a surplus of $13.3 million. We did make recommendations to balance the budget. Next slide. Right, and those recommendations were accepted by the Finance Committee, which is the entire commission. But we did get some other direction from the commission. And so what we came back with you today is other recommendations that would get us back to a balanced budget. Next slide. So just the updates that happened between July and today. So what we have here are some revenue refinements. We have some expenditure refinements, a few tweaks to our expenditures, gets us back to a balanced budget. And now I'll just walk through the details of our adjustments. So when we started the budget, it was in December. So we made refinements over the summer to our general fund revenue projections. We picked up a small 35,000. The second item is really a housekeeping item. Planning asked us to add an expenditure for technology in their budget, but they actually have a funding source. So we brought revenues from their specific funding source, no net change to the general fund budget. And then we transferred some funding from the resort tax fund to fund a lot of the enhancements that were recommended by the commission back in July. And then finally, we did the admin fees that the general fund charges to the enterprise funds department. So each year we do this at the end of the process when we know what the budgets are. That actually brought $728,000 more to the general fund. So overall, we picked up $1.2 million over the summer. And this is what we're recommending that we do with these dollars. So the first item was discussed in July. It was recommended to be funded from resort tax. We moved that over to the general fund, which is where the primary source of this funding is. And so that's just a cleanup item on our part. The next 5 items were recommended by the Finance Committee, overall the commission. And so we added those items as recommended. And then the last item is what we're recommended to do with the excess dollars from the 1.2 that we picked up. So you may recall when we met in July, we recommended setting aside $2 million to fill our general fund reserves. Will not fill. So right now we're fully funded, but once our budget goes to 427, that actually increases what's required by 11 million. So we're trying to fill that pot as much as possible. This would get us to 3 million. We would need another 8 million. And we're hoping that at the end of FY23, we'll pick up some additional dollars to fully fund our reserves. And then we have a few tweaks, $25,000 of refinements. If all these recommendations are approved, we would be back at a balanced budget. So anything that we add to the budget will require some adjustments somewhere.
So I'm going to go through the general fund enhancements. We've seen most of these multiple times, so I won't dwell on them. I'll really highlight the changes that we had from our July FERC till now.
Yeah, Jason, if you could just focus on the changes, because most
Yes.
of these we've seen in our workshop, so.
Correct. Everything on this slide, there is no change from July. On here, there is no change from July. On here, the only change is the last item, the full-time permit ombudsman position, which is split funded amongst multiple funds. No change here. And in here, the only change is, again, showing the $3 million going towards the $11 million need in the, for the reserves. The only change here I would highlight is the Normandy. Okay, so the additional $25,000 for the to supplement the Normandy fountain programming.
And then I'll just do a quick recap on the resort tax fund, similar to what we did with the general fund. So back in July, we had a surplus of 4.3 million. And we made recommendations to have a balanced budget back in July. And then we did have some recommended updates. So next slide. Again, you can see here some small tweaks to the resort tax budget, which would get us back to a balanced budget. That 8,000 should look familiar. We transfer that expense over to the general fund. The Ocean Drive Promenade programming was recommended by the FERC, and then we did an adjustment to the large-scale community events budget. That was 1.3. It's now reduced to 1,078,000. And again, some small refinements on the expenditure side, which would get us back to a balanced budget.
And then I will take us quickly through the one slide of expenditure enhancements. For the resort tax, the main one there being is the large-scale community events recurring reduced from 1.3 to 1,078, which we've discussed as kind of that when we're going to discuss items that want to be added, that is the more than likely bucket that would be recommended to be reduced. And then we did add the 101,000 for the Ocean Drive promenade as discussed. And then I'll just go quickly through other fund enhancements. There are no changes here on utility enhancements, the same ones we discussed in June and July. I actually highlighted in blue is the only adjustment here because there's a lot of data there, is $300,000 additional for temporary contracted sanitation services, that during the fiscal year, the commission had given direction to the sanitation department to increase litter patrol and pressure washing throughout the city. As they've ramped that up, when we did the Q3 analysis, we realized actually we needed to increase those temporary services. So we've added in for FY24 that $300,000 so we can continue at that elevated level of cleanliness.
Jason, let me stop right on that, if you'll go back, because at our last meeting, there were a couple of open items you guys were going to work at. Midway down, the full-time cat trapper position, remember, we asked the staff to look at that and recommend if you're recommending a staff position versus an outside 1099. So it's my understanding the staff is recommending an employee. Is that right?
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. That is correct. After deliberation, it was really determined the recommendation for sanitation was that we just had to have it as an employee. Being contracted was, and if we're able to between now and then find some solution, that'd be great, but we're planning on moving forward with it being a full-time employee with the vehicle and equipment that is required.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. There is no changes here. And the only thing I want to highlight here is that the administration had recommended for the CAC to increase by $250,000 their funding. They have their own dedicated funding source. It was really just appropriating the money they have available to themselves. But the commission had wanted to carve out a specific $50,000 set aside for the South Beach Jazz Festival. So that is shown here, and thus the remaining $200,000 would be added to the existing $850 pool. And
so
again,
that takes, they're at 850, that takes them to 1.1?
1.05.
Yeah, okay, right.
Thank you. So these are the follow-up items. The next three slides were items that were requested to do a little more research and come back. What we're going to talk about on these are not currently in the proposed budget. So if there is interest from the commission to add them, we would have to go ahead and add them and find something we'd have to reduce because we have a balanced budget. So the first item?
Yes, so these are two neighborhood associations that Commissioner Fernandez asked us to go back to discuss any additional needs. So Collins Park, they actually have $50,000 in their budget right now. There's an additional ask of $25,000. This would increase their number of events from 5 to 10. And then Lincoln Road programming there's no money in the budget right now for their programming dollars. They've asked for $38,000. $13,000 for a holiday event and $25,000 for public art displays between November and April.
I'm sorry, on that, I understand the Collins Park, the 25, the 38, is that for programming or including public art?
This is for programming. So one is a holiday event and the second programming would be public art.
For a total of 38?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
This other item, actually all three items were actually a request from Commissioner Fernandez to provide some additional detail on some items. So this one was on-street neighborhood monitors. And we've had some discussions with Commissioner Fernandez on this in the interest of increasing cleanliness and what could we do to take some of that burden off of residents who often reply and such. So we got together several different departments to discuss what kind of approach we can come back here through the budget process. Now, the first two bullets I want to draw your attention to are things that we're actually going to move forward as an initiative anyway. It's not going to require any additional funding. We'll be able to deal with it in our funding sources that we have, and that's some interdepartmental cross-training computerized alert system. And what we're looking to do is, obviously we have 80,000, 90,000 residents, so that's a lot of eyeballs seeing things. But we also have around 2,200, 2,300 employees, and we're very operational heavy. We have a lot of people in the field, whether they're sanitation or park rangers or ocean rescue. And what we want to do is to educate, train, and incentivize the employees to see something, say something. You know, they may be not in their realm of what their responsibilities are, but if they see, a park ranger sees a overflowing trash can at 8th and Ocean, that's not in the realm of what they're responsible for, but hey, you see something, how can you report that? So we're going to work with the IT department and get through the HR and then have training for all of those operational employees so that they know how that they can report this information, we can track it, and we can clean it up. So that's the one thing we're definitely going to move forward. The other thing related to just cleanliness in general is just, again, highlighting the $300,000 that is in the proposed budget related to increased level of cleanliness. And the last bullet, which is not in the proposed budget for discussion here, is to add additional cleanliness assessors, part-timers that are in there at $179,000 year one, $131 would be the year two impact. And what that is actually Division of Finance has the assessors division. And these are part-timers that go out into our community and they do secret shopping, whether it's of employees, of cafes, of valet, and cleanliness throughout the city. And they take in data, take in reports, and that gets compiled and sent on to the departments. We want to convert that more from a quarterly analysis to more daily alerts. And if we add these three individuals, and there are people doing this, and it's just getting ramped up. Right. This was dormant during COVID for a number of years, so it's been probably about 3 to 4 years since it's really been up and running. It's just getting up and running now. If we to add these people, we would be able to add. We're estimating around 25,000 assessments.
Mr. Chair?
Jason, so the third bullet, the 300,000 is currently in the proposed budget, right?
Correct.
But the assessors, that piece is not right now, right?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may? Can I ask a question?
Let's let him get through everything and then we'll, because we've got a whole list. Let's go ahead.
Okay. And this is the last real slide, and maybe we can then go back to that first one, the non-funded one. So this one was also, Commissioner Fernandez asked, and I think it was a good point, was related to one of the positions being recommended, and this commission had endorsed it, was the addition of a fire position related to special event plans review. And how can we offset that cost for residents that aren't utilizing special events, as it were. And we went back and did a little research, and apparently the city used to have an administrative fee related to these special event plan reviews, and it was discontinued at some point a number of years ago. So the administration's recommendation is year one to implement the $12 an hour fee, go to $15 year two, and then index to inflation thereafter. This would estimate revenue at $150,000 year one, and then $187.5 year two. And this would almost fully offset the cost in the first year, and then go to a majority offset on that for year two. So that is our recommendation there. And that's
okay. So let's go back on the last step, and let me just ask the members. This was something, Commissioner Fernandez, that you raised about the funding. I think they've come up with a very creative approach on how this could be funded. Is there anyone that objects to the approach that they're recommending on how it would be funded through a fee structure, which is what it was done in the past? Seeing no objection, we'll adopt that. Now, let me ask before I get into this list of items that we need to talk about, the new stuff. There was a, we'll get to that in just a minute, but in the last meeting, we left a bucket of money, if you will, for programming, right? I don't know where that is on your slide. If you could bring that up, because I want to remind the members how much money was in that bucket that was set aside for future allocation. I think it may have been
it's $1,078,000. Yeah, in the resort tax. Getting there. There it is there. So the large-scale community events at $1,078,000 was the bucket.
We've got about $1 million that we left in general dollars. Now, this is part of the resort tax, right?
Resort tax or general fund, because it moves back and forth.
That's what I was going to ask. I think we can exchange those dollars because some of the things I want to bring up. So let's, if I can, and Mayor, thank you for allowing me to go through this. This morning, we had a change in the Walk of Fame. They're going to need another $6,000. It's a very small amount. Is there an objection for us increasing that budget for the Hall of Fame for the $6,000. Seeing no objection, please add the $6,000. We know where that money's coming from, and from that, this is where it's coming from, is that line?
No, Convention Center.
Convention Center Fund, and they have a surplus, so we wouldn't have to amend the budget.
Okay, great. There was also a discussion about a potential Walk of Fame, but I think we decided that Muhammad Ali would be part of the Hall of Fame. The item was referred to review all of that, so I don't think we need any funding for that now, but the future, there is going to be a need for us to restore and preserve what is currently there for the Walk of Fame, but I think that could be addressed in the future. The other thing I had on my item is the 4 items that were called up by our clerk. So let's go to C7AE. Purchase outdoor musical instruments. This is something that Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, I don't know what this is, so maybe somebody can tell us what it is and how much money you wish for.
Okay, so as you know, Lincoln Road has been in dire need of some upgrades, and we've been working diligently with the bid to have the Jersey barriers removed, which is happening now. We're replacing them with some beautiful planters. And we had a couple of last-minute items. One of them was a sign that says Lincoln Road, which is really going to be beautiful and kind of something uplifting for Lincoln Road as we wait to complete this $40 million capital improvement project that's supposed to start in 2025. We've kind of ignored Lincoln Road up until now because we've been waiting to do this massive project. It's taken us 10 years to get to the point where we could even start it. In the interim, Lincoln Road needs some help. And so these are a couple of items that are not very expensive that we do think will add a positive addition. So the harmonics item, do we have somebody from the bid who wants to come up and explain a little bit about the harmonics item?
No, we're not doing that yet.
We're not doing that?
We're not going to
The
do public
okay.
comment.
The
So just tell
harmonics
us what
item
it
is something that can be relocated, and it's interactive musical instruments that kids, that's gonna bring children to an area of Lincoln Road where they don't come right now. Because what we want to do is encourage people to come back to Lincoln Road, especially residents. And this is not very expensive for the overall
How much?
impact. What is it, C7AE? The harmonics is, what is the exact amount of the harmonics?
$48,980.
It's $48,000, and then we have the sign, the Lincoln Road sign, which is an additional $28,000.
So-
The
29.
What, pardon, 29?
29.
29,000.
So on the first item, the harmonic, is that some equipment that the city would retain ownership of, or is it a grant?
I suppose we would own it on Lincoln Road. I have some notes here on it. It's these sculptural instruments, and they transform like certain areas. And certain areas of the road are just kind of dead. And, you know, there's no reason to go there because some of the shops are closed. But it's called a Harmony Park Outdoor Musical Playgrounds. So it's adding a playground to Lincoln Road at a very inexpensive price for a playground, and it can be moved. If we had to move it during construction, we can save it and then move it. So we would actually be purchasing this. The city would own it, but even while we construct Lincoln Road, if we had to remove the installation and then put it someplace else, we could do that. So we're not going to lose this money, and I think it will give parents a reason to go back to Lincoln Road.
Okay, does any member object to it? Or does anybody want to speak on it? Go ahead, Commissioner Arreola.
Yeah, Commissioner Rose Gonzalez, I pulled this because I wanted to learn more about it. I liked it when I saw it on paper, and I like what you're saying. I pulled it, the only question I have is, particularly in the sign, $20,000 is a lot of money for a sign. Are we better making it $50,000 and having a nicer sign, or $100,000 and we really should have a great sign
It's
on
actually
Lincoln
really
Road.
nice. It's big white letters that say Lincoln Road, and I believe it's going to be lit up. It's going to be lit up, it's going to say Lincoln Road, it's going to infuse some energy. When we get rid of the Jersey barriers, we put up the sign, we introduce the harmonics playground. I think you're going to see a real, you know, this small injection of capital into Lincoln Road is going to have a large impact.
Yeah, my only question is it enough?
Oh.
I like both the ideas. You know, I don't know what you want to do, earmark it for further study.
It is enough. I think they got the estimate, and they said that the estimate came from the bid, and it's the 29,000.
Okay, well, I'll support it for sure, and I'll welcome the bid to think bolder if there was a plan you were too shy to introduce to us. please bring us the plan you didn't show us. If it's more expensive, maybe we'll take it under advisement.
Go ahead, Mayor, you want
Yeah,
to?
I don't think I wanted to ask was a meta question more than anything else, which is, so you're going to go through these add-ons, including, there's some larger ones. I will support anything we can fund. What I don't want to do is say I'm supporting
I
something.
have the money, I've got the money tree, I've been fertilizing all August, so,
All right, if you're, because I didn't want to just like the last one in order, we don't have
No.
enough of them.
so
What about
far-
the stuff for the back of the room? Are we,
yeah, we got them on board.
All right.
We got them on board.
Commissioner, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm trusting you on this.
Yeah.
I'm in for the ride.
So Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, on the musical instruments, you think that was around 38,000?
I believe it was 48,000.
48,000.
It's 48,000 and
Okay.
29,000.
And 29,000 for the sign, so that's roughly $70,000. So,
Based on the exact number, if I may, based on the exact
Jason, I
numbers
just
here,
want
it's
to deal with very round numbers.
80,000.
So if there-
80,000?
So what we'll do is, if there's no objection, I'd like to earmark up to $100,000 for these two items. That way, you have a little bit of cushion. To Commissioner Ariola's point, there may be something. So let's go to, so you have what you need from us, Jason, right?
Oh,
On
100,
those two items, C7AG, the sponsorship of the Black Film Festival. Commissioner Dominguez, this was your item. Tell us your dream.
So the dream is to fund the gap and make sure that it's earmarked for 2025 and 2026. We had received a letter to commission from the Black Affairs Committee, and I'd really like to support it. This particular event has been happening on Miami Beach for over 20 years, and it's beautiful. I went to the event this year to help kick it off, and I think it's something that we need in our city.
And what's the marginal, the additional ask was how much? 94,000?
97.
97,000. 97,000. Jason, are you in agreement with that dollar amount, 97,000?
We're in the existing budget's 103. If the intention is to get
So
to 200, 97 is the math.
Seeing that, is there any objection from the members here that we increase the funding to the Black
200,000?
Film Festival to
No,
200,000?
I fully support it. I've supported the previous
You have.
commitments, and I think they're true. It's a great.
It's a great event
it's
for
a
our
great
community.
event. So,
Okay, Jason, you've got guidance on that. Increase that to 200,000. I'm keeping score now, so I'm now at roughly 200 more. And then Commissioner Fernandez and I had C7AH to talk about Miami Beach Pride Festival. Commissioner Fernandez, would you tell us your dream?
guess the Ferris wheel.
They approached us with a need because of increasing costs, and especially because of the threats, given the issues of society. They've had an issue of increased insurance costs, among other inflation-related cost increases. So they requested this modest funding increase.
What is it?
It's up so that they can go from one.
What's the amount of money?
It's about 60.
62.
62.
Okay.
62. So is there any objection
No.
from, okay, so seeing no objection, is that okay? Seeing no objection, we'll increase that amount by 62,000.
Yep.
And is this one time or is this recurring or do we? Recurring, okay. But we know now that I think every recurring item has to be reviewed every 3 years anyway. So that takes care of those four items. I'm at 262, I think, or roughly, something like that. Now, the other item in the room, several items in the room, is to talk a little bit more about the soccer program. So we've had several comments from the soccer players and the parents that they're. You might just be happy here, so just, so we have previously focused, because I know I was focused on the infrastructure piece of that, but there has been requests for assistance on uniforms and on travel. So I'd like to ask the administration, either John Rebarb or our city manager or whoever she'd like to designate to, I think there has been some history with the city providing some funding on travel. And so, John, I'd like you to give us a little bit more information because I'd like us to be able to provide some level of support in that regard. So we have supported some travel for sports programs or extracurricular activities in the past.
Yes, Commissioner and Mayor, Commissioners, John Rebar, Parks and Recreation Director. We have travel baseball, we have travel soccer, we have a dance team which only travels once a year if it does make the state competition. But we have funded a travel soccer. I'm going to focus on travel soccer. And what we discovered last year, I think it was February, March, is that the program was growing and the parents were handling a lot of this on their own, which I'll tell you is not untypical of some travel programs. I have children who played in travel programs. You find your coaches, you find specialty coaches, you go to tournaments. And they came to the city and they said, can you help more? Could you get more involved? Let's really elevate this program. You all received multiple emails about this back in early spring. So we had put in 2 enhancements. We had enhancements on the capital side of the budget. We had enhancement requests on the operating side of the budget. And as of right now, the capital side is recommended to be funded. Thank you. The one on the operating side is not currently on the list to be funded, and I believe that's why we have some soccer players with us here this evening. That request was for about $471,000, and after some parent leaders and staff got together, knowing that's a heavy lift, what they're here today to ask you for, if I understand correctly, which I have it in writing, so hopefully I am accurate, what we come down to is assistance in elevating the training portion of the program. For the city to help out with independent contractors to do this specialized training, these coaches, these higher level coaches, give the director of coaching more hours with the program. No headcount. The previous enhancement request did come with city parks and rec headcount. This request does not come with headcount. It's landing at, it's still a heavy lift. It's $226,000. There would be some revenue attached to that. But if I were to make an estimate, I would say potentially $50,000 in additional revenue. If that was the case, you're looking at a $176,000
Yeah, so,
subsidy.
and so it's, I misspoke, that's not for travel, that's not for uniforms, it's for something else?
This is additional. We're already. We've enhanced the uniforms. They play in tournaments. And no, we are not talking about travel expenses,
Okay.
hotel, things like that.
All right, so, and
So
that's what I want to make sure we have on the record in that you know, we've had a lot of questions and concerns about the soccer program. Already in our budget, we have funded, John, is it $300,000 of infrastructure on, I don't know if Jason, if you can answer. So I think
I
it's
can
a
answer that.
substantial amount of money, right?
Yes, if I can. We've funded $1.5 million for the redo of the Fairway Park improvements, $300,000 for the Flamingo Park soccer field turf, and then also 2 positions, a full-time and a part-time athletic field specialist to help with the year-round maintenance of said fields.
And John, you mentioned uniforms. So when did you fund that out of your operating budget this past year, or how did you handle that?
Yes.
Okay. So members, what I would propose on this is that we authorize an additional $100,000 of operating funds to provide support for this very good program. It's not as much as they've asked for, but I think it's an amount that would really help their program, and that's something that we can sustain in our budget. So would there be any objection, or Commissioner Fernandez, please?
Yeah, Commissioner Richardson, I think nothing brings families more together in our community that I've seen than soccer. It's incredibly popular, and especially now with a new soccer star in town, it's what everyone is talking about. And even our commission, we've passed resolutions that you've sponsored, that we've supported unanimously to prioritize the funding for the soccer programs. When we've been in committee, we've supported the expansion of the soccer facilities. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, you've been a big proponent for the facilities because of the limited amount of facilities that we have for soccer, and I completely support the funding allocation that you're proposing for the soccer program. The children of our community deserve it, and it brings our families together in Miami Beach.
So thank you, Commissioner. Let me go back to, because John, you mentioned a revenue stream. Is that revenue that would typically come to the city? And so, Jason, have you budgeted that amount in your revenue stream?
No, we haven't, and the reason is
Okay, so
it's
stop
not.
there. So here's what I'm going to propose. Since you haven't budgeted the revenue stream, in addition to the $100,000, they're going to have a revenue stream of around, it's estimated around $50,000. Let them keep that. They don't have to give that. It's not budgeted now. We don't need it to balance our budget. So that way it gets them a little bit closer to what their ask is. It's still less than.
Would we have seen that?
I would like Jason to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, if I may, to give us a little, we were just kind of sidebarring where you're talking. If you can give us a little leeway for Budget and Finance to work with Parks to come, when we come back for the second hearing. And what I think I'm hearing is if we could just call it 100,000 net, and we will work together to go with that compliance.
Yeah,
so it
so
might
I
be a
think
little bit
what's
more on the revenue.
happening-
So the net revenue would be $100,000.
Yeah, but so I think they've had a revenue stream in the past that the city has collected, right? That's my understanding.
Yes.
So, and since you haven't budgeted that revenue stream, we're not going to unbalance our budget if we don't get it.
I think I'm sorry, there are some revenues that are already, it's this increase that he was talking about. But if we could work with them.
Why don't you guys work on that?
Yeah, we'll make sure it's a net of 100.
We can deal with that at the second one, so.
I just want to make sure, on the capital side, we've already made investments on the
That's already
capital
done.
side.
All
That's
the
already
capital
done.
side has already been taken care of in a
On
very
the turfs
substantial
and all
way.
that.
I'm sorry?
On the issue of the turfs that we.
It's taken care of in a very, very substantial way.
Just
So,
wanna make sure.
This is the year for soccer.
Yes.
I know. Commissioner Minor, you're recognized.
Since we're talking about soccer, I had brought this up at a prior budget meeting that the Friends of Southport Elementary School, the president had reached out to me. They're doing an extensive renovation at their soccer field. It's a couple $100,000. They've asked for the city to contribute $50,000, so I'm making that request of our commission to help them out because they basically, not basically, they did deplete their reserves to fund this field.
How would that item work? Because that's not our property. That's school.
Correct. We'd have to work that out, whether that would end up being a grant to the Friends of South Point, which is a 513C, or it's directly with the school board.
Okay, so let's
We
do
did that.
this.
Go ahead. We can do that.
We've done that before. We did that with Beach High on 2 or 3 different capital projects.
We would just need the commission to allocate the funds. We'll put it in the right place.
So what I'd like to do, if it's okay with the board, is you guys work on it, bring it back at the next one, because I don't know if I've got 250 today, if that's what, so let's find out how much money it is.
It's 50. The requested, it is an enhancement that is listed. It wasn't in the original recommended, but it is exactly $50,000.
Oh, it's
is the
50,
request.
not 250.
No, it's 200, it's $50,000. The
50.
50.
Okay, I have 50, so is there any objection to
None.
that? Okay, so let's show that done as well.
Thank you. If I can, just to keep keeping score here, so besides those other ones that we had, so we're looking at a $100,000 net for the travel soccer program, and then also the $50,000 for the South Point Elementary soccer field donation. Got it.
In addition to the 4 items that we
Correct.
previously mentioned, and then
There are a few other items.
$6,000, or you guys are dealing with that on the Hall of Fame. I think Tamika said she's already got that covered. And then I have one other question. We haven't called that item yet, Mayor, but the market people that were here earlier, is that a budget-related item? So does that come in under revenue stream? So is that something we want to hear as part of this? No.
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, good. Those are the items I have on the operating side, members. Go ahead, City Manager, did you want to?
We have several others that either came in through the summer or came in as recently as last night.
Where's that list?
That would be on the PowerPoint, if we can maybe bring that back up.
Okay.
So these were the items that were requested for additional information from the commission in July.
Yeah,
and
I
we returned-
assumed that we're okay with these. So is
Yeah.
anybody objecting to these two? Okay, they're done.
Jason, we need to discuss the item that came from Commissioner Fernandez last night as an addendum, the 139,000 for Lincoln Road holiday.
We still have a couple of, yeah, correct, we have a couple more items on my
For
list.
Lincoln
There's this item we
So
need
the
direction.
300 is already in the budget.
Correct.
So the
Hey, let me just,
yeah.
thank you, soccer people.
Thank you, soccer.
All right,
Knock it out of the park.
that's not the metaphor. That's not the.
Oh, that's another one.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew that. I knew that.
Ole, just say ole, ole.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask a question about this, because, you know, prior to the pandemic, we had the cleanliness index. With the cleanliness index, our city administration was able to keep better tabs on what was happening street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, in terms of just the quality of sanitation and pressure cleaning and all that. With the pandemic, that was suspended, together with other things that happened as a result of the pandemic that we're still recuperating with. There was a drop in sanitation budgets that we're finally recuperating on and all that. Madam Manager, what's happening with the cleanliness index, and how does this tie in with the cleanliness index? Because that cleanliness index was touted as being the success of keeping our streets clean. And I got sometimes some complaints that notwithstanding the investments we make in sanitation and pressure cleaning and extra crews, it's not always to the level that our community and our residents expect it to be. So what's happening with the cleanliness index, and how does this tie into that?
Certainly, Commissioner, and thank you for the opportunity to describe that, and we can certainly have Leslie come up and explain what we've done. But, you know, one of my obsessions, quite frankly, once we were financially stable and we were coming out of COVID, was trying to figure out how to bring back all these performance measures, really, that hold us accountable and that make sure that we're monitoring and being able to assess how we're doing. So Leslie has been working really hard to roll this out and to bring it back, and she can describe to you the status currently. Obviously, having the opportunity to potentially add these part-timers would really significantly enhance our capability, and hopefully we can get to the point. We're very close to the complete rollout. We've actually started part of the process already, and we will hopefully be able to begin reporting to you on a quarterly basis. Whatever you feel is appropriate, we'd be happy to report to you on that. Leslie, you want to describe where we're
Manager,
at?
before we do that, let's just go back to the slide. So the $300,000, that's already in the budget. So
That's the elevated cleanliness.
that's in the budget
Yes, it
now.
is.
So what we're talking about are these additional
Assessors.
cleanliness assessors. And so have those been positions that we've had in the city previously or never?
Yes, there was a time where we had a full-fledged program. We've brought back a very small portion of the program, and we've been hoping to, elevate it.
And so
Leslie-
the 1-year cost, the first year would be $179,000, is that right?
So if I may, yeah, and I'll let Leslie get into the detail. Currently, there are already, in our budget, there are already 8 part-time assessors that do their work. This is for 3 more, and the reason that year 1 is more is an additional vehicle to get around the city that they will share. And these assessors that are working, the existing and these additional staff, they're 24 hours a day. So they will be looking at the cleanliness on Washington at 7th and Washington at 3 o'clock in the morning. There's all kinds of examples. They go throughout the city, thousands of assessments. This is all just being ramped up again.
So we haven't had the program for a while, though, and now we're going to ramp up with 8, and 8 have already been budgeted. So why don't we just let them do the 8, and then next year, if you find the 8 is not enough, then you can add 3 more. But do I have that right? Leslie, you're getting ready to have 8?
So we already have 8 positions. We revamped and reinvigorated the other 7 performance initiatives that we have. We started October 1st of 2022, and we've been conducting those assessments. Those are of our garages, the restrooms, our trolleys, our secret shopper program, our attendance, cafe, and so on. we are just beginning, we had to rebuild the cleanliness index itself. It took us a year. We are testing it now this quarter, and we will begin the cleanliness index as well October. But those assessments are part of the 8 that already exist and are part of the other 7 performance initiatives as well.
So the question I have, though, is if we're going to start with, we're going to start with 8, we're starting with the program again with 8, why do we need to add 3 more right now? Can't we just do the 8 and see how that's going to go?
If I may.
I'm trying to save $179,000.
Sure.
Go
If I could
ahead,
ask a question.
Commissioner Fernandez, go ahead.
Let me ask staff, these 8 individuals that we have now, are they focused exclusively on cleanliness, or are they looking at other indexes? Could you explain that to us, please?
So we have 9 indexes in total. The Cleanliness and Appearance Index has not yet restarted. We're in the test quarter. That will begin October 1st. We have 7 other indexes that they're already involved with, and they are conducting those assessments 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Okay, and so what we're saying, what I'm saying is that, we should have, I'm very focused in improving the cleanliness, the safety, and the beauty of our community. And this program has been very much successful in the past. And I think we need to do a renewed effort in addition to the resources we're putting in sanitation and the crews that we're putting out there and pressure washing and all that, making sure that we're proactive in addressing areas where we have problems at, rather than being reactive to the complaints of residents. And that's why I was suggesting that, what could we do in terms of on-street neighborhood managers and all that? And the administration suggested that this would be a good area where we should be focusing on, which is really beefing up the staff that's out there in the communities on the cleanliness index. Because right now, they're not focused exclusively on cleanliness. And these 3 would be exclusively on cleanliness and getting ahead of any dirty sidewalks, dirty alleys, areas that need to be pressure washed, cleaned, picking up litter, and that type of stuff.
Correct. Each of the assessors does 7 4-hour shifts per week. Within the 4-hour shift, they can do between 20 to 24 assessments, specifically of our public rights-of-way, if they were committed solely to the cleanliness index. So you're looking at between 22 and 26,000 additional assessments of our public rights-of-way across the year.
And if I could add, obviously that's up to the commission. We're going at 0 right now to something. So it could be a pause to say, let's see if our existing budget sources is sufficient, or to add to them immediately. We could be revisited. It's really a policy decision of the commission.
I would be in favor, though, of we're going from, as Jason just said, from 0 to 8. So why don't we just see how the 8 are going to do, and then if that's not adequate, then add 3 more.
Okay.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Oh, I had a different item, but whatever.
Okay, well, let's finish this one
I'm
off.
fine with spending as much as we
Well-
have to try to get the city to be cleaner, because at the end of the day, we don't spend enough.
Out of the 8, how many are dedicated to cleanliness?
Well, none of the 8 right
The 8 are split across the 9 performance initiatives.
Okay.
The positions are split funded across a lot of different funding sources, and they change different things they look at every day.
Let's bring this in for landing. What do you want to do? Do you want the other 3 immediately?
It's just a capacity issue. I mean, obviously, 8 people doing 7 or 8 indexes versus 11 people doing it, it's a capacity. We would be able to do more assessments.
Exactly, I understand. We're going from having 0 right now, and we're adding 8. The 8 are already funded. The question is, do we want to fund 3 more? So do we want to go from 0 to 11 or 0 to 8 and see how that goes?
Do you need these resources? Are are the 8 sufficient? What was it before?
It's been 8. It was 8 before we went, before we paused in April. But the 8 positions are already committed to the 9 indexes. The only index we haven't restarted officially is the cleanliness index, because that had to be rebuilt.
Okay, so the aid has been focused on others, and now we're adding the cleanliness, and so I see what you're saying. In other words, this would be needed. How about if we add one more, would it make sense to add one more position to assist with the cleanliness index?
Each
rather than three?
assessor will assess between 6,000 and 8,000 streets and, public rights of way across the year. So it's just a matter of how many times you would like them to be out there.
So you're saying though previously, when you had the program, cleanliness was not one of the silos, if you will?
No, it was.
It was?
It was.
Okay.
So why isn't it part of the 9 that was brought back?
It is, except for we had to rebuild it because the program that it was created with was no longer available to us, so we have been rebuilding it with a consultant.
Okay. Can we just start with the 8 that we have and see how that goes? And if it doesn't work out, then you can add more people?
Yeah, let's evaluate this mid-year.
Let's give it 6 months and evaluate it and then see how it's going to go. All right, let's close this one out. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, you had an item? I got some others here I got to do as well.
I had a referral to the FERC. Last year, we made a commitment to the International Piano Music Festival of an additional funding. And then I referred the funding to FERC. It was $75,000. But since we made the initial investment the first year, to not fund it this second year, and I know that I referred it to the FERC, but I would like to just get it into the funding cycle if possible, and I believe
We always
in my
like it when we get
referral.
it into the budget cycle, so we don't have to do amendments. We funded that last year. Jason, is it programmed this year?
It's not.
No.
I'm fully supportive of it. I thought it was a good program. Is there any objection to us? Done. $75,000. Boom.
Thank you.
I'm still within my limit on the money tree, so, but don't test me. Jason, you had a couple other items?
There was one other item that was a referral.
Please tell me it's a low number. Go ahead.
R9AK, $139,122. Commissioner Fernandez, related to adding all-around holiday-type lights on Lincoln Road.
What item is it?
I believe it's R9AK, which was a Lincoln Road holiday lighting, year-round
Let me pause
holiday
you there
lighting.
and ask the clerk to call up R9AK.
R9AK is discussed, take action during the 5 PM budget hearing, request for Lincoln Road improvements.
Didn't we just give Lincoln Road 2 things? We gave them a piano and we just gave them a sign. And what is
programming.
this? What
And
is
then
this?
also the programming was also dealt with.
Yeah, and the programming as well, so they're doing really well tonight. What is this for?
You know what, I'm going to defer R9AK. I see that
Thank
my
you. Show the
colleague,
item.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, has an item about the master plan for Lincoln Road. Maybe, let's just see, rather than piecemeal come to one commissioner for one thing and another commissioner for the other thing, let's just see one plan for Lincoln Road.
Thank you. Thank you. So show the item deferred. Jason, anything else on the operating side? I think we've.
Yes, that'd be capital. I think there's one item that'd be related to capital, but at the end of the day, the funding source is the same, so this is the appropriate time to bring it up.
What is it?
Well, you haven't gone through the capital yet, but you're saying it's a capital?
Yes,
You haven't-
R9AJ.
Yeah, you've gone through the no, you haven't gone through the capital.
There isn't a separate presentation for that.
Okay.
There is?
Is not.
There's not. So go ahead then, tell us what that
I
item is.
believe Commissioner Fernandez also had R9AJ.
I keep hearing his name a lot now associated with the budget.
AG, I'm sorry,
Yes,
AG.
Apparently at agenda briefing, it was suggested that these items shouldn't be part of the regular agenda. And I did what I thought was the right thing, was to put them as discussion items at the 5:01 PM part of the meeting, which is the budget meeting, rather than put it at the consent agenda, and then give direction to approve funding that later on might not be available. And so I thought I was doing the right thing by following the guidance from the administration and legal and putting it in this
Okay,
part of the agenda.
we're running short on time, so what is the item again?
It is funding. It is an existing capital project for pickleball courts at Flamingo Park. And if I may, quickly, it's $425,000.
So wait a minute. First of all, Mr. Clerk, can you call the item?
Yes, sir. R9AG, discuss, take action, approve funding for pickleball courts at Flamingo Park.
No, so I thought we already had the funding for the pickleball courts in the budget.
No, the pickleball courts were not funded through the capital budgeting process, but in going through the briefings and talking back with Parks, we actually have, without hitting the '24 budget,
Right.
what we discovered is that we have $500,000 in the 2023 Parks budget that is a one-time expenditure for an event that ended up not moving forward. But it was projected to be expended during the quarterly analysis. So it wasn't scooped up as we utilized to fund our '24 capital budget projects. So there is an opportunity to use that $500,000 one-time to fund the pickleball and that $75,000 to help fund a few of the other one-time items that were done. And that will be done.
So it's funded, it's not gonna kill the budget, so I don't think we're gonna have any objections.
So moved.
So let's move it like that.
If I may, just because it's a clarification.
Yeah,
These
really
items will
quickly.
be part of in November when we do the rollover budget amendment. The items that are identified for the
Yes.
$500,000 will be part of that.
Yep,
Just for
we
the
got
record.
it, we got it, it's gonna roll
Okay,
forward.
we done?
We got it, we gotta go
I gotta go to
quickly.
public hearing.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, we gotta go quickly.
Okay, one more thing was,
But I
Leslie,
think I
I
heard
know that the QEC was hearing some items about the 6 additional schools. I know that.
Oh, boy, that's a big one.
Is it
That's
a
gonna
big
have,
one? Is
that's
it
in
too
finance,
big?
that's in finance right
That's
now.
in-
It's gonna,
that-
we're gonna have
there's
to
an
do
item
that
on
there,
finance.
so I got no
Okay.
time.
All right.
All
I
right,
get it.
so
We have our
now,
direction.
so with that, you've done operating and you've done capital, right?
Correct.
Yes.
So, I know that some members are gonna have to leave, and so we need to call a vote. So I would like to call a public hearing now.
Yes.
On any item, and then if you must speak, we will give you a period of time, but if you do not need to speak, please, because I'm gonna lose members, and I need to, call the vote.
Let me help you out here. 1 minute.
Yeah, I would say 30 seconds.
And if
not
if your item is in the budget, you do not need to speak. You can't help it in any way.
Is this related to the budget?
Absolutely, sir.
Go ahead, you've got 1 minute.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Since I only have a minute now, I just want to talk about how transportation and mobility does not seem to be a priority of this current commission. 10 years ago, there were master plans, there were resolutions and policies set by the commission to prioritize those that walk, that bike, and take transit. Today, we have a transit mobility department budget that is increased less than the rate of inflation compared to over 13% for the general budget. And I did check with the finance department, Mr. Vice Mayor, about that.
Thank you.
So I just, a few more seconds, since I don't think I hit a minute yet. The hope is that next year, as the budget is formulated, that transportation and mobility for everyone, not just more cars, nor more lanes and more traffic lights synchronized, is part of that process. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you so much.
There's no
Anyone
one
else, quickly?
10 seconds. My name is Lily Azell. I'm the USA Pickleball Ambassador for Miami-Dade County. Pickleball has impacted lives here in Miami Beach. Your Miami Beach residents are impacting your tourist lives, and we really need more courts, and we so thank you for funding the Flamingo courts. Thank you very
Got
much.
$500,000. Pickleball is the winner tonight, along with soccer. Okay, I gotta call a vote. Quickly.
Okay. I'm sorry. 1 minute on soccer. Just one thing, because I want this to be at the forefront of your
Name,
mind
please.
going forward.
Your name.
A few months, Alexander Zaldivar. Been in Miami Beach since 1976, so very vested in this community. I'm the president of the Booster Club of Beach High, work with kids and raise money for them all day long. A few months ago, this same commission actually granted a proclamation to my family and 2 other families for all the support that we provided to the soccer program. What I wanted to highlight, someone said many of these clubs and so forth, the parents are used to paying a certain amount. What we do for these kids, you do not understand how immeasurable it is. This is a very diverse city. It's a very diverse sport. I've been doing this for 10 years, traveling with all these kids, and what I will tell you is there's 4,000 travel teams at every given level. I've only seen 3 times where on the jersey it says City of, and we're one of those. Because all these
Thank
other
you,
ones
sir.
are these clubs, Juventus, all these other. So these kids are going out there, they're staying off the streets, they're learning teamwork, they're
Thank you.
learning camaraderie, and they're representing our city. So we're doing something fabulous for these kids. It's something that they're going to take with them for the rest of their lives. So thank you, and I implore you to keep this at the forefront of the budget going forward.
Thank you. So guys, listen, I'm gonna let you speak if you need to, but I have members that are leaving. If I lose quorum this whole budget is gonna fall apart, okay?
Just-
I'm gonna not have a budget vote if I lose quorum. Go ahead.
Okay, understood. In 30 seconds, the only question that I have is that I'm seeing that a lot of that is going away from programming and potentially, from what I saw from security of March of 2024. I'm wondering if that is if all the conversations about spring break 2024 are now over. That's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That conversation happened in July. Thank you,
It'll
sir.
be up at the next meeting. Next meeting, we'll have more spring break.
Go ahead, sir.
Name, please.
I promise to keep it brief. Adrian Mueller. Thank you for the Flamingo Pickleball. The facilities that are being provided are inadequate, so I would introduce now the idea that this be followed into the following year's budget. Because currently, the wait to play pickleball on Miami Beach is about as long as it was for us to get to this portion of the meeting. And we've built up that kind of endurance and patience by waiting to get our turn on the courts. We have more people playing pickleball any day than using any other of the public facilities. I've used Scott Rakow, North Shore. The place is packed. Drive by there at 8 in the evening. Flamingo is beautiful, thank you. It is insufficient.
Yeah.
The camaraderie and the community building that happens there is wonderful, and I wish all of you would come by and see it for yourselves.
We got
9 minutes to spare. Have a beautiful evening.
Thank you so much, and you're right. It's a wonderful sport, and we need more courts, and we're gonna work on that quickly, sir. Thank you.
My name is Daniel Villegas. I'm the director of coaches for Miami Beach Travel Soccer Program. So thank you, Mr. Richardson, and everybody else up here. Just wanted to speak on behalf of the program. Have it on the record. I wanted to honor the kids that came, that showed out, that tried to be quiet and patient for you guys. And
You did a good job.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys considering us. And please, as Mr. Zaldivar said, consider that you have 200 plus kids, most of them from low socioeconomic status, can't afford the programming. Me as a coach here, 6 years, along with the other coaches, have done the work, sometimes for free for some of these kids, sometimes take money out of our own pocket to pay cleats for them. These are the kids that don't have anything. I have kids in our program that in 5 years I've never met their parents. We are more than coaches, we are mentors. We've placed kids at Colgate University, University of Michigan, University of Illinois, Chicago. We've placed kids all over the country. We had you guys recognized our top
Thank
high
you,
school
sir.
player last
Thank
year,
you.
so.
Thank
just
you.
wanted
We
to
love
say
the
thank you,
program.
guys.
It's
Appreciate it.
It's terrific. Okay, with that, we've got.
All right, that's it
We're
for
gonna
the close the public hearing.
Public hearing, and what I'd like to do is call a vote on.
All of them.
Yes. I will move every item that's been called.
Yeah.
Second, and then, is this a voice vote or a roll call?
It's a voice vote, so if the only
Show
one.
it, show the vote. Is there any objection to any?
Any objection to any of the budget?
Show them all done unanimously.
And R7H is as amended, am I correct?
Yeah.
R7H, R7G
G
is amended.
Amended, is H
And
amended?
R7H had one amendment on it, is that right, Jason?
Yeah.
The
We can
capital-
direct him to do the
capital
after the
budget.
meeting revisions.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
as
so
amended.
R7G and R7H show them adopted as amended on the floor. Everything else is as presented. And I thank you, Mayor, and I thank the public for allowing me to get through this as quickly as possible. I was not trying to be rude to anyone.
We got a
all
few
these
minutes.
second readings will be September 27th, just for the record, Mayor. The items C7AE, AF, AG, and AH, those were approved by acclamation, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so listen to what I'm going to recommend. I'm going to have to leave soon, but we have some time certains. I would recommend that we complete the time certains and we go back to the item of,
Actually, Mayor, as a point of order, it's after 7
Yeah.
o'clock, and so if there are members, every item that was open can be.
Yes.
But, I mean, we can, if there's somebody, if we want to get 4 votes to continue, otherwise.
that's what I'm going to do. I'm
Okay, great.
suggesting that even if I'm not here, you can complete
Okay.
items. So I would recommend that, first of all, you complete the time certain items, and then there are a couple other items that people want to consider. I've been given a list. I don't think you want to talk about the internal audit and the Byron Carlisle.
I don't think we have enough time, so we'll wait on
Okay.
that.
I know that Commissioner Early wanted to talk about the artisan market, but I do think we should get back to the scheduling of the meeting as well. So what I would recommend is we go through the time certain and we do the scheduling of the transportation meeting. And even if I'm not here for all of it, you all can continue with our vice chairman leading the meeting. So is there any objection to that, folks? Okay, then let's go ahead and do it. We're going to go to R5H and R5I. Those are mine.
R5,
This is the Harding Town Site.
R5H.
Yeah, I got it.
is.
Yeah, we raised this before. This is the little.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I have to read the title.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
R5H is an ordinance of Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of Miami Beach 2040 Comprehensive Plan Policy, RLU 1.1.1, entitled Single Family Residential RS, to allow for additional specifically permitted uses in single-family residential districts within supplemental main uses pursuant to the procedures in section 163.3184 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repeater, servability, and effective date. R5H is a first reading public hearing. It requires 4/7 vote. R5I is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Subpart B, Land Development Regulations of the City Code by amending Chapter 7, Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, District Regulations, Sections 7.2.2, RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, Single-Family Residential Districts, by modifying subsection 7.2.2.2, Uses, RS, to provide supplemental main permitted uses for properties within an RS4 zoning district, designation that abut a public park or at least two-sided and are located within the Harding Townside Local Historic District, providing for codification, repealer, servability, and effective date. R5I is a first reading public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote.
Okay, this is that little house next to the park that's.
Correct.
Okay, Tom, explain it real fast for us.
I'll be very brief. R5H is actually a comprehensive plan amendment companion to R5I, which is the LDR amendment. And basically what R5I does, the LDR amendment, is it amends the supplemental main permitted use regulations in the RS district, which is single-family homes, and it would allow for single-family lots that are located within the Harding Townsite Local Historic District, of which there is only one, because there's only one property zoned single-family within the Harding Townsite Local Historic District. And this particular property is on the east side of Collins Avenue. It's surrounded on all sides by a public park. To the south of this property is a GU district that has a library, and to the south of that is a commercial district. The owner would like to take advantage of their access to the park and the fact that they are only a single lot that is surrounded by a park. And so the proposal is to amend the supplemental main permitted uses by allowing uses other than a single-family home. These would be limited to townhome, personal service, office, restaurant or cafe with only 60 seats, with limited hours of operation and no entertainment, and retail only as an accessory use to the restaurant. This did go to the Land Use Committee and the Planning Board, and it was recommended in favor, and the administration is supportive, and we recommend approval of both
It's like
ordinances.
sticks out like a sore thumb, and this is to make it consistent with the south and north designations, so.
The zoning district remains the same. It's probably more to be consistent with the properties to the south, because to
Right.
the north is the Altos Del Mar Local Historic District. But it does recognize the fact that this particular lot is surrounded by a park, and it is kind of an anomaly in its surroundings.
All right, let's see if anyone in the public wants to hear. First of all, is someone going to move it? Anybody? I'll second it. Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Ariola, correct?
All right, Mikey did it.
We have one person on Zoom,
Yeah.
Ashley Moline. Ms. Moline, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm a lifelong Miami Beach resident. I've lived here next to this park my entire life. I just want to express my concern about the future of the park and protecting the park. Sorry, give me one moment. The state of Florida deeded the land to the city in 2003 under stipulations that the land always be used as a public park. It was recently completed using GO bond funding and officially opened in 2019. City of Miami Beach spent millions constructing the park, which has been well received by the public. The general public cherish Altos Del Mar Park. So again, I just want to express concerns about the future of the park.
Thank you so much.
The condo owners across the street, they are.
Okay, anyone else want to be heard?
Anyone? Go ahead, sir. You have 1 minute.
1 minute. Can't do it in 1 minute. This
Can
is-
we give them our minutes? We're all representing the same cause.
So let's do
Are you in favor of it?
No, we're against
We're
it.
all
Okay.
against. So
Okay,
we
good.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
And
at least 6 minutes.
So let's start by referring to what he said. It is, the change does not make it consistent
Name, please.
with any of.
Start with your name. I'm sorry. I didn't catch your
Oh,
name.
sorry. My name is Bob Nanis, and I'm a resident and an owner at 7600 Collins Avenue, which is a condo across the street from the said property. It is surrounded on 3 sides by public property, and on the 4th side, it faces our condominium. So it is, if you change it to commercial, it will not be connected to any other commercial property, okay? And if you're interested in the commercial properties in that area, I was just walking down between 73rd and 75th on Collins today. There are 8 empty storefronts there. If you're concerned about developing the commercial business in that area, then focus on those 8 empty storefronts and forget about adding another commercial property across the street from us, which will bring, anybody who has gone to that beach on a weekend knows that parking is very difficult, and you're adding a commercial property there that's going to draw in parking. It's going to have, if it's a restaurant, it's going to be throwing food garbage out, which promotes rats and other things. And our building is definitely against that. The other thing is, this is, it's such a crazy scheme. They want to change a residential property into a commercial property to increase the value of their property. So what do? You're not allowed to do, in general, spot zoning, which is to take a piece of property and to turn it into something that doesn't fit in with the surrounding properties, which is what they're trying to do.
Your time is up, sir. Do you want to speak for 2 minutes for the group?
Yes.
For the group? Okay, go ahead then.
So, so they come up with this scheme to put an overlay, which happens to be over the park. Why would they put this overlay in there? It doesn't make any sense, and we, the residents of that area, are against that overlay because we don't trust that it's a benign overlay as they have been talking about. It's the opening of changing the zoning of that park, which we are dead set against, okay? Then, if she wants to change the zoning of that property, then just talk about that property and give us the truth, which is that changing it does not make it fit with any of the surrounding area. Let's see. Oh, and I believe you said that the Planning Commission approved this, and which is absolutely wrong. The Planning Commission voted against approving this. And so why it's even here in front of you, I don't know. I think another thing you have to worry about is the precedent, okay? If you take a little parcel of residential land in our neighborhood and say, now you can take that little parcel and turn it into a commercial property, what's to stop the people who are on the ground floor of our building and facing the road to say, okay, they went commercial, why can't we go commercial? There's a piece of property that's for sale right now between 77th and 78th. It's a private house. What's to stop them from saying, well, why can't we be a commercial property? We're no different than that piece of land over there across the street. And there's another item that we would like to bring up, which has to do with the fact that it has been reported that there was a piece of property that was part of the park.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your comments.
We have
Thank you so much.
virtual speakers. We have Adriana Regant.
Okay, go ahead, recognize.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name
No,
Hi,
I'm
I
sorry.
just want to
We're
I want to
virtual.
quickly to bring up, hello?
Go ahead, please.
I want to, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. So there are two issues that I want to bring up. First, going commercial is very dangerous now with the Living Local Act. There's nothing stopping this property owner from selling the property, and then next year someone comes along and they build a tower. So I hope that nothing will be zoned commercial until, as you have voted earlier, until the Live Local Act is, it's scrutinized and we know what we can do. The second thing is the issue of perception. This is spot zoning. Spot zoning is illegal. You've done an overlay to mask it, but it looks really bad. So I would want you to consider the reputation of the commission and the trust in government that is eroded by actions like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Elizabeth Latone.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, good afternoon or evening. This is so wrong. It is a single family home. It is surrounded by park. There's absolutely, I agree with the other speakers. And it's also adjacent to other parks and what will be the town center. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but this whole city seems to be spot zoned. I'm a hard no on this. That is a single family home. It's always been one, and it's just something is off about this. And I urge you all to please vote no.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Gil. Gil, please state your name.
Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Gil. I'm a tenant as well at 7600 Collins. I would like to add to my disagreement with this notion. It's just an absurd request, in my opinion. It's a favoritism request by a member of the city system. This whole Zone 4 change just creates a open door for this to happen across every place in Miami. There is just no control right now about what's going to be used in this land itself. It's very generic request. The park across the street is used not just by the building across the street, it's used by everybody from the beach to all the way to the west to Miami shores. And this will just dismantle a surrounding completely. And the value of a small property that's going to be suddenly increased, the commercial value is going to decrease the entire value of the entire neighborhood. So I just don't understand why it's even being mentioned and considered across the board. I'll stop here because I lack the time.
Thank you.
Sir, he took your time, but I'm going to go ahead and give you a minute anyway, but that's it. He took your time. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized. Tell us your name, please.
My name is Frank Raposo. I have a property at 7600 Collins Avenue, and I don't understand. We've been talking about soccer and the kids, and I've been involved with sport all my life. And I don't understand why we're even thinking about putting a commercial property actually inside a park. Okay? When there's kids running around, okay, traffic going in, and basically that property is inside that park. I really don't understand it because I believe me, I've been in sport all my life for over 50 years. And so can somebody explain that to me? Because it doesn't make sense to me at all. Basically, that property is inside that park. So there's kids running around, you guys have to create more traffic, okay? So what happened when one of those kids gets hit with one of those cars, or you open a restaurant that serves liquor? Come on, let's do it for the kids, okay? That's our future. Everybody here is talking about money. Money is investment in those kids.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Ashley. Ashley, go ahead, please. Okay, our next speaker is
Hello.
Manny. Go ahead, Manny.
Hi, yes, in regards to this residential property that they want to put, my name is Manny Maharaj, and we also have kids, okay? I live on the South Beach side of things, but I take my kids all the way up through Miami Beach. And I don't understand what's going on in Miami Beach with spot zoning. We have here right now, Live Local, where that is going to go. You guys mentioned it in the city meeting all day today. They don't know where it's going to go. You're going to fight that so hard, and we need to fight it. But if these things are allowed to happen, residential, going to commercial and highly residential areas, like my home, now it's happening in the North Beach area. And where else is this happening? Where is it going to stop? I don't want to take a lot of time, but we need to defer this and get all the facts. What's happened on my street and what's happened everywhere? There are discrepancies. There are lots of things that I found that I need to bring. And I hope these people there as well, they could bring some of these things that they find, and I hope they will. But this needs to stop, guys. Come on, come on. Seek the interest of the residents. We put and we elect you guys to seek the interest of the residents, not big businesses. Okay? That's it. Have a good one.
Thank you. Ma'am, go ahead, 1 minute.
Yes. I want to open an investigation on how that property got 700 square feet added to that property when the land belonged to the state and it was given to the city. So I want an investigation from somebody up here to see how that happened. Because as I understand it, that it belongs to the state, and the city of Miami Beach gave 700 square feet to this particular property, and that needs to be investigated by somebody. I don't know exactly who, but that really stinks. It's against the deed that on how the property was deeded to the city of Miami Beach from the state. So how dare you give that property to this lady over here? That doesn't make any sense, and that needs further investigation.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Name?
My name is Maria Luisa Rocco. I
Thank
live
you.
at 7600 Collins Avenue.
Thank you so much.
And ma'am, just to help you, we have an independent inspector general in the city of Miami Beach. You're welcome to call them if you think that someone has violated the law. They're an
Yes.
independent agency. They do investigations. So if you think there's been a violation of
Yes,
law.
I would like the name and the information, please,
Yeah.
because we really need to go, and maybe not Miami Beach, because it might be
Thank you
corrupt
very-
also, the
thank-
state.
Thank you very much. So having lost
And
some
and
members.
just by the way, just when you say things, there's also laws against defamation. So if you have the facts, get the Inspector General. But if you're wrong, consider the fact you might have just gotten yourself sued.
I
Okay,
also want to
no,
say
no, no, no,
it's in.
no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this.
You just said that.
We're
we
not
don't
going to
have
do this.
defame-
You're not rec-
When you accuse someone of a crime,
Wait.
there's consequences to
Okay,
that.
we're not going. Okay, enough. Having lost a member, we will now show the item opened and continued and to the next meeting, and then the mayor also. So this item is being opened and continued. I've lost a member. I said that 30 minutes ago. People are going to start leaving. So I've lost the member. Show the item opened and
So
continued.
R5H and I.
Yes.
Open and continued.
Opened and continued. And then
The good news is that there's only one more
R5.
meeting, and it's first, I think it requires 2 readings, and then if nobody sponsors his item, it disappears. So he has now, it was his item, so because it was his item, he has the right to remove it from the agenda. So the good news is that, you will hopefully, even if it's heard, I don't think anybody's gonna pick it up afterward, seeing how unpopular it is, so I think it's pretty much dead. It was
Okay,
sponsored
so
by
we're
the mayor,
bringing-
and he left.
He had a flight to catch.
Because our meetings end at 7 o'clock, and we are extending as a courtesy to try to get some done. But our meeting ends at 7 o'clock, but as a courtesy, we're trying to continue. But we've got another item now that is, which one?
I have to defer R5S.
So R5S, again, show that item deferred into the next meeting because we don't have time for that, R5S. It'll be deferred until the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Larkin.
For those items involving the 7605 Collins, could they be deferred to the September 27th meeting?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you.
They'll be deferred. Well,
So it's being deferred
I'm
to
going,
27th.
as the chair, I'm going to defer those, but the sponsor is not here. If he chooses to move them to October, that is his choice. But as the chair, I can move them to the next scheduled meeting, which will be September. Thank you. Show that done.
So September 27th, H and I. And
We are not voting on the item. The sponsor had to leave, and you can call, and it's his item, and so he can ask for it to be open and continue. It's his prerogative, so show it that.
so
Okay.
those two items will be heard after 5, tentatively right now, 5:15 and 5:16.
Yep, thank you. Okay, and that's it.
We had one open item, C7.
Vice Mayor?
I don't blame them.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, go ahead. You're recognized.
I was just going to ask if we could try to resolve the traffic transportation.
I was just told that that open item, I think we need to work on trying to get a date. And so I think that we want to have a meeting, but I think let's let the mayor's office coordinate a time so that we can expedite that as quickly as possible.
I mean, I had proposed, and I am sensitive. I mean, I'm willing to work. Obviously, if October 23rd is not a great date for you, they are trying to find another date by the end of October. I mean, I think, preferably, I'd like to sort of keep the date and then, but with working on trying to get a new date, but no later than October 30th.
And I support that. I mean,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Fernandez?
bad things happen when I touch my calendar.
Say that again,
I
I
defer
can't-
that to Monica because I get in trouble with Monica when I touch my calendar. I would say, to your point.
Yeah,
why don't we-
I'm in the same position, so.
Lewis will get very mad if you
Yes,
just.
I'm in the same position, and so I need my aid until November 28th. So let's just all agree that we want to have a meeting, and let's let the mayor's office coordinate a time that we can make that happen.
But no later than October 30th, because this is very important
year?
to me as well this year. No later than October 30th of this year. I mean, I did have an item about this on the February or the January City Commission meeting. We did take this to committee. We do need to bring the stakeholders together. And
Let me ask a question. Is there any reason why we can't do this as part of the meeting on, what is it, the 20, is it the 27th?
Remember, it's coordinating
Yeah, the 27th, we're having a special meeting which we'll have to do the budget, which hopefully that'll go very quickly. So is there a reason we can't do that on the 27th?
It's not just us, it's FDOT, Coast Guard, county, there's multiple, and I mean, I know today, for example, Michelle Berger and the administration, they were working the phones, they were working it to try to come up with something, but again, it's a lot of different entities.
Okay, well, I think we've got consensus that we want to have a meeting. Let's let the mayor's office coordinate a time with all of us when we have our calendars and we can deal with that. That's the best I can do at this point.
And I'll tell you, I'm not sure what's the date. There's a date that's on my calendar. I think it's October 22nd. But if that doesn't work,
23rd.
or 23rd, they put that on my calendar, and that's fine with me. But if that doesn't work, I'm fine. Meanwhile, it's no later than October 30th. We do need to have this meeting, and we're not going to get all the stakeholders to agree on a date today at 7:51 at night.
Well, that's why, especially since there's no vote, that's why I'm trying to be respectful, but it's also, we may not be able to come up with a date because we're dealing with 3 or 4 different agencies. It's hard enough as it is, by the way. I've been trying to get this for 5 months. And then one of us could then nix it and say, I'm not available, and that's the end of it. And we can't have the meeting. So we've been at it 5 months. I'm not very confident we're going to be able to figure something out in the next 6 weeks.
Can we delegate this to the mayor, or to the city manager?
That's what I've suggested. Let them.
This was delegated. I wasn't doing this.
No,
I wasn't doing this. This was the city. The city administration was handling this.
Well, I don't want to have a back and forth on this. I was away for the break. I got a message that your aide asked my aide if this 23rd was good, and I said it's not good. I'm sorry. And then the next message that I got from my aide was saying that the Commissioner Minor, wanted to move forward anyway because all the other stakeholders were busy. And that's the message I got. If my aide was confused in some way, I can only apologize for him. But that's what I heard, and that's the message that I got. So I don't think we're going to be able to resolve that tonight on the 23rd. But go ahead, you're recognized.
I don't want to get petty, but if you're going to mention it, I'm going to have to say what my aide told me. First of all, I've heard this today. This was the first time I'm hearing this, but your aide had told him that you were out of town, but you would be attending virtually. You had no problem going forward. But we're getting petty now. I don't want to, but I just wanted to counter what, and that, by the way, I'm learning this for the first time today.
We're above that. We don't need to be petty. We're all above that. So let's, with that, we're going to show the item.
I'm going to still move to go forward October 23rd, but with the full faith effort that we move the date to accommodate you, but we have the date no later than October 30th, because otherwise I feel like this meeting's not going to happen.
I think there's agreement that we want to have a meeting, and so I'm going to leave it there. All right. Are there any other items that must be done tonight? Commissioner Ariola.
I asked so we hear R9U, which I think can be very quick. This is the artisan market in Loomis Park.
All right, I will call that item R9U,
R9
Loomis Park. Will you call the item, Mr. Clerk?
R9U is discuss Loomis Park artisan market closure.
Okay.
Awesome.
Commissioner Ariola, you want to lead that off?
Yeah, just simply what I'm asking colleagues is just for the opportunity for these folks to maybe engage with our city manager or anyone you designate. I think we heard at the last meeting and as well as today, a lot of, particularly the proprietors that really rely on the market for their living. I was very touched by the people who gave testimony, saw a lot of women-owned businesses, a lot of minority-owned businesses, a lot of small businesses, something that I, for sure, want to support and do support. I think all of us do. We've had some fits and starts. Not everybody's satisfied with the way it's worked, but it has a lot of people who also like it. I'd like to just try to make this work somehow. It works in so many communities throughout the country. Why can't we get it done right? I think the people that I've met and we've heard testimony from are really committed to working with the city to try to make this thing work.
Okay,
and I'd just like to give it a last
So do you want to make a
try.
motion that, would you make a motion that we allow the market to continue, or what would be?
I would like, to continue. I think get with the city manager and figure out what's missing and try to come back with a proposal we can vote on.
Commissioner Dominguez, you're recognized.
If I could make a friendly amendment, if the city manager looks to move forward to look at a location other than Lummis Park, because that community, and I've heard some of the vendors say that it's a small minority, and it's not a small minority. They don't want it there, and there's got to be someplace else on Miami Beach where we can make this work.
Or, I don't know, maybe further down in Loomis Park. I mean, I know the folks that are talking. I mean, it tends to, like many things, be a very vocal, influential minority, because the people that aren't coming here and testifying are the people who are working, people who can't come in. A lot of those folks that complain are retirees, and they're constantly watching commission meetings. But a lot of folks, if there wasn't a market for it, these folks wouldn't be fighting to stay open, right? There's a lot of people who use the market, whether they're tourists or residents. So there are a lot of the folks who use the market that aren't coming and saying that they have problems with it. On the contrary, they vote with their feet in their wallet. They like being there. I think we need to balance it and try to address the concerns of the folks who don't want it, or who have misgivings, and see if we can, make some peace. Because I think it's a great amenity for beach residents and tourists.
So I too would like to find a way to continue the market. Commissioner Dominguez, I, unlike you, have not had many people complain. It's been a very small number of people in the community, and I've had a lot more people with calls of support, actually, that want to have it. So I'm not opposed to continuing the market. Commissioner Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So I've been out there in the weekends before the market was suspended. And so these are my thoughts about it. There were things that I liked and there were things that I did not like. There were things that just felt like a commercialization of the park. And then when I inquired about it is because that's what we asked for. We asked, we meaning the city, asked for proposals for an artisanal market. When I started to describe to our staff, there's these, all these dresses that are for sale there, and all this jewelry that's for sale there, and these hats and all that, it looked kind of like flea market-like. And I did not appreciate that in, of all places, in Loomis Park. Then there were other things that I liked. I liked seeing all the fruit vendors and the healthy products that they had there, and the coconut water that aligned well with Muscle Beach, that's in very close proximity, and with our wellness goals and all that. I've been getting emails from people that say that none of the residents want it. Well, maybe none of the residents in a very small area. We have to represent everyone in the city. The reality is, you go outside the Art Deco neighborhood district, there are people who do like it. People that I've met there, residents who I've met there, who I've seen there, who do appreciate this. I just don't like it being, an artisanal market. I think it would be more aligned with a healthy vibe of the park. If it were more of a farmer's market, quite frankly, and something less expansive like what has been there now, maybe a reduced footprint even. So
is there any objection to the motion from Commissioner Ariola to allowing the city administration to have a conversation with them to see what might be possible if there were certain changes given the input that you've just provided?
Sure. Yeah. Let's do that. Ultimately, the park belongs to all the residents of Miami Beach, not just one neighborhood.
Yeah, and I agree with all your comments. Like, there are things that I don't like, and there's things that I like and want to see more of. I mean,
All right, can we show that unanimous then, that we would like, Alina, you and your staff to look at this once again and see what might be possible, maybe some of the things that a few or people in the community were more opposed to, if they're willing or able to change that, or if there's another location. Let's just take one more look at it and then come back. You want to come back in September or October? October. Come back in October. That's the best we can do for you today. Okay? Thanks very much. We'll show this item closed. And then, can I adjourn the meeting, members, please?
No, if I may.
Go ahead, what do you got?
The city manager, I think, needs direction on R9AC, which is North Beach Oceanside.
R9A.
I think you'd have to extend the vote, extend the meeting, because we're past 8 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, so
I think.
I don't think we have
I make
four
a,
votes.
I'll make a motion, just because this is important to our residents. I put it on the agenda because of that. So I'll make a motion. If the motion fails to extend the meeting, it fails. But there has been people that have been waiting on this item. So I'll just move to extend the meetings so we can hear R9AC, the discussion on North Beach Oceanside Park.
Okay, I'll second it.
I'm sorry, did you second? Okay, so we've got a motion to extend and a second.
for how long?
Just for R9AC, just.
No, but how long? But I don't want it to go 30 minutes.
I think the
5 minutes?
administration needs direction as to whether, on restoration of vegetation, whether to continue with phase 2 or not to continue with phase 2, whether we're
Okay, so
satisfied with
I
what we're
think,
seeing there or
Commissioner,
not.
you could probably get 4 votes if we could extend for 10 minutes, but I don't think you're
All
gonna
right, well,
get
let's do
all
that.
4
10
votes.
minutes.
So,
Let's extend
so
for 10
we'll take
minutes.
10
too.
minutes?
Yeah, I mean, I caught a red eye
Yeah.
from
Right.
the West Coast, so
Because
I'm
Commissioner
wearing
Dominguez
down.
has to
She has a concert.
leave,
All right,
so you've got,
Oh.
All right.
Okay, so go ahead. We've got 10 minutes and then that's it.
Sure. Well, I want to bring to the attention of the commission, the project that's going on in North Beach Oceanside Park. It was approved years ago under a previous commission. It was Phase 2, was recently engaged in. I think while some people can go to the park and they can say that in their opinion, the park is beautiful, I think that there was a character to the park of overgrowth and vegetation that contributed to the character of that park, and that was cherished by neighbors of that area. And I think we need to give direction to our city manager whether to continue with Phase 2 and whether to do any restoration of removed plantings in that area. I'd make a motion to do some restoration of ground cover, of ground vegetation, restoration of sea grapes on areas where it may have been removed, and be much more conservative in pruning in the other areas. We shouldn't be doing the excessive pruning that was done, that pretty much now you can see from the beach walk all the way to Collins Avenue. And so we should try to preserve some of the character that the park has.
Mr. Chair,
So-
can we clarify?
So let me just say that the project has been approved. That's my understanding, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if someone's going to make a motion, it's to stop the project, because the project has been approved and it's moving forward.
The project is about less than 2 months away from completion.
Right.
I'm not saying to stop the project. I'm saying areas where vegetation and vegetation and sea grapes may have been removed and over pruned, go back and bring in some more ground cover and vegetation there, and do some restoration where we may have done perhaps a little bit excessive pruning than what we should have, because this is what happens when we do deferred maintenance, which is what happened. You know, there was deferred maintenance of a decade, and Commissioner Riola, you talk about deferred maintenance all the time.
Commissioner Riola, you recognize.
Yeah, I didn't realize we're 2 months away from completion. Respectfully, my vote would be, let's finish the project, see what it looks like. If we overdid it, underdid it, I'd be the first to say, hey, let's find some money and restore some things. But, you know, whether you're renovating a home or anything, mid-construction, things don't look good and people can freak out. Why don't we give the planners, the people who put together the vision for the park, let them finish, and where we think maybe we could do enhancements, we'll do it. And we've done that all the time when we do parks. It's like, hey, you know, we need an extra swing, an extra fence, extra canopy. We always go back and fix it. So my vote would be, let's just wait till it's done and then take a look, and then if we erred, we can go back and potentially fix some things.
Wait just a minute, because Commissioner Dominguez is next. Go ahead.
So, yeah, my understanding that part of Phase 2 of the project was to plant like 300 plantings and ensure that anything that was overdone would be remedied.
There are 300-plus trees that have been added to the project that were part of the original project. And I just want David to clarify, my understanding is that sea grapes were not impacted. Can you clarify that?
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Mayor. Just to clarify, big picture, the total park area, which includes the beach walk, is approximately 29 acres.
Synthesize, because we only have 4 minutes left. Synthesize.
Okay, there's 5.8 acres of vegetated areas that are in question here. These were areas that are mostly occupied by sea grape trees and an understory of invasive species. Due to safety reasons, the project included clearing the understory to provide visibility of the invasive species and selective pruning of sea grape trees. No sea grape trees were removed. They were pruned exclusively to allow for an 8-foot high clearance for the purpose of visibility, to open up the park, to bring in light and visibility so that they can be monitored. Out of the 6 acres, 5.8 acres were approximately completed with about 35 to 40%. We would have to complete the remaining 60%. These were the areas that were fenced in years ago in order for the police department to be able to enforce any type of activities that they needed to enforce within these areas. The
All right,
rest of the park
thank
construction
you very
is
much.
separate.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez was next. Go ahead.
I went out there to look at this, and in the areas where it's been pruned, it's already been done, and it's very manicured, but all of a sudden, whereas once you had this beach walk, whereas you walked along the beach walk, you felt like you were in some tropical jungle, now you can like hear the traffic and you can see the cars. So what I would ask is, and I do believe some of this vegetation is important to the community, it really does affect the beach walk experience. Now, I think that we should be able to strike some sort of compromise. What's been pruned has been pruned and is fair game. But I encourage you guys to go out there and walk it because it really does change the entire experience. And I think that we could save the two of the blocks and keep them vegetation because it changes the whole experience. You can hear the traffic. You know, it's just two different. It ruins the beach walk. And that's you know, so you're gaining a little bit more area of a certain park. All of a sudden, the beach walk has traffic and noise, and you know, before you couldn't. In South Beach, when you walk along, you feel like you're on a beach in a tropical area. So I would, Commissioner Fernandez, your motion is to like plant. And we could let it overgrow, but the areas that have not yet been pruned, I would like you closer to the beach walk, don't prune it so that you have that experience and you don't ruin that experience.
Yeah, right now you're on the beach, and through the vice mayor, right now you're on the beach walk. You see straight out to Collins Avenue. And you hear the traffic of Collins Avenue when you're on the beach walk now. I'm just saying, let's just be a little bit more mindful in our pruning. Let's not over prune the way that we have. You know, let's be sensitive. Maybe, as Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez is saying, closer to the beach walk, maybe keep a little bit of the overgrowth so you buffer the pedestrian experience, especially there's so much hard surface.
Prune up to like 10 feet.
So much hard surface and so much heat. You want a little bit of that vegetation to cool you down. And I think our environmental team needs to work with the community on what that replanting is going to look like, Madam Manager. Let's have a meeting with the residents of the area, present them with a plan for replanting, and let's engage them a little bit on what that replanting is going to look like. And I think that's fair because, you know, as Commissioner Arriola mentioned, we can come back next month or the month after with what that plan is going to look like, not to interrupt, you know, what's already underway, but just make it better.
This is the problem with doing things and setting a limit of 10 minutes, because I would want to call our police chief, because this was a comprehensive plan done with police input. I know we only have 10 minutes, so I'm not going to start calling Chief Jones up here. But, I mean, actually, the city manager didn't even have to stop this project. She chose to do so at, I guess, your behest. But
The project did not stop. The project has not stopped. We continue.
All we're asking is closer into the beach walk, don't prune it, so that when you're walking along the beach walk, you can't see the traffic and you can't hear the traffic. It's not that hard. 5 feet from where the beach walk starts, don't prune. Would everybody be okay with that? You prune up to 5 feet and then leave that beach walk experience alone.
I mean, look,
It's not that big of a deal. It's
but
just
I
a
mean,
little
when you
gardening.
prune, this stuff grows back too. So like, let's just finish and then give it a couple months to grow back.
Once you denude it, it's
Huh?
gonna take forever to grow back.
I mean, sea grapes grow back super fast.
Let me ask something through the vice mayor. When did this project start, phase 1, phase 2 altogether?
Yeah, I think, let's see, I think that there is guidance in that you've got 3 members that want to continue the project, and maybe 3 members, I don't know exactly what Commissioner Minor is, that don't want to change, that want to change the pruning, but I think that's the best
I didn't
guidance.
say
I've
that.
just lost another member.
I didn't say that, by
So-
the way.
I'm sorry?
I didn't say that at all.
No, you didn't. I said, I don't know where your position is, so, but there are 3 members that have expressed wanting to continue the project. So In that case,
Can we ask our city administration to work on a replanting plan, and let's have a community meeting, let's talk with the community on what replanting could look like?
and
That
bring
doesn't
and
interfere
bring
with
that
this
back in
project.
October, yes. We can
And
do
that doesn't affect with this. Yeah,
The
and I'm losing,
23rd.
I'm losing members left and right. I think we're down to like
Yeah.
4 or 5 of us, so.
whatever he
We're over the 10-minute, so with that, Madam Manager, you've gotten got the guidance that you're going to have, and I got to adjourn the meeting.
Beyond the 300 trees we're talking about, right? Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Manager.
Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.